It's here. All the markups on the wall.
Around.
They don't even have a zero thing. Look, I'm still.
Your income.
Is this the annual meeting first?
I think anything called.
You got a horn like that too.
Couldn't get it. Is the admin meeting first?
Good gravy. I want to welcome everybody to our committee meeting. A couple of housekeeping chores first. I want to congratulate and welcome 8th District Commissioner Doug Morgan and his wife here today, who just got sworn in. So stand up so everybody can see who you are. I'm sure most of this audience does not know who you are, Doug, since you're kind of new to the area. You moved here from North Carolina. Just kidding. So we're glad to have you and look forward to a great contribution that you'll make to the commission. So
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. First order of business is we want to start out with invocation. I'm going to ask Jeff Eaton to lead us in invocation, and then I'll ask Brian Fisher to give the pledge of allegiance with us.
Connected to all of us, we want to remember Karen Waldrop's mother, Miss Jean, in prayer. She's going through a time with her health. Also, Joe Bolton, who was a part of League Kentucky Sportsman, and Joe has cancer, suffering with cancer. And then on a praise note, Jessica, who is in the lobby. Jessica is not getting married tomorrow, but next Saturday. So you can figure out how to pray for all that, okay, those of you. But we rejoice in that. Jessica, let's bow together. Father, we do stand before you. You sustain all things. You hold all things together. You created all things. And we thank you for that creation. We worship you, though, the one who created it. And Lord, I pray for Karen's mom. I pray for Miss Jean. Pray for comfort with her, revelation from you to her, healing to her body. Lord, I pray for Karen, her family, the endurance they need, the empowerment they need to give strength and to be a help. I pray for her too, Karen. Pray for Joe, Lord. I pray you bless him, his family, touch his body, give him power to endure what he's doing, what he's going through. We do thank you for the caregivers that are there for Miss Jean and Joe as well, those that you have called to be your hands and your feet. And then we pray over Jessica and her marriage. She's a blessing to us. We pray that their marriage will matter and it will be a blessing to others. Thank you for our time together. We look over what is yours. It's not ours. It belongs to you. We are stewards of it, and bless us in that endeavor. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll turn everything over to Commissioner Horn for his committee meeting. Thank you.
The first item is a review of the quarterly financials. I'll ask Lisa to come to the table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On the third page of the packet starts the financial statements. I showered the shower today.
They're not leaving.
I just ran everybody off. So.
Good morning.
It's good to see you again. The first page of the financials are the cash balances. Of course, the one that affects us most is that restricted fish and game fund 134R. I included this page more than anything to have full disclosure of all the cash accounts that we have. For any questions?
No, ma'am. Okay.
The second page is the third quarter report as of the end of March. And the way that the accounting system works is that we're not able to consider a month closed until what's called a hard close occurs. That's usually around the 8th, so yesterday was the first day that I could pull April, so I did distribute a draft report because I compiled it and I didn't. It's a series of Excel spreadsheets, so I always check the historical data on it too to make sure there was nothing wrong with the formula. But you do have a draft of the April report also. And it looks better than this one does, so. The most important column on this is probably the fiscal year 19 year-to-date totals, which is the fourth column over. If you notice at the bottom of that, the net gain or operating loss is 3.5 million. This report contains only our operating costs. Before, if you remember, part of one of our audit reports, we also included around $1 million of the Philo receipts because that's what they use for their operating costs. It used to be a transfer into the Fish and Game Fund, and now it is not. So I have been leaving it off of the report. So that 3.5 is probably closer to 2.4 million. But I'm kind of wondering if maybe I should just include a receipt that matches the Philo administrative expenditures every month to maybe make this look a little more realistic of what's actually occurring.
We could do a footnote or something.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry?
Like footnote it?
I have been footnoting it every month, and like, I think it got cut off, so
Okay.
it might be on the next page report. Oh, yeah, it is on the next page report. On your next report, that's just for the month of March, so the first three columns are the monthly totals. And the next three columns are the fiscal year to date as of the third quarter.
So with the 3.5, if we bring in the April, money, Lisa, we're
We're back
plus,
to the good.
we're plus 926,000.
That's another reason why I wanted to go on and
Sure.
distribute the draft reports.
And that's 83% of our budget
Right.
a year.
So also, if you look at the, like for the license receipts, if you look back for fiscal year 18 and 17, we are down on fiscal year 18 by close to $1 million. It was over 900,000. But in fiscal year 17, we're actually up a couple $100,000. And last meeting and during the training, I also included a license receipts, kind of a 10-year running average. And we've had a definite downtick in the number of licenses, because that is what that reports, not the dollars. The only other downtick that looked the same as the last time we had a fee increase. So I don't know if it's the super rainy year or the fee increase, but you know, I think we're all pretty helpful that it's just an anomaly for this year. Do you have any other questions about the reports?
I do not. Anyone else? Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not on the committee, but the standing orders of the commission allow me to ask questions and participate in the discussion but not vote. And they also state that nothing can be brought up at the commission meeting that hadn't first been brought up at the committee meeting. And since we're now following these rules again, I'd like to bring up something so that I can bring it up at the committee meeting and have to do with finance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lisa, I'd like
Yes.
you to do something for the commission.
Okay.
You're probably aware there's a lot of controversy about the Keebler cutting of cedar on the Keebler Wildlife area.
Mhm.
And Commissioner Storm was kind enough to ask somebody to supply me some facts and figures about the contractual arrangement. And from those facts and figures, I've calculated that from the current 361 acres that are being harvested, not all of that's seed, we're due to get $115,342. And if we cut all the cedar on Keebler, we're to get $678,482.35, based upon the figures they gave me. Currently, we've done 20% of that, which is about $11,000. I'd like to track that $11,000. I want to know when they write the check, where it goes, who cashes it, what account it's put in, if it goes to any other department besides Fish and Wildlife, and how much of it goes back to the Keebler and how much of it goes into the general wildlife fund.
Can I go and answer some of those questions? So any receipt that we have for program income, which this is considered program income, for Keebler, I'm not sure if that's a federally purchased property or not, but if it's a fully state purchased property, 100% of it goes into the Fish and Game Fund. When we receive the check needs to either be made out to the department or to the Kentucky State Treasurer. Either way, it gets deposited into the Fish and Game Fund. And then those receipts go into our cash balance. What you saw in the first report, it would also go into the bottom of the income statement, the miscellaneous receipts. I tried to break those out when they are large, to say this much is for program income, but I can break that out into how much is Keebler, in the note every time. If it's a federally owned property, let's say that it's 75% federal funds that purchased it and 25% of the Fish and Game Fund, then for the program income, we would only get 25% of it to go into the Fish and Game Fund. For the other 75%, it depends upon the grant. If the grant, sometimes they allow us to just offset our draw, and so it goes into the federal fund, basically like the draw would. We would draw 75, whatever that 75% is less. Otherwise, that draw would be, we could put it into for other things. It's just up to the feds. But it is considered federal funds, whether it's a reduction in draw or new federal funds.
$678,482.35 is big enough to be a line item on my budget.
Well, sure. I'm just saying that right now, program income right now completely goes into the miscellaneous, and
You know that sometimes my abrasive personality appears that I'm attacking the person I'm talking to.
no, I hope that I
I'm
don't.
not. I
I
just
don't
want to make
feel
sure
like it's an attack.
that I want to make sure that there's been some question as to what happens to department monies generated on WMA. And I want to make sure that I know where every cent that came in went. And the next thing I'm going to ask for at another time, so it's not to overload you, is the crop income from the various WMAs. I want to know where that goes.
Okay, no.
So that of course won't take place until
Is
after
it,
the harvest.
you said everything has to go through the committee meetings before it can be answered in the commission. So if that is indeed the case, right now the managers, directors are working on their management budget. The budget is set every biennium. So next year will be the starting July 1, second year of the biennium. Should I have the budget documents completed, I would like to go on and present the management budget to the commission. The management budget is set by the statewide biennial budget, so we already know what the total is by division. We already know what the total is federal versus state funds for our budget, and we already know how much we're supposed to be spending on operating versus personnel. Should they get that finished, would I be able to bring that to the next commission meeting and put it as an agenda item, or do we need to approve that here? That's my ignorance, I just don't know.
Did you hear the question? I'm sorry. Did you repeat the question?
So, Right now, the directors are working on their management budget. Basically, it takes the existing framework that was approved year before last in the biennial budget. But this is their management budget. It breaks it down by each object code, whether it be salaries or fringe. And my question is, can I present that at the next commission meeting unless, or does the committee have to approve me? But I'm hoping it'll be done, but we're in the throes of it right now.
The document in question says, you may not have this document. At one time, the document was deactivated by the Department of Tourism, but recently it has been reactivated by the Department of Tourism and quoted in several publications, and I cleared it with Mr. Gemley. He told me that it was in effect and would remain in effect. The document is 7 pages long, and I'm just gonna be trying to make sure we follow the rules. I'm good at games. So since you have brought it up, according to this document, you would be able to discuss it at the next meeting. It just says it has to be brought up. And,
Oh, okay.
It'll be like an update item.
the document I'm referring to is the standing orders and governance principles of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resource Commission, and I believe it's dated 5/26/14. That's a handwritten date on my copy. There's not a date on it. But according to Mr. General, it is in effect and will remain in effect.
But that's
Sorry.
all right. There's a lot of problems with that document, but that's all we're working out by the rules.
If you were a target, you would know.
Any other questions for Lisa?
Sure.
Thank you. Next item is a information item on our 6-year capital construction plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's me too.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back.
Thanks. So as part of the biennial budget process, which are starting to compile documents for that now, there's what's called the 6-year capital plan. Basically, it's a plan of those capital expenditures for renovations or purchases of property. It's anything over $1 million. And there's a moratorium, I believe, on purchasing new property. So the only thing that I had included on my first draft was the two $20 million for FILO. Those are a placeholder. It's in order for us to meet our regulatory requirement. We don't usually spend $20 million, but that's how much it is in history for years. I think for the last 6 or 7 years at least. So the other 2 items, we were in staff meeting and I was talking about the capital plan and that I had submitted the first draft for the FILO expenditures, and there were 2 more that were brought up. One is the FBI has contacted us about maybe funding a range, and that would be on one of our properties. And if it was, then we could use that not only for training of our own law enforcement, but also maybe things like hunter education. So it would not be, it would become ours once it was purchased and built. It wouldn't be something that was tied to federal dollars because it would be a contract issue, not a grant issue. The other one is there's been a push both at the U.S. level and I think even locally for us to have more shooting ranges for hunters and sportsmen. So it was discussed that there's another option. The $2 million we feel like is a high estimate, but these are merely placeholders. I have not added these 2, and it hasn't gone before committee yet. But before I added them, I thought that I would bring it to the committee and ask them for permission to go and include that. Again, it does not hold us beholden to anything. We don't know where these would be located. The 2 ranges might be combined into one area and just funded separately with 2 separate sections, or it could be that neither one of them get built and all the funds fall through. But the first of the 2 is 100% donations. And the third one is probably 75% federal and 25% state, and it is tied to a grant.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think one of the things we had on the wildlife committee was a research proposal on survey of public shooting range interest and needs. So I would probably say we want to do that before we do anything with the wildlife shooting range.
This is part of the biennial process, and like I said, it's a 6-year capital plan, whereas the biennium is normally just a 2-year budget. But we want to go on and get it before the committee and get it as a placeholder. It'll be a lot easier, should it not happen in the next 2 years, to move it forward and to update it for the next 6-year plan. So even if it doesn't occur, we really want to go on and get it on the 6-year plan.
Okay. Anyone see any issues with that?
And we definitely have federal funds available for shooting ranges in the state. And that's part of the survey that you'll hear about later, is trying to determine what are the needs, what types of shooting ranges would be, are folks interested in Kentucky, what are the needs, where are the needs? So then you'll hear more about that, but.
And based on that survey and where the need is, and we can try to centrally locate these based on the need.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
So I'm good to add that to the 6-year plan? Okay.
Next is the action item on the severed meat processors regulation requirements.
Yes, sir. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good.
Obviously, we're not quite awake yet. I need some more coffee. So this is kind of in response to some legislation that we were working on this year that did not pass, looking at a permit system for serving meat processors. And what this would be in regulation, we have the statutory authority, the ability to make a registration. So this would be a free of charge required registration for serving meat processors. This is very important for us to know and be able to communicate with these processors regarding regulations and statutes that apply to them. For example, 150.722, which is a statute regarding carcass disposal that was put into place a couple of years ago. Currently, we know where many of them are because of our officers or biologists out in the field. But to be able to have a registration system where we know the locations, we have current emails, phone numbers, addresses, names of businesses for these is very important for not only for us to be able to enforce and regulate, and there are also regulations that are associated with meat processors that are currently on the books, but also in the case of chronic wasting disease. We need to be able to, if it occurs in Kentucky, we need to be able to effectively communicate with these processors. They're very important to us and part of our management. So this registration would allow us to be able to do so, know what counties, locations, and be able to reach out to them at that same time.
I got a couple questions. One, is there a cost to us to regulate to much of one?
Well, our officers are already checking these facilities. Okay. However, some of these things might enhance our enforcement on these areas.
And then, how do we know a new processor? Is there, like, if somebody?
They would have to register. They'd be required to register online if they came into
Okay.
Started a new business.
But it would take field work to know if there's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna come to us.
No, but hopefully we can effectively communicate out to the
Okay.
group that this is required. And of course, we would phase this in as we do anything new as far as trying to get them on board with registering. So, the first year, just like we did with our HIP requirements, when
Yeah.
those things changed, we did a lot of courtesy notices, and we would do the same thing.
Sure. Okay.
With this, trying to phase it in, and then hopefully the word would get out over time that it's a required registration.
I'm assuming there'd be a penalty for.
Sure, there would be
Okay.
penalties for not registering, but again, free of charge to the processors. And that was a concern with the permitting, as far as the charge. And, honestly, with it not being in statute, we really can't charge anyway.
Sure.
So it really doesn't,
Sure.
takes care of that issue.
And we're identifying them We're getting contact information in case CWD were to occur.
Sure.
We
can-
our emergency rig can just move right into
Yes.
that situation.
Yeah, for example, if, showed up in County X, I'm not gonna
Sure.
say a county, cause then
Yeah,
watch it happen,
exactly.
show up in that county, in County X, then we can get to all the processors that are in that county and the surrounding ones and say, hey, any deer that you receive from these counties, we'd ask that you put them aside, we'd like to come and test.
Yeah.
Whatever, different things, or if,
Put notice.
in the event that we get chronic wasting disease, there may be some regulation changes that we need to be able to effectively communicate. But, it's also with the current laws, so we can reach out to them. Also, we can put something online, just like we do with our fur trappers and everything else, that lets people know, hey, if you're wanting to take your meat somewhere, you can go online and say, I live in, Franklin County, and then you can see all the processors in there, and we can put a list of all the processors. So there's a benefit to,
Sure.
our deer meat processors as well.
And just to reiterate, this is in lieu of the proposal that came out a couple months ago, where we were gonna charge a permit. Now we're just
Yes.
doing that as free registration.
Free registration.
And this would not be designated to CWD only?
No.
It could be something unforeseen.
Sure, anything, yeah, absolutely, not just CWD, but, and again, there are regulation changes all the time, and to be able to communicate with this group like we do with, all the other businesses that, commercial businesses that benefit off of wildlife resources, we communicate with them as well. This would give us an avenue to communicate with these folks as well.
Make a motion to approve action item.
Brian's made the motion. Any discussion?
Second.
Second, Jeff. All in favor?
Uh,
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item, proposed changes to Tier 1 KAR 2-185 Hunter Education.
Right over here.
You're gonna show us another video, aren't you?
Like some videos,
Not the video.
Anybody else got deja vu?
all over again.
All over again.
It's all right. Doug won't bite me.
No, hard, anyway.
All right. Good morning again.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for hearing me again. Like I said, yeah, deja vu all over again. This time, though, you will find that we provided you each with a binder with some of the information. Some questions were brought up during the last commission and committee meetings, so we made sure to get you some documentation on those in the interim. So if you could, open your binders, please, and you'll be able to follow along with the proposal, which is, part of the video. We really got to find better looking people for the video.
Hello, my name is Britt McCarty. I'm manager in charge of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife's Hunter Education Program. Hunters play a crucial role in conservation across the entire state of Kentucky and all of the United States. Not just the money that license dollars bring in, but also that hunters are active participants
Some of you all seen
in
this.
creating
I've seen
a
this already,
balanced
by the way.
wildlife population and healthy wildlife population. Unfortunately, the number of hunters have gone down across the country over the last 30 years or so, and across our state over the last 18 years or so. Kentucky's been really, really good about educating people on conservation and the importance of hunting and fishing. But typically we only educate youth. Well, more recently we've learned that there's a huge group of adults out there that want to hunt or fish and don't because they never knew how or never had the opportunity. And we're attempting to educate them as well. While we're thinking about this, it's important for us to start thinking about what barriers limit people from hunting and fishing, or in this case, specifically hunting. There's a number of things out there that could be a barrier. One, potentially, could be our hunter education laws. So that's something we're exploring today. Our culture craves the convenience that the internet provides. People want to be able to do things at their own pace, in their own home, and at their own time. They do everything from booking flights and watching movies online, even ordering groceries. People get entire bachelor's degrees online without ever having to set foot on the campus. 21 other states have taken advantage of our culture's desire for convenience. 21 other states have made it easier to get your hunter education certification while maintaining the safety and quality expectations that we expect in the state of Kentucky. nearly half the country have removed live fire exercises from their hunter education certification. We reached out to those other states. Those that reported back reported that their hunting-related incidents either remained consistent or went down. And the impressive thing is, in all the other states that have online-only options, there hasn't been a single hunting-related incident that involved a participant of the online-only option. All of their hunting-related incidents involved somebody who either took the traditional course or didn't have any hunter education at all. Right now, in the state of Kentucky, in order to get your certification, you have to take a course either online or in person, and then you have to follow it up with a live fire exercise at a range. The agency is proposing, in addition to those two options, we add an online-only portion to our hunter education certification. We need to be clear. We don't want to eliminate in-person classes. The agency is proposing that we add an online-only option that does not require a student to go to an in-person course or go to an in-person range day. We're going to continue to offer the traditional in-person classes because some people still do need that one-on-one interaction with their instructor. However, most of the state of Kentucky can have their hunter education needs met by an online-only course because they have their best and original teachers, their parents, their grandparents, their aunts or uncles, or whoever their mentor may be. Those people are the ones that are actually out in the woods with them, ensuring that they remain safe when they're hunting. I want to make this very, very clear. We still need our instructors. By doing fewer of these basic hunting 101 courses, we're able to free up and do more advanced courses for the people who really need it. Maybe we can do an entire day of just tree stand safety, or maybe we can have a small class of 15 to 20 students at a range day for 3 hours, and they can spend time, one-on-one time with their instructor, and actually walk away from that class with the confidence to handle their firearm in the field safely. One potential barrier to taking the course online is the cost. We have 2 courses right now that we offer online. One costs $20, one costs $13. Well, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is in the process right now of implementing a free online course that meets all the standards of the IHEA. If we're able to remove the barrier of travel from your certification, and if we're able to remove the barrier of cost from your certification, then we should strive to have every hunter in the woods in Kentucky hunter education certified. Now, I'm talking about whether you are license exempt or not. Now, this would mean that landowners would have to have their hunter education certification as well. We start with the children of landowners that we require at the age of 12, even if you're hunting on your parents' property, you have to have hunter education certification. Our goal is safe hunting, nothing more, nothing less. And we know that we need you in order to make that happen. We need your knowledge, we need your skill, we need you out teaching these advanced courses for the
This
people
part was directed
who
at
really
the
need it,
volunteers.
and not those that don't.
Volunteer instructors.
We're taking this to the commission, and we'll keep you informed as it progresses.
Okay. All right. So, two main parts to the proposal. First and foremost, of course, add an option for people to get their hunter education certification that would allow them to do it without having to go to an in-person class or an in-person range day. The second part to it is that essentially, long and short of it is we would require the children of landowners to have hunter education certification on their parents' property. That's the long and short of it there. Why add an online-only option? A number of different reasons, but first and foremost for us here at Fish and Wildlife, for me and my staff, we're trying to create opportunities to create more advanced hunter education opportunities for people who really, really need it. We've got a whole slew of people out there that learn from their parents, learn from their aunts and uncles, learn from their grandparents, or whoever their mentors may be. And there's a bunch of people also, though, that don't have that mentor in their lives, and are attempting to provide that opportunity. We could potentially remove a barrier to hunting. We'll talk about that a little bit in just a second. The safety records from the other states is proved to be good. And it would be, for us in Kentucky, would be 100% free. The only thing it would cost our participants would be time. Those advanced classes I was just mentioning that we're hoping to provide, we're already doing some of those. Keep in mind that we do have a large R3 team. You guys are at this point extremely familiar with the R3 effort. we've been doing advanced hunting classes for decades in the form of things like our Becoming an Outdoors Woman program. We have come up with classes that have been replicated all across the country at this, well, not all across, but by many other states across the country at this point. The thing is, we need help, is what it comes down to. We do not have enough staff, enough time for our staff in order to continue to advance these advanced hunting classes. We've grown beyond our capacity at this point. The number of participants keep growing. The demand for the classes keep growing. We are filling up classes. We have waiting lists, and our staff are working constantly. Last year, we had over 500 adults take advanced fishing courses in the state for beginner adult people who want to fish. Becky, you're here, aren't you? Yes, Becky. Becky told me that this year we had to actually do drawings for our turkey field to fork classes in the spring because we had so much demand for them, and we didn't have enough classes to fit everybody, so we had to do drawings to see who got to participate. This is actually off of Becky's Facebook page. I asked her for permission to use it. Becky, how many of the weekends in 2019, there's 19 weekends so far in 2019, how many have you worked? 14. Our staff is, burning the candle at both ends. A little side note with that though, this spring we did have our first successful hunt. They're always successful when they get out and learn and have fun, but we actually had a turkey harvested during one of our turkey field to forks this year. And yeah, just good picture to share with you there. Okay, if we start doing fewer of the basic hunter ed classes, we can start using our hunter education, HTOs, hunter trainer officers, and our hunter ed volunteers to help us teach these advanced classes. Of course, as you all already know, I talked to these guys about what they would think about it. Well, there we go. All positive reactions. Remember, this is my HTO that's on active military duty right now. So he's a full-time HTO who's on active military. His name's Dan. His wife, Jane, is filling in for him on a seasonal basis. Got positive reactions out of these guys. Hers was a very interesting one, though. She said, I thought it was her bachelor's degree. It was her master's degree. She said, I got my master's degree online in education. So I definitely understand the desire for the convenience that the internet provides there. Will Conley, who's Eastern Kentucky HTO, he's been doing it for 33 years now. He's fixing to retire. And he said not only does he think it's a good idea, he actually proposed something similar to it in email years ago. So Will's definitely on board. If we were to make this change, we would also be able to utilize our hunter education volunteers. Of course, with that, we need to make sure we knew what classes we could use them for, and also their attitude about it as well. And we'll get into that in just a second. But you all did request last time that we provided you all with some curriculum. In the yellow, and you guys, if you move to your yellow tab in your book, you'll see for this, in yellow, these are the classes that we already do, well, not all of them, but a lot of the classes we already do, have been doing for quite some time. I apologize that the font is so small on that, but I tried to fit them all on one page. The white down here are some potential other classes that we could use volunteers for, and we did come up with, you all have in your packets, I believe, yellow, pink, red, green, and orange tabs are the curriculum for some of the classes we can use the volunteers for. Some of the volunteers are already doing it. As soon as I sent out that video back in February, the one you all just watched, some of the volunteers contacted me immediately and said, what about this? What about this? What about this? Scott Kroon over here immediately contacted me and he said, Brent, what if I lead, he and his wife, Rachel, love to hunt on Taylorsville Lake WMA. So what if I lead a public land hunting safety course that one, would teach people how to hunt safely out on public land, but two, would make them less intimidated by Taylorsville Lake WMA. So come fall, when they're going to hunt, they see that as a viable option to hunt. I said, great, do it, go for it. He's already done it. They had a blast. Tina Hitchner over here, you guys will actually get to meet her if you haven't already. You'll get to meet her at the commission meeting. She's coming by in a month. She has been doing polls during her bow hunter education courses to see what types of classes the participants want to see. She specializes in muzzle loading. She is a competitive muzzle load shotgun competitor, excuse me. And she's definitely going to do some advanced muzzle loading courses whenever this goes through, if this goes through. All right, so what did most of the volunteers think? If you would go to your second blue tab, please. We did put out a survey following the February committee meeting before the March commission meeting, and we asked the volunteers a lot of questions. Thank you, Brian Clark, for the survey, by the way. And the report that you guys are looking at. Brian put this together as well. What do the volunteers think? Well, the first thing we asked them is, do you support adding advanced classes for those that need it, for those that don't have mentors, that sort of thing? And as you can see, the majority of the volunteers did support that, 78%. What about, do you support children of landowners having to have hunter education certification? This one was pretty interesting. 94% said yes, we definitely think that children of landowners should not be exempt from the hunter education certification as they are now. So it probably goes without saying that hunter ed volunteers value hunter education, probably. Would you, as a volunteer, continue to volunteer and teach some of these advanced classes if these proposed changes went into effect? 58% said they would like to continue to help. 14% said they would not, and then the rest were unsure. Here's the biggie. We asked the volunteers, do you support the addition of an online-only option? And this is where we got a little more divided. 45%, and if you look at page 6 in that blue tab there, the second blue tab, you'll see the numbers all broken down for you. 45% said that they supported them, versus 41% that said they would not. Of course, we had some neither support nor oppose. Keep in mind, though, that opposition to the changes does not mean they will no longer continue to volunteer. Because remember, we only had 14% said they wouldn't volunteer. That was in February, before the March meeting, when we took that survey. Since then, we had the volunteer banquet. The department honors the volunteers for their efforts throughout the year. And every year at the volunteer banquet, the KHEA has its board meeting, the Kentucky Hunter Education Association. And I was, to put it lightly, I was nervous about going to the KHEA meeting because pretty much everybody on that board had been against the proposal. Note the past tense, had been against the proposal. We went, all the HTOs were present, and myself, and a couple other people from Fish and Wildlife as well. The volunteers asked a lot of questions. I apologized for the way that they found out about the proposal. You know, my intention was for them to see that video that you guys just saw first, and then get the documentation afterwards. Because you all were getting the presentation first, and then getting the documentation. So I was trying to make it consistent across all audiences. So I apologized for that. Dan, remember my HTO who's on active military duty, he was actually there, and he spoke really well. He told a story about years ago. He had done a full traditional course and certified a bunch of people, had not even made it home from the course yet, and got a phone call that one of the people he certified had shot himself in the mouth with a crossbow. So it was really powerful. And his message there was, he said, we work really hard to license drivers, but people still drive drunk, they still speed, they still do stupid things behind the wheel. We cannot be with them 24/7. Our job is to get this information in front of as many people as absolutely possible, and that's what this is going to change. Will, remember, Will's been doing this for a long time, 33 years. One of the volunteers that had been against the proposal asked a question to me. He said, would you be comfortable if somebody took the online-only course and died while hunting? And Will immediately said, I've got to stop you right there. He said, if you've been teaching hunter ed long enough, you have had a participant that you certified die out in the field. Is that your fault? He said, the volunteers don't necessarily always know about them because we as staff are able to shield that from them, but the staff themselves definitely know about it. And then Will quoted one of his students that he knew for sure he had certified that had died out in the field. And it reminded me of another one of our longtime HTOs. This is Bobby McKee in Western Kentucky. And Brian, you probably remember this. During our meeting with the 2nd District, Bobby was there, and he talked about, he retired from being an HTO after years and years and years. He said he knew for sure of 2 of his people who he had personally certified that had died during hunting-related incidents. Again, all of them, the message was the same. Our job is to get the information out there. We can't be with them all the time. All the HTOs, again, were there and did express support of the change. One big question was asked to me. They said, are you confident that a novice hunter can take the online-only course and be safe out in the field? I thought about it for a little while, and I guess I kind of acted a little bit like a politician. I answered the question with a question, you know, isn't that how you're supposed to do it? I asked him, I said, if somebody took your traditional course, novice hunter, never hunted before, never held a gun before, if they took your course, traditional course, start to finish, would you say that they were a safe hunter out in the field? And the resounding answer from the entire room was no. That person needs a mentor. That person needs more training, period. Just taking the class is not enough. You need more training. What's one potential solution to that problem? Well, for those people that don't have a mentor, Fish and Wildlife needs to be able to provide that for them, or attempt to provide that for them. Remember how nervous I was at the beginning of the KHA meeting? I was pleasantly surprised by the results. The president of the KHEA flat out said in the meeting in front of everybody, he said, Brent, I wasn't on board with the change until you said it was an added option. And then he said, I'm ready to move forward, let's go. One volunteer was very outspoken on social media. He was at the board meeting as well. Borderline inappropriate on social media, I'm gonna be honest with you, but he wasn't. He was close. He asked a lot of questions, and by the time we were done with the meeting, he was nodding along and ready to go. One in particular volunteer made sure he pointed out to the rest of the volunteers, as a Kentucky resident, I can go on Georgia's website, or Iowa, or a few other places. I can go on Georgia's website, I can take their online-only hunter education certification, I can get certified through Georgia, and in the state of Kentucky, we honor it. So already, this is an option for people. It's a sort of indirect option, but it's happening, and he was like, you know, we are going to become obsolete if other states are allowing this to happen, and we're not. A few of them thanked me. Most were glad we'd had the meeting and they were ready to move forward, and at this point, after they got done thanking me and they were ready to move forward, and I felt like a great weight had been lifted off my shoulders, and I was completely honest with them. I was like, guys, I was terrified to come in here and talk to you all, but I'm really, really glad we did now. It was a really, really good, productive meeting. Most left the meeting smiling. I found out later from another volunteer that a few of them had come into that meeting with the intention of ripping my head off. She said, I wasn't in that meeting. I don't know what you said. I don't know what you did, but they left that meeting smiling, and they came in there to rip your head off. They were like ready to go at that point. So it was a good, positive meeting. Apparently, a lot of that comes from the fact that in the past, the hunter ed volunteers have felt unappreciated. I don't know by whom specifically. I didn't ask. I think just by talking with them at the KHEA meeting, they were able to learn that this is not something we're trying to force down their throat. This isn't, we're doing it, get on board or get out. This is something we want to do with them together. This is in an effort to move forward with them into the future. Okay, what does the public say? First blue tab in your binder there. We posted this on social media. Brian, again, thank you, Brian, posted this on social media. I realized that this part of the data is anecdotal, but it's kind of telling. On Facebook, by far, the vast majority of the reactions we got were positive. We only got 2 negative reactions on Facebook, as opposed to nearly, 271 positive reactions. We asked them the same questions. Do you support advanced classes? 78 or 86% of them were in support. Do you think that children of landowners should be hunter ed certified? 80% of them said yes. The biggie here, do you support the addition of a online-only hunter education certification? 78% of the public that replied to the survey said that they were in support of the proposed changes. Versus, remember, 45% of our volunteers And keep in mind that volunteers were welcome to take this public survey as well. And some of them noted in the notes, you guys have those as well, but I'm a hunter ed volunteer and I think this is a bad idea. So that 70% might even be a little skewed. Okay, that's why we want to do it. That's the reaction to it from people. This is the last bit of the thing. We're still talking about breaking down barriers. Remember, our goal is to get more people certified with hunting and potentially out there in the woods to hunt, certified with hunter education. Sorry, guys, my goodness. The other states that have done it, that had numbers that reported back, they reported back an increase in the number of certifications. Texas and Wisconsin nearly doubled the number of certifications. Missouri's site, again, crashed the night before modern firearm season for deer. And I've been trying to figure this one out in my head. And all I can think is it must have to do a great deal with people who were on the fence about whether they wanted to go at all or not, and they had a buddy that said, "Hey, come with me tomorrow. I'm going tomorrow. Come with me." And they tried to take it online. Some other things like that. Had a really interesting conversation since our last meeting with Calcami, with a representative from Calcami. Calcami is the program, the people who supply us with the online program that we're currently using. And he said they have been involved with all 21 other states that have made this transition. And he said they've learned something really interesting. They call it the non-compliance curve. He said during the first couple years, you're going to see this huge influx of new certifications. Huge. He said it'll spike like crazy. And then eventually it will level back out a little bit above where you're used to seeing it now. He said, think about that. You don't have that many new instructors. You don't have thousands of that many new participants, hunters. You don't have thousands of new hunters out there. What you have is thousands of hunters who haven't been compliant. They've been hunting illegally this whole time. They should have had their hunter education certification for one reason or another. They didn't. He said the other interesting part of it is once it levels back down, and keep in mind, guys, this is just a visual representation. There's no hard numbers here. He said once it levels back out, you'll see a few more certifications in the year, but you'll still get about half your certifications through the traditional course. About half the people that want the course will still want to take it traditionally. One more thing to consider, we're seeing these records from other states. They're showing us nothing but good things. We still haven't heard from all 21 states, but we did, however, hear from Indiana since we last spoke. So our number goes from 12 of the 21 up to 13 of the 21. Still, decrease in incidents, 0 incidents involving a participant of the online-only option. Indiana was very interesting. He was helping us at our NASP tournament, and I was talking to him, and I said, now when did you all start your online-only option? He said, Brent, we were the first. And he said, and we got 7 different types of you-know-what from everybody, other states, our volunteers, the public. He said, we were the first back in 2005. I said, well, how, okay, that's 14 years. What's happened with your hunting-related incidents? He said, they've gone down. I said, have you ever had a hunting-related incident that involved a participant of the online-only option? He said, no, in 14 years. Then he started talking about Alabama. They apparently gave him all kinds of crap in 2005, but then in turn went ahead and did it started their process in 2006. And same thing, hunting-related incidents go down. Still, nobody's had an incident that was involved with the online-only course. Dr. Carlos, last time you asked me questions about record keeping. You guys have that as well. It's just before your first blue tab. We have records going back to 1965. We only have fatalities recorded prior to 1970, but then we have a much greater detail from 1970 on. And notice I told you guys the wrong date last meeting. I told you all it was 1976 we had 14 fatalities. It wasn't. It was 1966 we had 14 fatalities. It'll be a very simple thing for us to track from here on out whether or not these hunting-related incidents were from people who were taking the traditional course or the online course. The beauty of it all being digital, it'll be very, very simple. You can see we're still adding data even as late as 1977. Here's where we started requiring it in 1991 up through today. This is a chart of the fatalities since we started recording them back in 1965. 1 is too many. I think we can all agree with that. 1 is too many. Thinking that we will have 0 fatalities year after year after year is probably unrealistic, but you can see that there's been a general trend from a little over 6 a year down to where we are now to a little less than 2 a year fatalities in Kentucky. I did ask our law enforcement division, Shane is not in here, Shane's who I talked to, Major Carrier. I asked him about the hunting related incidents being reported to Fish and Wildlife, because that was another question he could come up with. He said, Brent, honestly, not every incident gets recorded, because if somebody falls off their ladder stand and they twist their ankle and that's the extent of their injury, they're not going to report it. He said, but I can tell you for sure with 100% confidence that we have every fatality that's ever happened, at least in the last few decades, recorded. He said, Kentucky Fish and Wildlife is the authority in the state of Kentucky on reconstructing hunting-related deaths. So if any other law enforcement entity has a death and they suspect it might be hunting-related, they contact our agency. So he said, I can tell you for sure that if they died while they were hunting, we know about it. The other question that has come up, and I had to go back through my notes with the other states and talk to Indiana and Calcomine and some other places like that, and I asked again, what about the budget? How's this going to hurt us budgetarily? And the input I kept getting back was that nobody saw the decrease in their hunter education volunteers that they anticipated seeing. It was very, very little. Remember, we only had 14% say they wouldn't teach the advanced classes anymore. So it has not negatively impacted the budget. In fact, the ones that had advanced classes like we do are proposing to offer, and we're able to use their hunter ed volunteers for those classes. Their budget went up a little bit. I don't know what will happen with ours. We won't know until we do it. But all reports that I've gotten seem to think that, or say that we should be okay there. Liability, obviously, we've already talked about that. We're good there. One question that was brought up: why are we using NRAs? And keep in mind, we still have Calcomine's online option as well. But the biggest thing with the NRA is it's free. And it was mentioned that only 4 states were using NRA's course. That's not the case. It is actually 7. We will be the 8th. There's a 9th in process right now. And we have spoken with the NRA since then, since our last meeting, and they have absolutely no problem with signing an MOU saying that they will never use the data that we need our participants to enter. They'll never use it for anything to benefit them. They'll never do mass mail-outs to our hunter ed certified people or anything like that. In fact, he was not just willing to sign an MOU, but excited about it. He said this protects us and him for the future. If they ever get a new president, the president says, let's use all that information, but we have this legal MOU saying we won't, then it's protection for the future. So he was really excited about that as well. Okay, in summary, reasons to add an online-only option. Nothing but positive results from the other states. Strong public support. More people certified. Immediate card reception and other things that go along with going completely digital. 100% free. And biggest thing for us is we then come up with the ability to provide advanced training opportunities and mentoring opportunities for the public. And that is it. It's enough, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you all. Yeah, can you get the light, please, ma'am? Anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Your graph on the incidents would be more meaningful if you had also a graph of number of hunters.
Number of hunters, okay.
Because it goes down through.
In my original presentation, I tried to do that. I ended up trying to curve the number of incidents so it looked better, like, because you can't see 6 when you have 300,000 hunters up here. You can't even see it. It's just a little blue line. I tried to do it. I couldn't make it look right. But you're absolutely right, and very insightful.
So I got a couple questions and one comment. My comment would be is, yes, we want to increase the number of hunters, but we also want to do it in a way that we do it as safe as possible.
Correct. Yes.
But 2 questions. So we talked about last time, I think Kenny brought it up at the last meeting about having the plan in place and the curriculum in place, and I think you've got the curriculum. What is the process to train our instructors to teach the curriculum? That way, I think one of our big issues is that you had instructors that would teach this and then some that would go all out. So how are we going to make sure that they get trained to teach at least the basic curriculum.
Sure.
And then the other question would be is what's the step to promote to these individuals that are taking the online option only to get them the information to say, hey, we have these classes, and be able to follow up and see if they're taking those classes.
Sure.
Because if we got a bunch of novices going out and they're just doing the online only option and not following up and getting advanced training, I mean, that's a potential risk.
Sure. Very good question. And I can answer the second one very, very easily, very quickly. We've already talked in very extensive with our IT
Test
folks.
1, 2, 3.
And when they receive their certification online, they will then be presented with a "Do you want to learn more?" window, or do you want to learn how to hunt, or the wording is
1, 2, 3.
not important, but it will link them to their to our calendar, which we'll be able to update in real time. We already have an event registration manager that we use for that sort of thing. So they will immediately not only get their hunter education certification, but they'll get to view that calendar as well. As far as training them, that's a really good question. We have been training volunteers for a long time. I mean, we've required it since '91, but we've had volunteers since well before that. Some of our, Courtney's not here. One of our oldest volunteers, who is on board, by the way, you met him. He said he won't be quitting. You know, he's 90. What was his name? Mr. Hall? Bill?
Yeah. I remember who you're talking about.
He's been doing it since before it was required by law. I know that for sure. We've been training them for decades now. The kicker with this, with adding this option, is that more people will have a more consistent training. Again, not that our volunteers are bad. I think consistency and quality are two things we use interchangeably too often. Whereas, I don't want to say that our volunteers are bad. They're just not necessarily consistent. You have some that are fantastic, and you have some that are even better than that, you know?
Right.
And everybody, and the problem with human error is you have potential to forget things as part of a presentation. You know, anytime you're doing a presentation. However, when you're doing this online only course, we know for sure that they're seeing the same thing every single time. I mean, our consistency rate just can only improve this way.
Yeah, you have a minimum level of what's required.
I'm sorry?
Just setting a bar of here's the minimum that we can teach and everything up, because I can't remember another gentleman's name there, but the things he was saying he did in his hunter ed course were amazing.
Sure. Yep.
Much different than the one that I took.
Yep.
But I just want to make sure we have a minimum standard and that they all at least teach to that, and then the ones
Absolutely.
that want to go above and beyond.
Justin and Olivia, y'all are back there, aren't you? So Justin is one of my current HTOs. Olivia was his predecessor. She's now the R3 coordinator for the state, and they can probably expand on that a little bit better than I can, although I hate to put them on the spot with that. But we have, I mean, there is absolutely a minimum standard. The IHEA dictates the minimum standard that every state follows. The International Hunter Education Association dictates the standard that every state follows. We have a booklet that I can definitely get to you. It's our hunter education instructor booklet. It outlines not only what they're to cover, but how they're to cover it.
And to clarify, I think my minimum standards on these secondary courses to train them on that.
Okay.
Not I get the
Sure.
base hunter education classes, but if we're going to let them take that online,
Sure.
what's the standard for what's
Good. Okay, so keep in mind with these classes, and anybody feel free to chime in if they'd like, but keep in mind with these classes that we are going into it expecting that we're meeting that minimum safety standard. Everything we do is going to be to build on that. And I'm going to use the example of skinning a squirrel. How many different ways do you know how to skin a squirrel, right? So we won't necessarily be able to dictate to our volunteers that this is exactly the way you're going to teach this class. We can provide an outline, which you guys have seen, and make our suggestions, but they're going to have their own spin on a lot of these classes. But the beauty of it is, these are in addition to, not the bare minimum. You know, if you're trying to teach them basic hunter education 101, and you want to make sure they're getting exactly what they need to be safe out in the field, then you need to make sure you cover all this, right? Once they've got this, anything above, anything in addition to, does not necessarily have to be completely exactly the same from instructor to instructor. So the problem we have right now with consistency actually becomes a benefit, because they might see one instructor in one class and see how to do it this way, and then go to another instructor in another class and see how to do it that way. And it won't be the exact same way, because these instructors' techniques are different, but they still had that basic hunter education safety that they have to have, and then we build on top of that. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah. One thing I think you may be looking for, one thing I've chatted with him personally about is his staff is going to be doing some observations, going and doing observations of classes that are going on to see if they're in compliance and are they taking care of all that. Yeah.
And keep in mind that, I mean, I got a complaint recently that a volunteer instructor in a traditional course was teaching a muzzleloader portion of their traditional course with a lit cigarette in their mouth the entire time. I think we all know you shouldn't be smoking while you're loading your muzzleloader. You know, those sorts of inconsistencies are the things that we're hoping to minimize. You know, yeah, it's just because we do go out and observe, because we already do that with our volunteers anyway, doesn't mean that we hit every little inconsistency the entire time. Again, got a complaint from somebody that one of our volunteers was using that as an opportunity to get on a political soapbox and bashing a political party during one time as well, one of our traditional courses. You know. Yeah. Does that help?
Comment from the audience?
Thank you, Brent. Good program. I think
Thank
the
you,
mic
sir.
isn't working, but I'll try to. I was told to be a town crier. Very well put together program, very technical. I have to report that representing the League of Kentucky Sportsmen, our 9-member board has looked at this twice in 2 board meetings and listened to all the facts, and we cannot support anybody going out in the field with a hunter ed card who is not shown some kind of proficiency with a firearm. Our vote was unanimous. Most of our, if not all of our board members are hunter ed instructors, either past or present. And we just had an incident over in Ohio in East Fork Lake where an off-duty police officer hunting with his son on public land was shot by another turkey hunter. And we feel like this is going to be, I'm bringing up public land, because a lot of that, a lot of our folks, that's the only place they got to hunt. And a lot of people are not going to be wanting to take advantage of hunting land, or public land, to hunt on, if they don't feel like everybody out there is pretty safe with a firearm and has demonstrated some kind of proficiency. So we've also had calls from hunter ed instructors. I'm sure you've taken polls and you've gotten results on your polls from folks. That doesn't it doesn't balance with what the feedback we're getting from hunter ed folks, instructors. They're afraid of this. They're very afraid of this. And another thing that the feeling is that these advanced courses, once a person zips through a computer program and gets a hunter ed card, doesn't have to take any kind of proficiency, these advanced learning opportunities aren't going to be taken advantage of. These folks are going to take their orange cards and they're going to go hunt. So I'm just, I'm trying to pass on what the feedback from not only our board members. We're not trying to be a fly in the ointment. We support hunter ed, we support this agency, but I just need to report the truth to you, the feedback that we're getting back. Thank you.
I appreciate
Thank you,
it. I would, if it's okay, like to comment on that as well. I appreciate that information. Have you tried taking, do you know if your board has tried taking the online NRA course yet or not? The online, the NRA course, do you guys know, have you guys tried to take it yet?
Myself personally, I've been an instructor since 1990.
I know. Have you tried to take it as someone who knows what they're talking about? That's what I'm
looked through it.
Look through. You
Yeah.
can't click, you can't zip through it. I can tell you that for sure. I've tried. It's not possible. It's too interactive. There's too many ways to. It's not just yes, no, answer A, B, C. They have the procedures that you have to do in order to load a firearm, that sort of thing. And it just can't be zipped through. And that's for me trying. I promise. And I would really be interested to see what our
our longtime instructors would say about it if they took it. Just curious for their input as well. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Comment from the audience?
Yes. My name's Thomas Hart. By way of introduction, I'm a retired Air Force colonel. Hold a number of degrees, including a doctorate in education and leadership policy studies. My wife Sarah is retired Coast Guard commander and retired senior civil servant with the Environmental Protection Agency. We've worked with young people in the realm of education for a very long time, and we are both Kentucky Hunter Education instructors. I'm here this morning to speak in support of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's proposal to move Kentucky's basic hunter education program from primarily a classroom and range day program to an online program. First, I do understand the reluctance of many longtime instructors to embrace the idea of, or to not to embrace moving away from classroom and range day to an online program. They have quite literally spent years and countless hours developing, refining, and presenting their 6 to 8 hour classroom instruction package and half-day range day program. They're absolutely certain at the time they spend in the classroom and on the range with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old young people imparts indelible lifetime safety practices into the minds of these aspiring hunters that will be lost in an impersonal and online computer-based program. Well, there's certainly merit to hands-on time with instructors. It is by no means a guarantee of learning or knowledge retention. As a parent, longtime Boy Scout leader, and a teacher, I know these young people have a short attention span and are unlikely to retain much knowledge about anything without repetition and reinforcement over time. Classic Hunter Education program in Kentucky is Thursday and Friday evening for 3+ hours, plus a 3 or so hour range day on Saturday. Range day on Saturday is driven by the number of students in the class and how fast the instructor or instructors can cycle them all through the range activity. And remember, before these young people come to show up for these 3+ hour classes, they spend an entire day doing something else. Going to school comes to mind. The Saturday range day that we talk so much about typically includes nothing more than a short walk in the woods to review safety, firearm carry practices, crossing a fence and shoot, don't shoot scenarios, coupled with a brief, and I mean brief, use of a weapon. There is no requirement in range day to include the use of a firearm. To share my personal experience as a hunter education student, I completed my hunter education program just a few years ago because I wanted to become a hunter education instructor. And while I'm an old guy and I'm exempt from the requirement to take hunter education, I was required to complete it before I could become an instructor. So I completed my instruction portion online because there were no courses available in my timeline and certainly nothing nearby. My point here is the academic portion of Kentucky's hunter education program is already available online and has been for a very long time. I'll bet not free, it costs. I completed my required range day here at Salado under the able tutelage of Olivia. Much to my surprise at the time, we satisfied our range day requirement not with a firearm, but with a crossbow. Because here on Salado, firearms and even pellet rifles are prohibited. Now, to piggyback on that thought, the last hunter education class I led in Madison County included 2 evenings of instruction at a classroom on one side of the county and a half day at a range on the other side of the county. The weapons training for the range day included 2 to 3 shots with a compound bow, 2 shots with a crossbow, and 3 shots with a pellet rifle. Fortunately, I had a number of other instructors to help me, so we managed to cycle people through the weapon stations and their walk in the woods and managed to keep everybody moving along. The last course I assisted with in Estill County did include a firearm. All the students got 3 rounds with a 20 gauge or 12 gauge shotgun. 2 people at a time on the line, and it took a long time to cycle 20-some students across the rims, which left a lot of standing around time for students and adults while we cycle them through 2 at a time. My point here is that range day is a little more than a weapons orientation and a safety practice reminder. Point your weapon in the safe direction, treat all weapons as if they're loaded, and keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Nothing more, and without reinforcing these safety practices, will not become ingrained in the students, particularly young students. I'd like you to also consider that these young people cannot take the classroom hunter safety program unless someone brings them to class. Some adult, parent, uncle, aunt, uncle, brother, sister, neighbor, has to commit to 2 nights and a Saturday to get these young people through the class. And also consider that any aspiring hunter born after January 1, 1975 must take the hunter education course to buy a license. So, while we may envision the hunter education program being targeted at preteens and teenagers, we're not just talking about kids anymore. We're now at a point where anyone younger than 45 years old has to take a hunter education course, buy a license and legally hunt in the state of Kentucky, and that age rises every year. Bring these 2 factors together to make classroom hunter education easily accessible to young people. We need to get adults to bring them to class, and to get working age adults to commit to 2 nights and a Saturday in a row can be a challenge. Think about this. Just come home from work after a day's work, grab something to eat on the run, grab the young person, drive 45 minutes to an hour away to go to class, be there for 3-some hours, 45 minutes to an hour back, repeat the next day, and then you got to do it again on Saturday. And also remember that these young people, these 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old kids, even with a hunter education card, they can't go buy a gun. They can't buy ammunition. An adult has to do that for them, and an adult likely has to take them hunting. This leads to the overarching concern here, is we need to make it easy for adults, particularly young working parents, who did not earn their hunter safety card as a young teenager, to now earn their hunter education certificate as an adult. Without these licensed adults acting as hunting partners and mentors, these youngest card holders will likely never hunt, because who's going to take them? So our focus here is for growing the number of licensed active hunters is making hunter education easily accessible to the young working adults that are the parents, siblings, relatives of these younger potential hunters. The hunter education student demographic has changed since 1975. We're no longer talking about just kids. We're increasingly seeing working age adults as a critical student group. Also consider that the learning skills of these older students are different. The attention span and cognitive skills of these older students are far greater than preteen and teenage students. Their knowledge retention is also far greater. These older students, these adults, will become and have become the necessary mentors in the field to take the youngest hunters into the woods and reinforce the principles of the online education program. Without them, Kentucky will not and cannot grow its active licensed hunter population. Moving forward with the online hunter education program, we do want to consider how we can continue to engage our current hunter education instructors who've done yeoman's work as volunteers in the state of Kentucky for nearly 50 years. Our wealth of knowledge about hunting, firearms, bows, crossbows. It's been suggested by Fish and Wildlife that these folks could be engaged to teach half-day and day-long classes, such topics as firearm selection, marksmanship, sighting in your rifle, patterning your shotgun, archery, basics, crossbow, and on and on. These are all great ideas to both integrate our hunter education instructors in more advanced hunter skills training and to keep the newly minted hunter education card holders interested in moving beyond hunter education training and going into the woods, which is where we want them. I firmly support pursuing those principles. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Thank you, sir.
Brent, Colonel Retired Abel, will have to agree with my fellow Colonel there. I just spent a week out in Boise at a National Conservation Organizations conference, and I want to bring back a real big compliment for you guys. First off, for you personally, very professional presentation. You've obviously rehearsed, and I really appreciate the results. But for y'all, people from all over the country, a couple thousand attendees at this conference, and our archery programs and Field of Fork and Hook to Cook and such. You're building a Cadillac program there. I got to see what other people are doing. It makes me feel good. It also makes me proud of the state and proud of what you're doing, and I wanted to give you that compliment.
Thank you.
As far as the course that Scott taught out at Taylorsville Scott Room, I taught the land navigation portion of that, and I'm looking for a curriculum from other states right now because Wildlife Women's asked me to teach that specific fundamental again in July. So there is a need, and I just want the board members to know that that young man is trying to build you a Cadillac program in the advanced courses. There's been enough said about the online and the basics. So thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Abel.
Colonel Abel, I enjoyed your article in the Whitetails magazine.
Thank you.
Hi, I don't think this is working, so I'll just talk loud.
It is.
Plus I have to, is it working?
Yeah, it's recording, and it's broadcasted out across the TV.
How about this? A little bit better? Okay, two things really quick. I just wanted to address a small piece of your question earlier that you asked about tracking, and Brent mentioned our event registration manager. That system that we have built in-house not only tracks who gets their Hunter Ed certification, but also when they go from the Hunter Ed certification to our advanced classes, we can see that connection. So I just wanted to make that, make you aware of that. And as far as the concern about the success of the advanced courses, to repeat what Brent said, our courses are full, and we do have waiting lists when they do fill up every season. I wanted to say that people that attend the classes are traveling long distances to get there. So they're committed, they want these courses. When I host a course in Murray and have participants from Betaville, I know that this is something they want all across the state, and we need to make them more geographically available. I also recently had the turkey mentored hunts, and participants at the turkey mentored hunts were already asking me about deer season. So these adults want more. Again, you'll note that I'm saying adults. So my course, Field of Fork, that I lead in Kentucky, it's focused on adults. And these advanced courses will open up beyond just the adults. Imagine what we can do when we host the family courses and the advanced courses that include the children, what kind of participation and demand we'll start to see. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Becky Wallen, by the way, R3 specialist.
The only comment I'll just share with you, I got one phone call from an individual that was in his mid-40s, and he had asked that they consider moving the date from 1975 because it's no longer kids anymore, and that's the only comment I've received about it.
I got some things to mention. I learned this trait from Harry. I'm going to go ahead and tell you I'm for it. Thank you, Harry, for mentoring me in that. I went to a class, was invited to a class, and as a district commissioner observed a class, and then even commented. But I just did a personal poll of people at that class, and it was very well attended, actually. All of them said advanced training was something they wanted. When I just talked to them in the parking lot. Especially ladies that I talked to are wanting the advanced training on modern sporting rifle, which was incredible to me, but that's fine. So I see that. I'm for the advanced training. If people say that we're not for training, that's not true. We are for advanced training. My orange card situation was a nightmare. I'm just going to tell you, when I went to the whole thing a long time ago, and I did it just so I can hunt WMAs in other states, but it was not good. Let's just put it that way. I ask our conservation officers that I have talked to and their supervisors are for it. They are for this project. That means a lot to me, first of all. We have some HTOs that are stepping out, and some people think they're stepping out because they're against it. My conversation to them personally is they're stepping out because they're older and their health is not good. It's not because, but people, our perception is they're leaving you because they don't like this issue. The ones I talk to, that's not necessarily the case. If we want our children to go through the trainings, as some of our saying, support the camps. We're taking 5,000 kids every summer in camps. And I say that as a original board member who took a camp that had 1,800 people attending it. And this year we registered over 16,000 at that camp already. So if you want the kids to get training and shoot every day and shoot all kinds of stuff all week long, then support our foundation and support our kids going to camp. And they've got a week of being in the woods, a week of shooting all kinds of different weapons and range training. And there you have it. It becomes incredible what happens, especially kids. So do what you can get to get the kids to conservation camp. And I think that's all. I've talked, are some people against it? Of course there are. But the ones I've in my district that I have been able to communicate to has been 5 or 6. So I support this, and I support advanced training.
Thank you, Jess. And a little comment along with yours, and I won't mention specific names because I, again, don't want to embarrass anybody, but there's one particular volunteer I know for sure we're losing. And I was talking with another volunteer about him, and I was like, I hate that he's on his way out. I hate that I am causing him to retire. And she told me, she's like, Brent, you're not.
Exactly.
She said his health has been so bad, he needed an excuse. You've become the villain he needed you to become in order to feel good with retiring. That was her exact words. My goal was not to become a villain. Never was, but yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Any other comments from the audience or for discussion at the table?
Can I say a good thing? I'm Olivia Dingler, R3 coordinator for Fish and Wildlife. As Trent mentioned, I was a hunter ed officer just a year ago before I started the R3 coordinator. This is the strategic plan. I know some of you guys have heard me talk about it. I just like to say a quote from it as well. So has been multiple studies done on hunting and angling participation. So much so Cornell University has completed a study as well. So I quoted it in the plan. So this is what it reads. We have to understand the impacts that societal shifts are having on outdoor recreation and conservation. The traditional avenue for people learning to hunt and fish and participate in other outdoor activities is changing. It is proposed that proportionally more hunting participants are entering the activity through non-traditional pathways. We need to think about what these non-traditional and current participants need in a new world of outdoor recreation. The future of conservation depends on it. I'd like to say personally too, along with Becky's comment, adults too, they're really hungry. They're hungry to know how to use their firearm. I also teach Become an Outdoor Woman classes. I did a basic rifle class. A participant there, she brought in her grandfather's rifle. She had no idea how to operate it. She really wanted to learn too. So she brought it with, and by the end of the class, she knew exactly where the safety was, how to operate it, and to fire it as well. So she walked away from that 3-hour class with more confidence with her grandfather's rifle for her to use in the future as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Olivia.
I'll make a
All right,
motion, we move this to full commission.
We have a motion. Any discussion?
The only thing I would add is we separate the two proposed regulatory changes, making 2 different action items instead of on one vote.
You have to modify your motion.
I will make the motion to take this to full commission and then separate those as two line items, action items. One being the date and the other one being the online course. Is that correct?
Yes, or where it's the
Landowner
exemption, yeah.
Jess made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll make it.
Doug made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it.
All right, I have a couple of quick updates for you guys. With
And
the
your name is Emily?
My name is Emily Hogue. I'm the acting division director for Information Education Division. And with the Information Education Division, we're kind of split into two committees. Education is on this committee. Lots of the information pieces that we're involved with are on the Public Relations Committee. So I just wanted to let you guys know about some great successes that we've had since the last commission meeting. The NAS state tournament was held March 15th and 16th in Louisville, and this was the largest state tournament on record. Many of you all were there, and we really appreciate the support from the commission, as well as I see other faces who were represented in our outdoor fair that we had there this year. That was kind of an inaugural component that Lisa Fry put together. We wanted to kind of show those folks how to take the next step, you know, from using their Genesis bow into how that can translate into getting them outside and other opportunities. So we also had this year the first NASP alumni state shoot. So again, trying to transition those kids from shooting NASP in their school to being involved as an adult. So we had 248 archers compete in that alumni event. So both of those things, the outdoor fair and the alumni shoot, will continue in the future, but for the inaugural component, they were a complete success. So that is also Lisa Fry, as you all probably are aware. She's the NASP state coordinator for Kentucky. She was going to present this information to you, but she is actually in Louisville getting ready for the national tournament. So the national tournament is this weekend. That's 15,000 archers from across the nation, 32 different states. 4,000 of those kids are from Kentucky. So it's 15,000 archers, 2,000 coaches, and 45,000 spectators coming to Louisville for the NASP national tournament. So it's a huge deal. You can just think of the indirect economic impact that NASP is having across the nation, so, and especially in Louisville with this big national tournament. The other thing which Olivia showed you guys, the R3 strategic plan, which is in your packet. We had the second annual R3 summit, which was held out at KSU Research Farm, and for those of you who were able to make it, we thank you. 13 partner groups were represented. We have 21 partners who collaborated on our R3 strategic plan. And out of that meeting, they broke down into the committees and developed action items. So this is the R3 strategic plan is being implemented. I have copies of how they're moving forward with those action items if you all would like to see that. And again, it's an iterative process. So another R3 summit will take place about the same time next year. The committees will work throughout the course of the year. In the R3 summit, they'll get back together and reconvene on the successes and what might need to be modified at the next R3 summit. So also as a result of that, we gained new partners. So we can add new partners to that list of 21. So it's a growing collaborative effort that everyone's trying to get together and make an impact. So that was all I had. Just want to give you those updates. Does anyone have any questions? 31. What did I say? 31. Sorry.
Can we make a video press release of the tournament this weekend?
Yeah.
And send it to all the TV stations and put it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that where your son's going this morning, Kevin?
He's there. Yes, sir.
He's there?
Just because he wants to skip school today, I better shoot good archery.
All right. Well, that was all we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, information item, new regulatory requirements due to House Bill 4. Wait on Karen.
What is that? Can I have a short?
Yes, sir.
privilege? Like, again, I'm not a member of this committee. On the standing orders of the commission, on page 4, at the top of the page, it states, the commission at each regular and special meeting, which will be designated and known as the minutes of the commission. We don't keep minutes at executive sessions. I found this out in January after being on the commission for 2 years. I didn't know there was no record of what went on in the executive session. So I believe that the secretary of the commission should keep records of each executive committee meeting, and because of personnel issues and land acquisitions and things like that, they may not be able to be made public at the time, but there at least needs to be a record of the proceedings that go on at these meetings. And it is indeed a requirement on page 4, 3 and 4 actually starts on page 3. So we can
discuss that.
Your pleasure, we can discuss that at the regular meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Karen, an informational update item on the new regulatory requirements for House Bill 4.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make, this was to make the commission aware of the passage of House Bill 4, and you've got here on the attachment kind of some details of it. Long story short, to pass our regulations and to get them finalized is going to take potentially up to 3 months longer. So House Bill 4, a couple of things that it did is it allows for an additional 30 days for the comment period. So once we file the regulation, around the middle of the month, so say we're in May, so let's say whatever we file in May, so the next month, June, becomes the official comment period. So that right now is a 30-day comment period. That would be extended to a 60-day comment period. And this is not just for our agency. This is all agencies across the state, all regulations. So it'll actually be 60 days. On top of that, as far as after it goes through the regulation review subcommittee, there's another committee that is those regulations are then referred to. Every agency or every regulation, they might get referred to different committees, second committees. Ours typically go to natural resources or tourism, outdoor recreation. Regardless, that period also will have, right now, if they don't meet, it becomes, law after that. However, they will actually have another 60 days to meet beyond that. So, potentially, if they don't meet, it could take, if those committees, those interim joint committees do not meet, then it could take potentially 8 months for a regulation to become effective, if we have comments. So right now, it's 5 months if we receive comments with everything, and it could be 8 months. My point in all of this is, and this is in the last bullet, is to ensure that we want to make sure that we get regulations and things in front of you guys, and we make decision on things well before, much earlier than we are now, for a lot of reasons. The main one being, if we make a change, we want to make sure that those things get in our hunting and fishing guides. And I'll be honest with you, we have struggled with that as of late in the last quite a few years. It seems like every once in a while I go through ups and downs on it, but we want to make sure that all the information gets in our hunting and fishing guide. So I recommend that we really get things to you guys early. We get comments from the public early, and we do things well beyond what's required statutorily by us as far as informing the public of what we're doing. But in all of our efforts of communicating and getting out to the public, I want to make sure we keep this in mind and we really get things out in front of you. It's going to be staff responsibility to get things in front of the commission in plenty of time to make sure that we abide by these rules, which of course we will. but then most importantly, that our public is, hunting and fishing public is aware of what's going on and of any changes that are coming forward. So this is really an informational piece at this time. We are working on some things to put together a schedule for you guys to say, all right, we've been talking about trying to push out, regulations and changes and everything, make sure there's ample time to make everybody aware and communicate things. So this will just help us. We're gonna be putting together a recommendation for when we bring certain regulations to you guys based on when they need to be passed, and formalized, and then in hunting and fishing guide. So at this point, it's just an information item, but we'll have something for you guys in the near future. Yes, sir.
Dr. Carlos.
Karen, on the paper that we have on the third bullet point, it says an emergency regulation will expire 270 days after the date of filing. That means that the emergency regulations on chronic wasting disease will expire before next deer season. So we have a plan in place to
Yes, sir, those have already followed. Our regular regulations on those changes have already followed the emergency regulations and will be in effect. Yes, sir.
I wasn't aware of the regular, that the regular process has been started.
Yes, sir.
And I'll call your attention to section 8 and 9 that says, the commission approves all regulations relating to KRS chapter 150 and 235, and the commission approves the legislative agenda for the department. Standing orders.
Yes, sir.
All right, any comments? Mr. Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Warren. This is like manna from heaven in the eyes of a lot of the sportsmen that I'm communicating with, and the circle of people I communicate with is getting larger. Probably not of my own fault, I don't know why. But I've been on record in giving public comment here after having to send in a letter, and then spoke to the legal folks here and not spoke to y'all. And Dr. Carlos keeps referring to the fact that the power really resides with you gentlemen, and approving things and such for the department. This additional 60 days, I would ask, I would go further, I would implore you to do like Brent was talking about earlier in his education piece, where he's talking about how people want the safety, security, and convenience of online study and online communication from their desk at home or wherever they're at. We have only 3 methods of public comment. Be here today, get off at 8:30, take a day off of work to get here. Some of y'all had to take a day off of work to get here. There's not that many folks that could do it. Most of us are older, retired, or have an opportunity. Then you come to the commission to provide public comment. Then it goes downtown to the LRC, and then the only other public comment you could do is after it gets there. Well, we went down there 4 Tuesdays ago just to hear the chairman of that committee, Representative Westhouse, said the only thing that they can decide upon is whether a bill is deficient, whether it lacks something, or whether a KAR lacks something. So there's really not, even though we had a huge amount of testimony going down there in the last couple of trips down there, there's really not a lot they can legally or regulatorily do. So really, there's 3 places for public comment. Take a day off work and show up here, take a day off work and show up at the commission, or write in and ask that your public comment be put on the record, but that's after that KAR has already gone downtown. And you could also write in by hand and ask that it be, that your written statement, you don't have to show up for that. Almost every other state that I hunt in, and there's a lot of them, especially now that I have time, gives us the opportunity for online public comment. I couldn't say it any better than Brent did in his education piece on how important that's become in this day and age. But I will harken back to a former president of LKS, who I had the pleasure of listening to at their meeting. He said, y'all all remember the Sears catalog because you're really old. He said, well, nobody shops at Sears anymore and it's gone out of business. He said, this day and age, everybody wants Amazon. So, I think it better informs the decision of the commission the more input you can get. And if this is an opportunity, since we're lengthening the public comment period, we're doubling it almost, to use those simple online surveys to better inform your decisions. If we can say 57% of the people want the crossbow reg, then, we don't have an argument. 57% of sportsmen want it, 43 can, swallow it and move on with your brothers and sisters. And I think that that's an important piece to get to. improving and expanding our public comment, and HB4 is really manna from heaven, in my opinion, for the sportsman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
You're really gonna like the PR committee coming
Yeah.
up, because
Yeah.
we're
So-
addressing almost all of those.
And I have to say, I agree, well, and really honestly, this 60 days, really what I would like to do as far as, and what we have done, by the way, we did a public survey, we've done surveys before, especially on issues that we, aren't necessarily just truly biological, rather there's more of the social side of it. Those are the ones that truly we want to get that kind of public input, and we are going to be doing more of that. We did that with archery crossbow. We also did with some of the deer season changes and everything. We've done it with waterfowl before. We've done that with a lot of things, but I would suggest that we do all those things prior to the 60-day comment period, before you guys vote on anything, to actually even then file the regulation. And then the 60 days even provides more opportunity. But as you mentioned, Mike, that once that's already been filed, really the decision is already left here and has already gone downtown. So I think we need to take more time on the front end to ensure that on especially contentious issues or more social issues, that we put that information out there. And you'll see some things, as you mentioned, a PR committee, but also in the wildlife and fisheries, where you're gonna see that, where we ask for that public input and public surveys. So I agree that we need to have more of that opportunity for folks that can't be here. We now have these online where people can come back and watch them, but again, being able to provide that input, I think surveys are a good way to do that. Although not always scientifically valid, depending on how we do them, or statistically valid, I should say, sorry, but I still think very valuable, so. Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
But it so improves the relationship between my brother and sister hunters in this outfit right here. If they just think their voice was heard and they had an opportunity to speak on the subject, it reduces the turbulence and the angst, and then we can all start working better together moving forward. I really think that communication piece in life is really.
It's
I'll shut up
valuable
now,
for, no,
but-
I agree, it's valuable for them, but it's also really valuable for the agency. Because we get that information such a different way now, and people aren't going to meetings as much and everything, even though that's very important, we continue to do that and always will. I think, it's important for the agency to be able to hear from a larger number than what we can at those meetings, so.
People said amen.
On the other side of that, I would like to make one comment. Today's online and people making comments from home, from their computer, and their chain of all their friends that have their like thinking, and we can skew what we get thrown at us. That is the opinion of a lot of people when it's actually not that many in the course. So we're gonna have to be able to manage that. Everyone should be able to have their voice at this committee and commission, and have their voice heard and have their opinions noted duly, but I see a lot of the other coming at us too, so we're gonna have to be a little bit careful in just taking the results of an online poll and taking that as the gospel as well. A person that's willing to come here or defend their position in person is dead serious and wants his comments heard and believes in what he does. He's not chaining on with his friends about something a little bit. So we need both, and I agree with that. But let's not just say that's the fix-all of all of it.
And I'm glad you brought that up, being a scientist, that it's very, and statistics very important to what I do and how we think about things. We have the online surveys, but then, and we'll ask Brian maybe to speak to this at a later date, but then we also have the surveys that are statistically valid, where we poll, send out random samples to different, and those are very important too. On issues especially that are contentious, we try to double up on those types of things. We offer 2 different opportunities: provide comment online, and we just have a way that people can comment and send us comments, or take an online poll. But then we also have those statistically valid surveys as well that are extremely important information for you guys. So I think it's both. There's not just one answer. I think we have different options and different ways to reach folks, and I think we should take all of them.
What we need is the true feeling of our sportsmen.
Yes.
The true feeling. And if we have that, then we can make real decisions that will help our
speak to the importance of what you guys do and how you guys reach out to your constituents and in your districts. I think it's great, the different ways that I've heard that you guys are wanting to do things and already are doing things and trying to get the input. That's why this system is so great, is the commission members that we have sitting around this table and their ability to get out and talk to their districts. And I think some of the ideas I've heard from each of these members over the last several months, it's very exciting to be part of some of these things that you guys are doing coming up. So.
All right, thank you, Karen. The next item is new business. I assume there's some packets being provided to us on review for special commission permits.
This is me as well.
Okay.
So,
Welcome back, Karen.
yeah, I'm back into so there's a couple of things with this. This is under new business. There's not an attachment or anything. Right now, the attorneys have been looking over the applications, and they are actually putting everything together for you guys. You'll be receiving the applicants here within the next week or so. All the applications will be sent to you. Also, the attorneys are putting together a table for you, and I think in your packet, on the left-hand side, I'm hoping you have in there something associated with the special commission code. It's just a one page. Yes, and then you have the, good, very wonderful, and then you have the regulation associated with that. And I don't have it in this one, so I'll just play it by ear. I don't have a copy for myself. It's terrible. That's all right.
Which one is it?
Yeah.
No, you have
I'm
the
sorry, yes.
packets
The
laying over
deadline
there.
was May 1st, so the deadline has passed. Now, the attorneys are putting together the packet of all of those that comply with the regulations. Thank you, ma'am. And you guys will be receiving those within the next week or so. Specifically, what they're going to be doing is trying to put together a table for you that kind of lets you know each of those applications, how they, whether or not they met those certain requirements and everything that you'll see in subsection 9 of KR 3100. If you'll look at that, it's halfway down that page where it says the department shall provide the Fish and Wildlife Commission with information concerning each applicant's relative standing with regard to content and quality of submitted application materials. Essentially, are those did they qualify? Were those applications complete? Those types of things. Past compliance, if they received tags. Ability to generate funds, which you'll see that's part of their packet, but we're going to pull that out. Those applications are very detailed, so we're trying to pull out some of these specific things for you. And then the proposed conservation project's potential for enhancing fish and wildlife habitats, recreation, education, those types of things as well. So you'll be receiving that in the near future. Also in June, what we will be bringing to you guys is in response to the audit comments. We're going to be bringing you guys some proposed changes to those regulations that you see, the regulation attached to that document as well for you guys to review. So we'll be bringing those recommendations to you in June as well. The attorneys are going over those as well.
Okay.
Good. But you should be receiving those in about a week, the packets, along with the detailed information from the attorneys.
Wouldn't it be simpler just to send us the ones that actually qualify?
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
And
That-
then send us a list of the people that applied that didn't
Yes.
qualify?
Yes, sir, we will do that. We will do that, but then also, of those that did qualify, we're gonna send that table that breaks out that specific information. Yes, sir, I should have been more clear.
So legal is going to do the vetting process?
Legal is responsible for doing the vetting process, not the commission members. So that is something that legal will do, is determine if they qualify and they met all the legal requirements of the regulation.
Okay.
Then of those that did qualify, you'll receive a list and a table that kind of breaks down, you know, how much they expect to raise, how
There
much
should be
the
an
project
issue of
is.
us awarding a permit to somebody that did not do the application
No.
process correctly.
You will, correct, you will only
Okay.
receive a list of those that qualify.
That was actually done last year too. Amber reviewed all the ones, told us which ones were
That's right.
acceptable.
This is not new, we have always done that for the commission. It is the agency's responsibility.
And we as a commission can rely on what legal does.
Yes, sir.
To meet those standards without any hesitation.
Yes, sir. Again, it's the agency staff responsibility.
I would give one cautionary caveat. It's far be it for me to give someone who's Esquire behind their name any advice, okay? But those applications are not always 100% truthful. And I've got some people that have asked me to speak on this today who are really upset about it and have gone the nth degree to research this. Some of those folks let their 501c3 status lapse and haven't had status for a year or two, even though they were incorporated in their bylaws say that's what they are. So I highly recommend when the lawyers vet it, so these gentlemen don't make a mistake unbeknownst to them, check the IRS website for the ones you say, because there's one that got one last year who hasn't had his C3 status in 2 years.
Yes, sir, we've done just that, gone to the IRS page. To
Okay,
make sure
great.
they're currently public charity, PC qualified.
Right.
So, subject to the IRS's annual reporting. We're trying to do the best we can.
Okay, super.
Yes, sir.
Can we add that as a checkbox on
Yes.
the
Yep, we can definitely.
confirmed?
All right, any other comments? I have one item for new business, and I don't know if it should be brought up in admin or wildlife, or fisheries, I'm sorry. Boat ramp repair on some of the lakes in the 7th District. A lot of complaints in the winter months about access on boat ramps and boat ramp repair and trying to get access into the lake, especially on Dewey. So I don't know if we want to bring it up in admin or fisheries.
Let's discuss it again in fisheries, if that's okay, so that we can make sure I get a little bit of time to get the staff here that need to on boat ramps, so they can hear that, and we can come up with something. It'll give me a few minutes to get them here.
Okay. Anyone else have any other comments? Adjourn. Take a 10-minute break.
Motion to adjourn.
10-minute break.
Second.
Come back.
All in
All
favor?
right, let's try
That's
to
the
be
way you
back
gotta do
in
it.
10 minutes, please. Thank you.
I was like, it's done. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Good gravy. I like gravy. It is good. Have you ever had chocolate? Right.
You know, I gotta play this kind
Some of you might have to do next week.
Well, different. I'll respect it when you come in here. If it's recording, we can hear you. That was a great good show. I mean, you gotta celebrate that. Yeah. You would think so.
That'd be a nice one to finish up with. And it's not included in my list. There are certainly great opportunities.
That'd be another chance to put that in front and say, I was here last year. But see, we're working with that, we're towards red. We're starting to convert after
I'm somewhere between Great Falls and you.
For a while.
If you're gonna fix boat ramps, don't forget about the Agative. We got a bunch of them agreeing together.
So I was working on the
I talked to the guy.
Oh, really?
Well, I have personally, but one of the gentlemen was very, very angry, just saw a bunch of emails and told me he was gonna do it, courtesy copy me. He's a dear friend of mine, came up here and was angry about that Cleaver, he kept calling it Keeper. It's kind of funny, but came up here about the Cleaver WMA theater. Lisa showed him the receipts, and he was happy to clam them back to his 2,000 members and said, hey, they're doing it right. And so I think if the electrons and the positive, negative poles are equal, sure we didn't have it.
If we could get to be
And it ain't just in one area, brother.
But here's what I would implore you.
He called me and told me.
So that's his prerogative as the guy in the meeting.
It's a good idea.
What is called? Well, it's called something. More better to you. For what allocation? What cuts off that communication line?
See, you and Larry then had a conversation. That's what, here's my point, and here's what I would try to, here's what I would implore you to do. There's no dialogue. He is not a spokesperson. You guys asked me in my interview what I would do with Strader Faction. I said I would communicate proactively and often, because I want him to put my message out, not the rumors, not the rumor.
He was here present. He's like the big storm in my presence. My wife's like, you're gonna do okay. I think you'll be all right. Now listen to you today, I think you're gonna be okay with that.
That was a
And then that, on Sunday night, he absolutely threw the entire commission under the bus. But what cuts off communication, Mike, and you better know that, what cuts off communication is somebody making deceptive or improper statements, and then I don't want to talk anymore.
Right, I hear you.
If you're gonna allow it.
So I hear what you're saying, and what I often well, I've also tried to help out the commission, because I've had people contact me from different organizations saying, well, I've never talked to my commissioner. I called that commissioner, this is a district function, we said, okay, I've never talked to her. You won't answer my call. 7 minutes later, the commissioner called her. I called her and said, hey, you're full of
I can tell you, I have been on now almost 3 years. I have not yet.
And I mean this sincerely, bless your heart, but I'm telling you, the last time Jim Strader was in, Charles Invite was 3 years. That communication with his voice in the public. The reason there's some of these shows he's asked me to be on, I will not be on, because I do not agree with your kids. There's things, I love him to death. But you know what? He's the biggest voice in the state for sports. And he's got that platform. Why not reach out and prevent it?
I can't imagine a spirit or
We're up next, aren't we?
We're up. I'm one of those. That's why I said,
It'll be more fun.
We got a lot of good stuff.
that fell under admin.
To the point of
You what?
That's your admin. I'm not
I'll tell you what I'm already
about.
Have you ever heard of
I'm a protege of Ronnie Thomas. And shot at your all's playing man, I don't know how many thousands around. I'm just thankful. This is your dad. Boy Scout. But I was introduced to the old one had the grandstand.
I was the real old one.
But even before that,
Well, I sat on a rubber tire that was mounted, had some cement and a hand thrower was mounted to it. I pulled that back with my brother and my father shot over my shoulder. That was the original.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
But yeah, you're the one that was behind the plant.
Yes.
Was the
I'm
brand.
not at that one as much. Occasionally, I mean.
It does it before, 2 days before it goes to
On a regular basis, I was, I think,
legislative.
John Carter. Right, so we very
good. They didn't call me and ask me.
No, I don't know. It's really my father that deserves the thanks. I'm not actually, I'm saying, I don't know if somebody does involved in sporting radio.
But did he ask for confirmation? Did he mention any of us?
Well, that was actually that's a good point, but he built it.
If he'd have come and said, no, sir, you pay for the polygraph operator to come down here and look in, and I'll tell you, we can have a civic meeting. But he said, it's so frustrating because I'm a good person. I shall say,
and then it's just through where
we
were always going out
I have been on
fishing with the
police
boys
personnel. I've had a bunch of civic drivers, no military experience, but I've worked with here. Well,
yeah, I was on this committee for 4 years.
I tried to get everything.
Thank you all. Look forward to thank you.
Army and
That's right.
Oh, there they are. Thank you, Ralph. Let me ask you, thank your wife. Did she make it to that?
That young man from Larry Rich called him. And they came to a conclusion and had a discussion, and now Brian understands. Now, I don't know what they talked about.
And they're good.
Larry sent me a text and said, hey, young man Fisher was second. I know, they're good.
Well, I'm a cashier.
Great dialogue. Sent me straight on. Baron Donuts. That right there prevents those conversations where you call guys and say, hey, I appreciate that. And I need to know something if you know that. Okay. So,
Kevin, how much time have they had? How much time have they had?
9 minutes and 42 seconds.
It's time to get them. Come on.
150.177. And that's his interpretation. Well, I mean, but there it is. Here's what's going on.
Yes, sir, Mr. Richards.
That'd be all right, Paul. Ready to roll?
Excuse me, guys. Get in here.
Ding, ding.
Tell, hey, Brian Clark. Tell Brian just come on up here. Come on up and sit in my chair. Where's Paul?
I have not touched it.
Get our app people up here.
Make it go a little smoother.
Oh, may drift, may not be here, I'm not sure.
You're busiest during the
Here, Ralph. Jeff, you want me to just talk from here when we get to me?
Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead and be here.
Didn't know if it needed to be from the hot seat or not.
Move all my stuff away.
It's fine.
Anybody wants to take any notes?
Man, you were burning up my email too.
Hey, Mike, can I just have a copy for the folder?
Shut it down, didn't I? Just shut it down.
I feel real
Here, you can have my copy. I don't need any.
If I get to ask them,
Look at this.
You'll have to look. So one time we had a lady passed away.
There's a revised copy, slightly revised copy from yesterday. I'm gonna go ahead
Hey,
and
Kevin, flick the lights on and off. Tell the movie's getting ready to start.
They pay $100 people to donate. They do something.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, they were paying to get you to do that.
Yes. So we ended up
You
raising
need a hammer?
$100 I had UK. Thank you, baby.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Thank you. That's a
We're going to start the PR committee.
So I can have fun with it.
Good. Thanks and welcome. I call us to order. I'm Jeff Eaton, the chairman, and we have Brian Fisher, Ralph Swallows, and then we have Kevin Bond, who are part of this committee. And no action to be taken. There's no old business. This is all informative. And before I go any further, I want to bless Colonel Gibson and also Major Carrier and Major Estes. Yesterday we honored the conservation officers that are fallen in the line of duty, and they did a beautiful job of putting all that together. Rodney Milburn, who is the head of that association as well. So I just want to give a plug to them and tell them what a great job they did. Shane, you're back there. Thanks for your help and your work, and professionally done and great quality. So to that. And so beginning, Mr. Brian Blank, we're at your disposal.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Eaton, if you will indulge me, there's a couple people in the room that I would like to recognize. Some alumni of the commission, as a matter of fact. So I'd like to recognize former 3rd District Commission member Stuart Ray. Stuart, thanks for coming and being here. And Chairman, former Chairman. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. And Gary Green from the 8th District. Thank you for being here. Supporting us over the years. Just some quick reminder for everybody. Our elk draw unveiling event will be May 18th in Prestonsburg, Kentucky. So anybody that can attend that, come on down. And then the last part before we jump into the meat of the meeting is in the district commission members packets, and for anybody in the audience, we have our high school team challenge shooting event coming up. So if you have high school shooters that are interested in participating, we've got information on that, and there's a challenge amongst each one of the district commission members to put teams in this and see which district can do the best. And
one other point, and to beat Kenny Knott in his district. That's the sub point of the challenge.
Well, and we appreciate that. Appreciate that, Chairman. I was going to thank Commissioner Knott for helping put that together, but you took a different slant on it in terms of the challenge. So thank you. He's worked hard.
Yes, he has.
All right. Our first item to update is our digital, what we're calling our digital transformation effort. And today, just so everyone knows the order of things, I'll be covering the digital transformation update, the elk hunt draw application expansion discussion. Brian Moore, Laura Burford, Leah Godlowski, and I see Sonny is here also. We'll do the Kentucky Wild update. And I have to apologize to Leah because I've never pronounced her name correctly ever, even though she's such a valuable employee of mine. So, Leah, for everybody's good, how's your name supposed to be pronounced so they can hear it correctly?
Just the way it's spelled.
Gidlaski. Okay, I'll keep working on that, I promise. Also, the public communications and transparency and the convergence part, or as Jeff refers to it, the convergence team. Brian Clark will take that, and then Paul Wilkes has got a real fun part that I think you guys are all going to enjoy. And they've been working hard on a new fishing app that they're about to launch. They've got a couple things to work out on that, and we're going to have some fun and let you guys see what that's all about. Okay, so to jump into the digital transformation update, just for background purpose, this discussion is to build an electronic and business solutions with a mobile-first, digital space dominant solution to customer management. So what's that mean? That means license-related products, harvest reporting, vessel registration, customer service center, working and transferring information to and from our agents, financial reporting, law enforcement, fulfillment, state entity coordination, marketing, disaster recovery, project planning. Most of you hopefully are familiar with My Profile, which is already on our current website, and we've tried to build that to be like an Amazon account for each individual sportsman and sportswoman. IVR Telecheck, Hard Card, which is one of the things we're really excited about as we move forward in enhancing our customers' experience. A gift card program, a true gift card program, where right now we have a gift certificate opportunity. Customer mobile app, and you're going to see part of one of those this morning. Being able to process donations. Kentucky Wild, which you're going to find out a little, or you're going to get an update on that a little later on in our presentation. Federal duck stamps. We've never had the ability to sell federal duck stamps through our license portal, so that's something that we're gonna work on. Auto renew. This is critical in terms of convenience and enhancing the customer's experience, and just basically cutting down on opportunities where people who really want to go have forgotten to get their license, so it's an automatic reminder. I've been a member of AAA for I don't know how many years, and I don't ever remember, other than every 5 or 6 years, updating the credit card information. It just automatically signs everybody up. So that's our goal with our licensing system. Data reporting dashboard. So what we've done, we also have had input from some of you in this room and from some of our constituents and our stakeholders. License activity packages where you could do a one-click purchase. I'm a resident hunter and I want to deer hunt in Kentucky. You could push one button, and depending on the information you provided, that will the specific license and permits you would be required to have would automatically pre-populate, and you can make a purchase with one click. The donation roundup purchase is one that we're exploring with the new system that we want to deploy. There's some co-op opportunities with marketing solutions, and then refer a friend incentives with the new system. So those are the items, or the features and benefits that we've highlighted and we've gotten input on. We want to make sure the new system incorporates these items that we've listed. We're also going to give an opportunity for the PR committee and the other members, district commission members, and anybody in this room or anybody in our publics, about 7 to 10 more days. If there's something that they see on another state site, or there's something that enhances their experience when they do business with somebody else that they want us to take a look at, we want that input, and we want to add that to the list as we work through this process. So far, we've held 2 informational meetings with outside vendors to better understand the current trends and potential features and benefits of enhancing our customers' experience through this electronic, digital, and business solution. One of the vendors was not a current state contracted vendor. The other vendor was a current state contracted vendor. Of course, prior to doing this, we worked with our procurement folks, we worked with legal, and we got recommendations on the process on how to do this correctly, because we didn't want to obviously not follow the policies and procedures, and it could come back on anybody here, but we also didn't want to eliminate a potential provider of the service or someone who we might potentially contract with. So we wanted to protect everybody involved, and we wanted to respect the integrity of the procurement process, and we made sure we followed that, and we will continue to do that. So, what's the next steps? After careful consideration, with an emphasis upon meeting the needs of the agency to deliver the enhanced customer experience, it's been determined that the most appropriate route to move this effort forward is to seek a request for proposal, or an RFP. More details on the specifics of the RFP process will be explained by the staff at the June commission meeting. And I apologize up front that we weren't able to do that here today, but because of the way the information flowed and to follow the processes, we were just able to determine within the last 48 hours that we could and we would, in fact, pursue an RFP, and putting that out there. So a lot of material went through quickly. Is there any questions?
Sure. Again, I'm not on this committee. You mentioned donations. Who are those donations to?
If someone would like to donate to the agency for one of the programs that we have.
So they can, somebody can make a donation to the Fish and Wildlife Agency without going through the foundation?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to make that clear, since that was something we've been criticized for, being separate from the foundation. Are you talking to Florida's vendors?
Evan? Are we allowed to say a vendor that we're
okay.
talking to?
Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll just say, I really like the Florida system. They send me when my turkey tag expires, they send me an email that says, your turkey tag expires tomorrow. And they send me updates from what happened at every Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting, just because I have a hunting and fishing license. And they have a hard card available if you want it.
Yeah, I got a question on that.
Thank
as
you.
far as on email addresses we collecting, do we have any information on what percentage of email addresses we have for license holders?
It depends on the specific license group, but it's between 20 and 30% usually for a particular license group. So deer hunting privilege holders, we may have, because we have seniors and disabled folks, it may be a little lower, we might have 20%. Folks that have purchased, the elk hunt or applied for the elk hunt drawing, much higher, so we might have 90% good addresses. So it just depends on the particular segment, but on average it's around a quarter to 30%.
What about
We're enhancing that now that our systems, both at the retail vendor and what we have online ourselves, for the online purchases, are the same platform. We're going to be increasing the ask of our licensed vendors out in the field to collect that information for us.
Okay, what about are there any FCC rules that prevent us from sending emails out to the general public for like emergencies, like say they found CWD or something like that, where they don't have to opt in to it before we send a message out?
The system we have currently, we do provide an initial contact to them if they want to opt out at any time, but from that first contact they may. And so no, we're currently in compliance of the CAN spam, those requirements, and we allow opt out at any time.
Okay.
I will say, just to comment on emails, and we're going to give you a little more information on how we're utilizing eBlast now. We, about 2-3 years ago, as an entire agency, when we interact with folks and collect information, whether they're purchasing a license or joining Kentucky Wild, sign up for a quota hunt, we've always given them the option of entering their phone number or giving us their email address. Now, it's primarily in case something goes wrong with that particular transaction that we can get a hold of them immediately. But what we're trying to do is, and we've emphasized this, and we've really changed the culture, we're emphasizing getting that email address to us, because we know that has a quantitative value to us. And that's one of the other exercises we're going through now is what is the quantitative value of us obtaining an email address and hopefully eventually an email address from a deer hunter versus a Kentucky Wild member or an angler. So the more data that we can and customer habit type information that we can collect, the more intelligent we'll be at targeting our campaigns and having good conversion rates.
Yeah, and I would say kind of what Harry was hitting on is not just use it for a monetary standpoint and trying to track how many email blasts are going to lead to conversions of license sales, but also communication or educational. The fact that we have these public forums and we can get those messages out through to those people in those districts. CWD information, season regulations. I mean, there's a lot of other uses we could use those email blasts to get the message out, the commission meeting minutes and what the agenda items that are going to be on it ahead of time. So I think if we could get them to where they're putting those email addresses, I think one, it will solve, it would help increase revenue obviously, but as far as communication and education, that's also critical to what we're trying to accomplish.
And we agree 100%, and we love when you guys make suggestions on things we've already got in the queue. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons of how you arrived here is our direct mail campaign down in your district to get people to show up for the nomination process, and that's why we had the turnout that we had. Yeah, one of the things that we've done a lot better, especially since Rich has come on board, is the collaboration between information and education. So, the PR folks, our marketing folks, and the communications folks, we're really pulling the cart now in the same direction at the same time, better than in the history that I've been here for 9.5 years. So, but yeah, we definitely see the value in that, and it's part of what Mike was talking about earlier in terms of connectivity to our audience, and it's two-way. We was in a meeting yesterday. I was teaching somebody who was about my age or a little older, and we were talking about the good old days in marketing where it was just print, radio, and TV, and boy, what we thought life was complicated then compared to nowadays. So, any other questions on our digital transformation project?
I think to Dr. Carlos's point, I might circle back and also say, I believe we're still currently allowed to notify all potential vendors that we would be aware of. Of course, it's also going to be posted out on the procurement website for the state, so any vendor who would meet the requirements could offer a proposal on the licensing and multi-platform or multi-phased digital transformation approach.
And we're looking at a number of states. We're looking at a number of states in terms of how they're doing what they're doing and what they're able to deliver. So yeah.
Do we have any idea how long that process will take? Once we zero in on the RFP, say we decide on a vendor, how long before we can be operational? And this is an urgent issue.
It is. It usually, and somebody else correct me if I'm wrong, but other states' experiences have been in the 8 to 9, typically in the 8 to 9 month range. Could be a little bit shorter, could be a little bit longer, depending on the exact needs that we specify in the RFP. And
okay, so it's a little optimistic to think we could be doing this in January of 2020.
Yes, because we still have
2020.
It would be. If it was awarded now, possibly, but we still have to go through the whole process and specifying exactly what we need, and we are working on that list of asks to include the requireds and then the desirables, and then even the requirements.
May I give Ralph some of the steps that I know?
Yes.
It depends if we're in contract or not with them already, and then it's got to go to Commonwealth of Technology, and they will have to look at it and see what is allowable, and then it comes back to us. So those are the next steps.
Okay. Our IT folks and our finance folks are saying probably count on about a year.
All right.
That's what I was going to say, is we're about a year out going through this RFP process. But it gives us the opportunity to make sure we get the best product
Right.
going forward, and that certainly will
Okay.
Good questions. Mr. Chairman, can we go
Yes.
to the next? Okay,
Move
thank you.
along. We follow you.
All right, thank you. Okay, as we talk about our elk hunt draw application expansion, as most people in the room know, currently you can apply for our elk hunt each year starting in January 1st of the year that we operate the hunt. And then we conclude accepting applications at midnight of April 30th. So the discussion has been brought forward to the group in terms of expanding the opportunities and lengthening the application time period. So again, for background for everyone in the room, our elk hunt drawing structure that we're talking about here today is the randomized drawing for all general permits that we award for our elk. In 2019, we awarded 594 permits, or 594 permits were available. And just as a reminder, 90% are dedicated to residents, and a maximum of 10% are drawn for non-residents. We did expand thanks to Commissioner Bond's efforts last year. We expanded to 25 youth-only permits. The other nuance that we delivered to our customers this year is prior to this application draw period, you can only apply at fw.ky.gov. You can only apply online. And with our folks in IT and the hard work that they did, we now had the ability this year for the first time to where you could go to your local bait and tackle shop and put in for the elk draw. And again, as we go through the participation numbers, please pay attention to the difference between applicants and applications, because I get those confused sometimes. Since the inception of our first elk hunt in 2001, we've had 179,000 unique applicants apply. 39,163 applicants in 2019 participated, and it's the third highest we've ever had. So those are applicants. In terms of applications, just to give you a history and the trend, we've been on a run of improving our numbers and setting records. In 2016, we had 75,129 applications. In 2017, we had 77,155. And in 2018, we had 79,767. We made a change where in 2017 and 2008, we had 4 potential permits that you could apply for. There was firearm bull, firearm cow, archery bull, and archery cow. We switched to a take your pick, as we titled it, where we went to 3 potential permits. So one of the neat things about this year's opportunity was if you are if you draw the archery tag, when you were afield or in the woods hunting, you could literally decide if you wanted to harvest the bull or harvest the cow. So from a marketing and sales standpoint, we were very concerned because we went from 4 potential permits that we were selling to 3. So we were looking at removing 25% of our potential inventory to sell. But with additional marketing efforts and with a good system that held up and didn't crash the last 2 days, we were able to sell 80,184 applications in 2019, which kept us on our run of setting record applications. And I must say, at $10 a throw, that money goes right back into the resource. So our elk draw generated over $800,000 this year that will go back into the help manage. Just a couple of quick updates. Commissioner Fisher mentioned the e-blast and some of the questions. Brian Clark did a great job on the last 2 days of the draw. We sent e-blast out to 660,486 folks that were in our database. I'm happy to report that the last 2 days we sold 27,000 applications in 2 days. which blew away all the numbers we had ever done. And as consumers, you know, we talk about people's time and their limited recreational time, and in terms of the demands of trying to get from work to hunter education class. People put off into the very last minute to spend their money and participate in the elk draw. So fortunately, our system held up, and we processed 27,000 applications the last 2 days.
And that's to your point also, I'll just add in that in our previous surveys of applicants and hunters, a lot of people, a primary reason they don't apply is they forget. And so that those reminders, those emails really do make a difference for a lot of applicants. And that's why the suggestion has been made from multiple sportsmen and commission members and others about expanding the window of application instead of potentially just keeping it at January through April,
Right.
or December through April, expanding it to a longer season so people, as they think of it or they see it in the media or whatever, hunt results or whatever they happen to see, they can apply then if it's practicable for us to do that.
Yes, thank you. I'm not good. Did you have a question, Ron?
Well, I mean, I agree 100% with that, and I don't know why that couldn't be part of one of the license options you have year-round. When you go on, right now, I could go on and buy my license for the rest of the year. Why would I not be able to apply for the next elk tag now?
And one consideration which we're looking into is confusion. Is, okay, am I applying for this year's permit or next year's permit? So it's something we'd have to address to make sure it's very clear.
Yeah.
We don't want to confuse the potential applicant, but yeah, we hear what you're saying.
Seems to me to be a simple fix, very quickly. And you could say 20.
And that's one of the things we're going to want your input on here today, and we're going to review, after I make one more point on this slide, we're going to review that the last time we surveyed our elk applicants was in 2014, and before we make a determination on this, we would like to be able to factor in from our elk applicants their feelings, willingness to pay, and when they think are the best times to
Sure.
apply.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna talk to you all about that here in the next slide. I did want to point out that one of the things that we were able to do also is, because we know people put off until the last second. On Tuesday, April 30th, we invested in some live radio over on the Louisville ESPN radio stations, and they do it from the backstretch of Churchill Downs. So their numbers are higher, their listeners are increased. Championship week, when Louisville and UK are usually playing basketball, that's a very high week. And then the backstretch of Churchill Downs the week leading up to Derby. So we try to take advantage of that. So we had a take your pick, register to win sweepstakes that ran through the application period. And because we had a new twist of you could take your pick in the woods of whether you want to harvest a bull or a cow with the bow, we did a register to win contest using our new sponsorship program that has been laid out. And we gave away, through sponsorship, the opportunity for someone to take their pick if they won the contest of either a crossbow or a compound bow. So we were trying to get that concept across, and I'm happy to report, and our sponsor really loved it, we had 5,880 applicants that came in, gave us their name, gave us their address, gave us their email address, and so we'll cross that information with our current database and see if we already have those folks in our database or if they're new. And of course, the sponsor really liked the results of that and was very pleased. All right, so in terms of the email piece, we use a third party called GovDelivery. And I think, Brian, you're going to talk about that in a little more detail. Do you want to do it later?
I'm just going to touch on it, but yes, you can go ahead and just gloss over it if you
okay.
want to touch on it.
Yeah, I'll go through that. All right. So what's our next steps, Ralph, we're talking about? All right. So what I'm going to do is, because I know you guys get bombarded with all kinds of paper at these things, with your permission, I'd like to email out to you the 2014 survey that we produced. And I would like you all to take a look at that. And then any additional questions or suggested topics you would like us to survey the applicants on, we can. We've had discussions with our wildlife team, and Gabe has some particular questions that he wants to survey the applicants on, and obviously marketing and public relations and communications, we have some specifics. So we'll send that survey, the 2014 survey, out to you all to use as a reference. And then based on your feedback, we will incorporate that with what we're working on to build our 2019 survey. And the options that we're looking at and currently discussing are a July 1st start with an April 30th end of the application process, or maybe if we want to refer to it as option B, an August 1st start with an April 30th end, or option C, September 1st start, April 30th end, or D could be keep the same, which is currently a January 1st start and an April 30th end. And before I move on, are there any questions about this framework here that we're talking about?
Explain, Brian, why May in June are not listed up there.
Okay. We felt in our discussions internally and talking to some of our stakeholders that with the draw ending April 30th and then the unveiling event being mid-May, that we needed that rest period in May and June so that the excitement of having put in for the draw and then the realization of who was drawn, we would be able to have our customers digest. So May and June would be a rest period, and everybody would be able to say, okay, I didn't get in this time. And then July 1st is one of the potential starts, because socially there's activities that start kicking in with sportsmen and sportswomen where discussions about elk opportunities may be coming up, and we felt like they would have an opportunity to participate. The August piece, whether it's the A option or the B option as we're referring to it, August is a big time. People are running their kids back to band, soccer practice, football, state fair. We interact with a lot of people at state fair. We would love to have the opportunity at the state fair when they're doing other purchases and interacting with us to be able to get them included in the elk draw. Obviously, the momentum of September, the start of a lot of our hunting seasons and the excitement that goes with that. And we just felt like as we worked through this process, we needed 60 days for just the mentality of our consumers to shut it down and then maybe kick it back up again. Karen?
I think there's also a concern maybe with confusion as to which draw they're putting in for during that period as well, right?
That's a key point. And then IT needs to be able to reboot things.
How do those dates, July, August, and September, coincide with regular license sales? If you think about it, I mean, if you look at the peak times of the year, where are they?
March, April, and May drives the machine. Okay, so we're very heavily front-end loaded with March, April, and May. Now, with this weather trend that we're in now with rain, we proved last year in the summer through an email campaign in Father's Day and July 4th, we generated another $238,000 in fishing license sales that we normally don't recoup that time of the year. Our anglers' mentality in the past have been, if they don't purchase by the end of May, we're not going to get them. A lot of us in this room are enthusiasts, and we buy our license every year, and we make plans to go when there's still snow on the ground. But the majority of our customers are not like that. They're what we like to refer in the marketing division as trunk slammers. They might throw a rod or a reel in the back of their trunk, and if Kevin, their coworker, doesn't invite them to his place to go fishing on his pond, or Brian doesn't say, hey, the crappie are biting, why don't you go with me in the boat this weekend? They won't go. So we have to get out there and remind them and to that, hey, go do this. The Finns Lakes that Ron Brooks people have built have been a tremendous tool that's helped us deal with some of those drop-offs.
We also do have another peak in the fall with the fall seasons.
I was gonna
hunting
say
Yeah.
the fall season was what I was thinking, that it would be.
Yeah, our
a
second
lot of
peak
sales
would
driven
be,
at that point.
yep, our second peak would be September. It starts ramping back up, and then October, and then November is obviously really big. You know, we always pray for a nice, strong cold front the first weekend of October, the last weekend of September, because it's amazing how that triggers people to think about hunting.
So, all right, so this would be on the survey, the options that you would be wanting to explore.
Correct. That would be the meat of
current
it.
applicants that are doing it now. One of my thoughts in talking about this earlier was that we're in April 30th, and the notification of, I think people can go online now and see if they won, or is that next week?
Yes, sir. It will be revealed at an event in Prestonsburg on the 18th next Saturday, but we're also going to email applicants and let them know that.
Yeah. What was to push that earlier in the year, so that people would have greater time and longer times to plan for the upcoming season, to coincide with trips, possibly other things they would be doing for just planning purposes overall, and also to scout if they're going to do a DIY, and just give them more lead time. It seems to me, and again, I don't know about the big unveiling in Prestonsburg, but that if we could have this more definitive at the end of March, then people would have greater time to plan.
So you're suggesting, in addition to these options, possibly ending earlier, like ending the end of March?
Pull the draw. If you're gonna expand it and start in July, let's say you start in July, where people can apply, that, you know, we ramp up to having the cutoff be March 30th, or you know, the beginning of March or whatever, so people would have a greater time to plan for not only that hunt, but possibly something else they're doing, also to scout.
It's a good point, and something we
we'll
absolutely
that.
could ask, address that in the survey.
Yes.
And say to them, would you like a greater, you know, earlier date that we could come to a conclusion?
We can certainly incorporate that, and the other thing we'll take a look at is, and I know Gabe has these numbers, number of hunters that contract with a guide, and number of hunters who actually go themselves. Because our hunt is kind of unique in terms of, you know, I could go to Colorado in a public access area, and I could hunt it 3 years in a row and learn more each year. Where here, it's a one and done for at least 3 years.
Right.
So it's a little different proposition, but we can certainly take a look at that. That's why we're having this discussion.
Right.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I understand about I guess I'm a little, do we need the rest period, that, you know, processing that just a tad, but I do understand the confusion of what season have I drawn for, when am I in?
Especially the first 2 years we do it.
Yeah, and making it clear, so that people are not. So starting in July or August, I mean, again, I don't see why having the longest expanded time you can would be a detriment to this, but that's just me.
Ralph, thank you very much. Ron told me that I need to identify myself for the recording. I'm sorry, I know so many people in the room. Colonel retired Mike Abel. Moving it earlier and finishing it earlier is exceptionally important for planning for those folks who are buying multiple tags all over the country, because they end early in other states, and you'll have folks that buy it that actually will get a Kentucky tag and not use it. Which brings me to the second point. We don't have a second chance residual tag sale. And the further you move that end date into ending in April, not announcing until the third week of May, you compress the amount of time that the department then has from the third week of May to the start of the season to do a second chance tag sale. Because there's folks that actually get drawn in the lottery that don't actually buy it. And we're not only losing revenue there, we're losing the opportunity to help out a bunch of our resident hunters who could then apply in the second chance and once again improve everyone's quality and experience with their relationship with the department. Most other states, Arizona starts throwing their second chance out, I think in late February, late February, early March. And then that over-the-counter, stand in line, first come, first served, second chance, make sure, two things. One, biologists are setting a harvest objective, whatever that number, if people don't buy permits, we don't get to that number biologically. And second, we're losing revenue. And third, we're losing the opportunity to make people happy by getting another chance at getting a Kentucky elk permit. So the further you move it to the left, the more time the department also has to sell the second chance on opportunity.
And if you can stay there for 1 second, Mike, the second season sale tag, we have discussed, and we'll continue to look at that. The other part on the people who apply to multiple states, what I would like to do is, I recognize that obviously there's a portion of our customer base that does that. I would be curious just to, if we can maybe find out in the survey, which maybe we did in 2014.
We did ask that. We didn't ask for like in a particular year. In other words, it wasn't year specific. But we did ask like whether they applied for big game hunts in other states, and then what types of hunts they applied
So
Uh-huh.
other states, big game hunts, that you mentioned Colorado, it's almost $700 to buy that tag, and then you got $160. I might ask my friend from the other day, told me I was back here, $160 hunting license on top of that. There are big game hunters all over the country are throwing $10 opportunities at this.
Right.
And they may have got a better tag in another state.
Right.
And they're not gonna actually buy the tag to come hunt here.
Right.
And so we're just losing out on a certain number of, lottery tags sold, but permits not bought, paid for, and then the local economy loses that person coming to hunt, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a portion there. I can't explain what it is.
Yeah.
But there's people throwing $10 chances out. The amount of money you have in the application somewhat dictates how much you're gonna put into that hunt. So, if I'm buying a Sures Moose tag in Colorado, it's over $2,000. I'm going on that, even if I got a Kentucky permit, lottery permit drawn, and then that's one we didn't use, one didn't get paid for. The harvest objective number, the biologist didn't have that animal harvested, yada yada yada. It just it rolls down.
And that's why we want, one of the things we always strive to do, especially in our marketing and communications branch, is get to know our customer as much as we can in terms of when they come to us, what's their mindset of why they're coming to us? Is it they just felt like throwing $10 down? Or has it been a dream of their lifetime because the only place they could ever kill an elk would be in their home state of Kentucky? And also, our most passionate avids and enthusiasts who are fortunate enough and able enough to hunt in multiple states. And so we want to know as much about those customers as possible. So when we make these kind of recommendations and decisions, it is best for the resource and best for our customers as part of their experience. So, yeah.
I don't want to order us down at this point, and you asked me to stand up here, so I'll give you one other quick caveat.
Go ahead.
While it may only cost $10 to apply, and then you buy the permit, and then you go hunt, by the time you pay a Kentucky outfitter, and a lot of our hunts end up on private land by the end of the season, because that's just where the herd moves for safety. And I can defer to the PhD biologist in the corner, but having hunted them for almost 2 decades, they're going to move that way, right? So you're going to pay a little over $3 grand to a Kentucky outfitter. You can do a hunt cheaper over the counter, even though the tag costs $700-ish, and the hunting license costs $160-ish out west. You can still do it cheaper. So that's just something to consider. So I've helped some people who try to do a DIY on public land. By the 3rd season we have, it's really terribly difficult.
So my job is to monetize what we do here. Could you please not tell people that?
Well, actually, if you're going to apply for a public land and hunt yourself in Colorado, I'm not sure what it is currently, but the success rate used to be 17%.
Depends on weapon system, which are very close overall. I think public land
for
bow is
grenade
around
number
17%.
So our success rate is 50%. So
Correct.
you would have to apply to have the same chance to kill an elk. You would have to apply for 3 years in Colorado versus 1 year in Kentucky, mathematically.
Certainly, and I'm not going to argue the mathematics and the science of it, even though I have a science degree as well, but I will tell you our elk herd will continue to get more and better educated as the herd cows learn to move their herds away from roads, and our success rate's going to go down. It's a biological deal. It's not social.
We'll take a note on this, and we appreciate the input, and we'll try and incorporate that into the survey, because we want to know as well as you, so we appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. Just to update everyone in terms of, I like to work backwards, and especially in light of what Karen pointed out earlier about the process of approvals. The potential timeline, if we're looking at enacting this to affect the 2021 hunt, and we work backwards from the launch of that, in fall 2020, for the fall 2021 hunt, we would need to make sure by April 30th, 2021, the draw would end, unless we would move it to March like Ralph has suggested. So to back up, we would need in the July, August, or September of 2020 to start this process. Wait, that's wrong. We need to start this process in 2019. So in other words, we feel like we can, let me jump over, here it is, here's the slide I need. We want to submit, if you guys can submit to us no later than next Friday any questions or ideas that you have, we will construct the survey and get the results back by midsummer 2019. During the September meeting of the PR committee, we could approve the recommendation that comes forward and then move it to the full commission so that this October's meeting of the full commission vote could be whatever we determine will best serve everyone's interest. If passed by the full commission, it then would enter the regulatory process, and we would target the implementation, taking into account the additional time to get legislation approved for spring 2020. So we could complete the elk draw in April. This could be enacted at the end of April or 1st of May. That would give us June and possibly July, depending on when the start date is, to educate people and initiate this and build it into our system. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And that's why I gave you guys a copy of this to work back. So the key is get us any questions or ideas you have for the survey. We'll work with Brian and put that out in the next couple of weeks. But get the questions back to us by May 17th. And then we'll roll this survey out and get the results back by midsummer this year. And then when you guys come in for the September PR meeting, we'll have, you know, the options out there. And then the good thing is we will already have the survey results in front of it. So you won't have to say, okay, well, now that you've given us the options, what did the applicants say? We will already have the input from the applicants. Any questions on that? I think that pretty thoroughly covers it. All right, and I appreciate the input from the audience too, because that's why we're here. If there's no further questions, I'm going to introduce Brian Moore, Laura Burford, and Leah, and let them come up and give you all an update on Kentucky Wildlife. You want the pointer? The clicker? The clicker? The clicker. You're doing that with me. Thanks. Do you want to stand or sit, or what do you guys want to do?
We're going to stand.
Okay. If you guys can, try to stand on that side of the wall so that the people on this side of the wall can see the screen. Thank you.
All right, so happy birthday, Kentucky Wild. Kentucky Wild launched in June of last year. We had a press conference and announced Kentucky Wild launch down at the Center for Mullets Conservation here in Frankfort. And that was almost a year ago. So where have we come in a year? And what I deal with Kentucky Wild, among other things, is sponsorship for Kentucky Wild. So I was going to give you a brief kind of where we're at on sponsorship. Right out of the gate, our first sponsor was Country Boy Brewing. And these guys were super excited about it. And they were like, we want to help you get this thing up. We want to help promote it. We want to be involved in it. And their sponsorship was more in the form of promotional items. They helped us produce coasters, 100,000, which they distributed to anywhere that you can order a Country Boy. They set it there, and it's got the Kentucky Wild logo on the side. They helped us make koozies, and ball caps are in production. And the other thing they do for us is they have events for us at their Georgetown facility. The second sponsor we landed was a band, Jericho Woods. They came to our booth at the fair in August, and we had information about Kentucky Wild, and they loved the idea, and they said, we want to be involved. And I was like, well, a band, you know, great. I don't know what we can really do with the band, but we'll figure something out. And they're like, well, we'll play your events for free. That'll be our part of sponsorship. So they played some of our booths. They played a concert in Louisville. They're going to play in Country Boy coming up. So that was our first two sponsors, which we got a beer and a band right off the gate. We're getting ready to take over the world at this point. So Fleming Mason Energy had worked with our people before doing Kestrel boxes, and they wanted to be involved. And they've come on board. They're going to do some work on a WMA. They're going to do a pollinator planting. Columbia Gas of Kentucky is kind of doing the same thing. They're buying seed for a pollinator planting here on headquarters. And as this is growing, we're starting to get more and more people reaching out to us. We want to be involved, we want to do a project and be a Kentucky Wild sponsor. This is an example. This was a few weeks ago. Country Boy Brewing hosted an event for Kentucky Wild members where we planted a pollinator garden at their facility, and the Kentucky Wild members got to come be a part of that, get their hands dirty. Then we presented our monarch plan to them, so they learned about monarchs and why we're doing this. And then they got a special tour of the brewery afterwards, and they could stay around and hang out there.
And Brian, some folks may not realize that monarchs are like critically declining, the butterflies. So pollinators are crucial from a lot of different aspects, agriculture, wildlife, habitat, and a lot of things. I just want to throw that in case folks weren't aware that we have a conservation plan, and it's a national initiative to enhance and conserve monarch butterflies.
They're a species of focus right now for us. So this was a great event, and like I said, mark your calendars. We're going to have a celebration, one-year celebration at Country Boy, and the band will play. That's on the 25th of this month. And we're working on promotions for that, but that's coming up. So next, Laura, we'll talk to you a little bit more.
I'm Laura Burford. I work in the Wildlife Division and part of the Kentucky Wild team. And I want to just talk with you just a little bit about the membership component of Kentucky Wild. And I think if you're in this room, we're all aware of what our agency's mission is as far as regulatory authority goes. It's for all wildlife. I think most of our constituency knows that from elk and deer and turkey and sport fish. But for songbirds and bats and lizards and snakes and the other that are out there, we have that responsibility too. And Kentucky Wild is the way that, in addition to hunters and anglers, we're able to expand our partnership base. It's a big deal. And this program has been so successful right out of the gate. The membership part of it is when people sign up, the monies that they give through that membership are going directly to projects within our wildlife diversity program. If you're not familiar with our wildlife diversity program, some people also call it a non-game program. It's the animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped. And so all of the projects that we are using, or all the monies that are coming in for those projects, we have a plan that we're working. We have a state wildlife action plan, and that helps drive the decisions that we make where we can do the most good with the monies that come in. And even though Kentucky Wild was just launched last year on June 1st, at the 6-month point, we had quite a bit of membership dollars already in place, and we chose to start spending those across projects within the Wildlife Diversity Program. We spread them out, so we were kind of covering each different animal group. But the picture we have here is of Travis Bailey. He works down at the Center for Mollusk Conservation. We were able to buy a pretty big ticket item for them, and that's a centrifuge. Quite expensive, but it helps them to harvest the algae that they need to rear some of those threatened and endangered mollusks. We were also able to buy a chiller down at that facility. And some of the other projects that we had, we bought mist nets, both for songbird netting and for bat work that we do. We were also able to purchase equipment that was used to do prescribed fire for some habitat improvements, specifically for songbirds in that area. And we also purchased quite a bit of seed, pollinator seed, that is going to go here on that project that Brian mentioned with Columbia Gas here at headquarters. It's going to put a little over 10 acres in some really high quality habitat that's going to benefit our pollinators, our songbirds, probably some game animals as well. So just to tell you a little bit more about our memberships, one of the really neat facets of it when it was built is the idea of a wildlife experience. That is an opportunity for some of the members that are members of Kentucky Wild to come out into the field with the biologists that are doing the work. And we've done several of these so far. We've done songbird banding. We've had some folks help out with Canada goose roundups. We've done some seining for endangered and threatened fish in some of the streams in eastern Kentucky. We're also doing some things, we're experimenting with habitat builds. We did one for barn owls. This is a priority survey year for barn owls in the wildlife diversity section, and so we brought in some members to come and help do that. And these projects were wildly successful. I mean, we had a lot of people signing up. We wish we had room to take everybody. So who is it that's exactly signing up? This is what's kind of neat. We're learning a lot about our membership. But the folks that have come to these experiences, they might be a husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, sisters, co-workers, father, daughter. We've kind of run the gamut here of people that are coming to enjoy these with us. And one of the things that we want to know about them is why are they joining? What's important to them? And one of the things that we structured this for is for each person that comes, they also are allowed to bring a +1 with them. Someone that might not already be a member, but it's usually more exciting to enjoy something fun and new when you have somebody with you. And we've had members join when they came as a guest of someone else. So that's been really, really encouraging to us. And we actually have a video here that we want to show from one of our most recent wildlife experiences.
Heard about it from Commissioner Ralph Swallows, who's a friend of mine. It looked like a good program. I went on the website, checked it out a little bit, and then when I was renewing my fishing license this year, it seems a shame to pay so little for a Kentucky resident sportsman's license as a senior citizen. I saw it as an option for a donation. I made the donation. So I think it's really important that we support other venues other than just hunting and fishing.
And before Leah comes up, I do want to comment that we're learning a lot from the folks that are doing this, but we really know that experiences are key to, I think, the success of Kentucky Wild, because it gives people that are participating not only a connection to the project that they're doing, but also a connection to the resource. When you can go back and you can tell I helped do this. And I really want to make a point of saying these are not like staged events. I mean, we've had to reschedule because it rained, or we've had to reschedule because the water levels are too high. That's authentic field work, and giving people a real experience that they can connect with is something that's really resonated with the program. So now Leah's going to come up and give you a little bit more information on our members.
Were you surprised, Ralph?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Wes.
So thank you, Commissioner Swallows, for giving us some new members. I like to kind of look at the facts and hard data. So Brian passed around a map if you have that in front of you. So on one side, it kind of shows who are Kentucky Wild members. And surprisingly, they're not all Kentuckians. So we have around 250 who are from out of state. And so that's really exciting. And so just looking at some of the trends, you could see from the states that border us, we have a lot more. Florida, has a few more too. We keep trying to figure out if those are people wintering over in Florida. But from our shows and events that are located, Louisville, Indiana, Ohio, Tennessee, we tend to pick up a lot of members through that word of mouth. But it's just been really cool to see how it's grown, and it's not just Kentucky. And so when we can tell people that, hey, you're supporting Kentucky Wildlife, that we also have people from outside of the state that are joining, they find that really interesting. And then looking over to the right of that chart, like showcased in the video, maybe not our typical who we thought were going to join, but if you look our Generation X, so people ages 34 to 54 are around 425 members, and then but followed closely behind by the baby boomers at about 400. So that's a
large percentage, so I know that was pretty surprising. So it's like, who are we targeting? Who are we missing out? So data like this is really helpful, especially on the marketing side. So I'm gonna go to this one, and you can kind of see these purple lines break this out by district, but then also across the state. So it's kind of like a heat map to show you based on number of members. And so that's broken out a little more, so you kind of see. But I'll just again point out our golden triangle area between Northern Kentucky, Lexington, Louisville. We kind of expected to see more, but this kind of also helps us see spots where maybe we need to target a little more to get different members. I will say about when we send out an email blast, for example, the ones that were sent out at the end of April to remind people of the elk draw, when people do go online to purchase maybe enter the drawing or to buy their hunting or fishing license, they may add a Kentucky Wild membership, because I saw a spike, about 35 to 40 people joined in a matter of an afternoon. And so while that's an exciting trend, it also poses some unique challenges on the fulfillment side of things, and it kind of becomes an all hands on deck where we're pulling addresses, labeling, running to the post office, that sort of thing.
And actually, we do have a member from West Virginia, right?
We do.
Since we prepared this, we
So since
had
we
our first
prepared
member.
this, yes.
Yep.
So yeah, looking back at that map was pulled last week, so it's not quite current.
And in conclusion, we really just want to kind of give a shout out to the agency too. This has been an all division kind of thing. This is not just certain divisions participating. We're especially thankful for Fisheries and Wildlife. Their staff have jumped up and said, yes, I'll help you lead an experience. I want to give you feedback on doing this. All of our employees have helped spread the word. We know that our commission is helping spread the word about this program. And every time we go to talk about it, more often than not, we're getting, wow, I didn't know. And we get to say, it's a new program, and it's important, and it's a priority that our agency is making this new program a priority, because we want to have partnerships with all of our constituents. So with that, I'll just say that we are encouraged and excited about the response. I think if we're honest, none of us really thought it would be as big as it really is. And while that's exciting, we're in a position now where we can take feedback, because we want to see the momentum in year 2 just continue, get even bigger. So if anybody here has any questions for the team, please let us know. We'd love to try to answer them.
And if anybody wants to join, all you gotta do is Google Kentucky Wild, and you can go right in and join today while you're here.
You have some things to...
I do have some things that the team, first of all, thank you all, appreciate it very much. The team, Leah will help hand out to everyone some pollinator seeds to grow milkweed, which is important, and then a Kentucky Wild sticker, and then a Country Boy, coach. Now, for special thanks of those of you who are members of Kentucky Wild who are here today, I would like to give Dr. Carl Clenard one of these bags, and I would like to give Jeff Beaton one. You can hand that down, and Kevin Bond, who is all these are paying members, and of course Ralph Swallows, and Brian Clark is here, I believe, and Karen Waltrip is here, and Commissioner Storm. And what I can say to the rest of you all, not pointing anyone out, is it's very easy to join, and we would appreciate you signing up and joining.
It's called the shame technique.
Yeah.
This is the shame technique.
Well, here you go.
Brian.
Hold out. They keep holding out.
Yeah.
Keep holding out.
Kevin, we got Karen. We owe you one. Hey, Brian.
What's that?
Brian. Is there any correlation between the membership of Kentucky Wild and the number of events they've had in the district?
And then I'm kind of thinking.
Hey, just for the record, I'm still waiting for my jacket, so.
Which jacket? I don't know. Your green jacket?
Yeah. I'm holding out.
Don't tread on me.
Yeah.
Get a ton quantity here, or you can get some. Give one to each person in the audience. These are great to take to Kroger and shopping. If you have a small, take them to Kroger and show them off, and get people like, oh, what is that? great. That's a great idea.
Millennials, that you can't get to do anything. Yeah. They're doing membership. Yep.
You shouldn't just say one vendor, right?
Supermarket, fisheries,
Walmart.
Is there another way? And they usually put me in, and I'm like,
Be more. Do you have a list of the
Yes, sir.
sponsorships or the members?
It's kind of fun.
I'm gonna be brief.
Can you pull it up?
We can pull it up.
We want to put it on the record.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started with our next step, and I believe
This is communication and transparency update.
Dr. Carlos, Dr. Klein, I believe you received a copy of
Brian,
that.
before you start, we've had a request.
Sure.
Just for the good of everyone, to let them know what the
Let's keep
membership
Kentucky
levels,
Wild.
what the
Mr. Horn-
membership
Mr.
levels
Horn.
are to Kentucky Wild. So, so that we make sure we don't make any mistakes on that, Brian Moore is pulling it up, and you can just read it towards that microphone, and it'll get recorded. Did everybody get seats that one? Everybody got seats?
Kentucky Wild membership levels, there is a $25 level called a Wilderness Explorer, a $75 landscape level, a $250 Forest Friend level, a $500 Prairie Partner level, and the last one is, no, I'm sorry, there's a $750 Sky Stewart level, and then a $1,000 level called Aquatic Alley.
And thanks, Brian. We've had memberships at every level, and our goal really was 200 members the first year. We're at 1,275. And just to wrap up, Leia's point of we are like having to commit resources to stuff envelopes and get the membership packets out to the people at such a level now, we are seeking a fulfillment third party to take care of membership, because we actually have a campaign we want to launch, and we believe we will achieve 1,000 to 2,500 members during that campaign, which could be a 7 to 10 day effort. And we are holding back on that campaign because we don't have the people to do the fulfillment. So it's a good problem to have. We've got growth problems right now, which is really good. So thank you for all that. Appreciate the support, and thank you for everybody here that's already a member.
Thank you, Brian. Great job. Good job.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, next on our agenda, we're going to give a brief update from the Commissioner's Office representing the whole agency, and also some steps from the Commission on our initiatives that have been undertaken or enhanced. In many cases, these are efforts that the agency has been involved with for several months, or even going back historically, but we're really trying to focus with Commissioner Storm's leadership on enhancing our public relations and transparency. And so we're open to suggestions to commission members, to the public. What are things we can do to help you understand what we do, to be more responsive? And again, historically, our agency has done a fantastic job at, and if you look at our fish and wildlife and education and other restoration, conservation, education types of efforts, fantastic job. Many of our efforts are focused or are promoted, publicized, noted in national level, international publications and reports and things, but sometimes that focus on our technical expertise and successes, we don't always do the best job of telling our story. We don't always do the best job of communicating with our stakeholders. And so we want to improve that, and we've taken specific steps, and part of my task in being hired as Chief of Staff is to help us all to focus in on this, identify issues, resolve those, better communicate, better incorporate public concerns, and help us all, and as well as meet our customer stakeholder needs going forward as we steward the resources. So what I want to do is just provide a list, and this is actually not in any specific order. It is just as many items as I could fit on the front and back of a page. And again, not to omit any other important efforts we're doing, but these are specific things we focused on in the last quarter to enhance our public relations and optics, our public awareness of what we're doing. So first of all, just going to run through these for you all. First is we've formed a communications committee that is across divisions from marketing, information and education, the commissioner's office, our public information officer, to weekly meet and review priority communications tasks for that week, and also looking forward over coming weeks and months. What are issues that have arisen that we need to address or communicate better about? And it has really helped us to be more cohesive in our communications and public relations efforts. Also, we've expanded our email communications. Brian referenced that earlier, specifically in relation to marketing, but we're also, to your points here, commission members, we can use that more to enhance our public dissemination of information, and also calls to action, people to opt in, opportunity for people to engage with us. And so we recently had a training with Gov Delivery, whereas historically, that is in the last 3 years, only a few of us were using it primarily for marketing, but also a little bit for communications, mainly for communicating with news media. We trained 15 staff on use of the Gov Delivery platform, and so we're really ramping up that effort to use that platform. We're developing a comprehensive list of communication assets and topical or segmented areas that our customers, our stakeholders would be interested in receiving information about. And then once we have that built, we're going to provide that information or those opt-in opportunities on our website so people can come. If you want to hear about Kentucky Wild, about freshwater mussels, or about deer hunting, or about bass fishing, or whatever, we're going to have those opportunities for people to opt in specifically, and then we're going to provide them with information and opportunity to dialogue as well. We also created an About Us tab on our website. So on our home page, you don't have to look 2 or 3 levels deep to find information about the agency. It is a work in progress. We're working on providing more information, being concise, but yet providing more comprehensive information about the agency, links to relevant things, whether you're looking to do an open records request or you're looking to find out who your district commission member is. That information will be more readily available to folks who are visiting our website. We also have initiated quarterly reports. We're working on that currently for the first quarter, and we want that not only to be available for informing, educating with our chain of command up through state government, with legislature, but also with the public. And that's going to be available on our website quarterly as well. We, as some of you know, have posted on our website our commission and committee meetings on YouTube. So those are now archived and posted on our website, so anyone can go and view previous meetings. We want to move towards streaming that as well. We have some, I would say, bandwidth kinds of challenges here with the technology that we have currently, but we're working on a process to make that live available to everyone statewide who wants to opt in and view these meetings. We also have gone back, revisited our open records request forms, and so those are forms where people want to obtain license information. How many licenses do we sell? Or if they want specific information about a commission action, they can request that either for personal or private or commercial purposes. We've revamped both of those forms, and again, those are going to be more readily available to folks on our website who are searching for those. Lisa Cox, our Administrative Services Director, upon response from a public meeting actually where someone specifically asked for this, we posted our financial reports on our website, and that's available. It has historically been available, but we posted it front and center there. You can go to our agency page and look for that, download those, look at what we spend. Again, it's a matter of public record, so we're not trying to hide that. We're currently working on a strategic plan for the next 3 years, and we've just closed a staff survey where we've surveyed all of our staff. About half of our staff participated in that. It was voluntary. We had really good response. We're going to be working with a committee of interdivisional staff to assess those results. How can we incorporate those into the draft that we have now, and then get a revised draft out to the commission and then to the public for input. So that's in the works. We have a goal of June 1st to complete that. We're also, and again, these are not in any specific order, but we're looking at things very, pardon the pun, pedestrian kinds of things like our signage here at headquarters. What can we do to enhance customer experience. People that are coming here that are going to Salado or they're coming for a commission meeting, how can we get them to the right place as painlessly as possible and enjoy what we have here to offer to them? So we're developing a comprehensive plan for improving our signage here and the customer experience while people are on campus. We also this year at the Commissioner's leadership developed a CWD communications committee. And so for those who are not familiar with the deer and elk disease, chronic wasting disease, it's not a disease that's been found in Kentucky despite our very active testing over the last probably 10 to 15 years. The testing something like 30,000 deer specimens from around the state. Our neighboring states have found it. Most neighboring states and then in the region have detected this disease, and we want to proactively reach out to our customers, the deer hunters, and other people that are concerned about our wildlife health and provide information about this. So we have a committee that is meeting weekly to discuss how can we get the word out. 2 specific steps we've taken are to include or enhance the information we have on our website, and then we're also engaged currently in a series of public forums around the state. So we've had one of those in Benton. We have 3 more scheduled for Eastern Kentucky, I believe, Hazard, and then also Northern Kentucky, and then here in Frankfort. So those are coming up in the next 3 months. So please, if you're interested in those, please stay tuned to our website or social media for information about those. And again, we're trying to be proactive, not trying to be alarmist, but this is something that's looming large on the wildlife conservation stage, and we want to make sure people are aware of it and what our steps are planned to address it if we find it here. Next, we're trying to enhance our uniformity across all of our social media, so people, when they're visiting one of our social media pages, whether it's for the Salado Center or a Fisheries District Twitter account or whatever it might be, that they recognize this as the department's social media page or channel, and it's recognizable. It helps us establish our brand, communicate better across all of our platforms, and help folks to understand this is authoritative, it's official, and you can trust the information that's available here. We're also something very simple, but we're creating a staff email signature tagline that both raises awareness about the importance of buying a license or joining Kentucky Wild to financially support what we do as an agency, but also provides information. So it's going to have a direct link to where to go on our website, specifically to the page for finding a public access location for fishing, finding information about wildlife areas and public land. So that's information, again, it's already out there, it's available to people, but with our direct communications to hundreds of thousands of stakeholders, other agencies, members of the public each year, our staff will have opportunity to share information that will help people get engaged if they're not already. We recently, as Brian mentioned, I won't belabor it, we are continually looking for ways to improve the delivery of opportunities like the elk hunt drawing. And so we enhanced our elk hunt drawing campaign this year. We included some additional customer segments into our elk hunt drawing, and including hunter education graduates, field to fork participants, people we had email addresses for, and it resulted in, at least in part, in helping us to achieve another record year in selling those applications and providing that opportunity to people who, again, have told us in the past that the primary reason they don't apply is they forget. So we're trying to, again, enhance awareness of these opportunities. Short form videos, that may have been referenced, but we've produced since the beginning of the year around 21, I believe, different videos that have reached hundreds of thousands of viewers depending on the particular video, but things ranging from leave baby wildlife alone to information about a particular opportunity like the elk hunt drawings. So these are videos that they're readily consumable, they're short, so they're usually 1 or 2 minutes, maybe a few minutes in some cases where it's information that's a little more detailed we have to provide. We're putting out a video on the chronic wasting disease public forums. Again, a lot of folks, especially generationally, they're gonna, if it's just textual, they're gonna gloss over it, they're not gonna look at it, but videos tend to help us improve our reach, and so it's providing, again, a way of us communicating better with our stakeholders and prospective customers.
Brian, can I also add?
Sure.
One of the things we've discovered is the talent of our own people who not only are actually doing the work, but can explain in great detail and connect to the audience. So we've discovered a lot of great personalities that work here that we're now exposing through the lens to our customer base, and there's a connection now that we were only able to have through Kentucky Afield, who does a great job with that, but now we've got more people that are connecting. So we're reaching more, we're connecting more, we're personalizing more, you know, what we do here.
Yes. Thank you, Brian. So another step, again, these are just a sampling of things we're doing. It's not a comprehensive list, but another example is our Spring Fishing Frenzy, which is something we've initiated to enhance fishing opportunities. I'll let you guys watch this. This just tees up this program or this opportunity.
My name is Lee McClellan, and I'm Associate Editor of Kentucky Afield Magazine. I would like to invite you to enjoy a series of articles we're debuting this spring called the Spring Fishing Frenzy. The goal of this series of articles is to improve your fishing and put more big fish into your hand this spring. We're going to detail on when the white bass are going to run, techniques to how to catch them, where to go to catch big crappie, where to go to catch trophy largemouth this spring, as well as big smallmouth bass in one of our wonderful reservoirs. We're also going to detail where to go catch big bluegill and red ear later this spring. And we'll even talk about catfish as we get toward early summer. I remind you it's going to come out every Thursday on our Twitter page, on the department Facebook page, and our department homepage at fw.ky.gov. Also, I remind you, if you haven't bought your fishing license yet, you'll need to, as the licensure expires February 28th. And I hope these articles help you catch more fish this spring in tight lines. And good luck to you.
So what we're doing here is integrating better across all of our platforms the same information in as much as we can do that on a regular basis. In this case, this Fishing Frenzy, Spring Fishing Frenzy campaign is through the spring. It's a weekly iteration where we have publications that are posted on our website. There are videos linked there that show techniques, that show tips. We link to other things like how to find a public fishing location, where to go in your area, fins lakes in your community, and things like that. And so we're using all the resources available to us across all of our platforms to try to create a more informed, aware, and engaged public, and hope that more people will fish as a result of that. And then finally, the item that I had highlighted here was Kentucky Wild, and I can't overemphasize the importance of us reaching out to as wide an audience as we can to support wildlife conservation going forward. You know, our agency historically, and we continue to be absolutely committed to providing opportunities for sportsmen, for anglers, for hunters, for trappers. But the reality is also we have well over 1 million people that are actively wildlife viewing. And some of those are hunters and anglers, some of those are not. And we have opportunity to engage them financially to help support wildlife conservation, fisheries conservation, to conserve habitats, which all of us benefit from and our stakeholders benefit from, but also help us to be more solvent long-term, you know, generationally going forward. Because if we don't have public support for what we do, whether we're hunters, anglers, wildlife viewers, whatever, then, you know, it could be at the ballot box, it could be in some other way that what we all hold dear could be undermined. And so this is a tremendous effort we've really ramped up in the last few months, our opportunities or our initiatives to get the word out about Kentucky Wild. We have some growing pains, as Leigh and others mentioned, in terms of fulfillment. How do we do that? We're working on some contractual opportunities to do that, provide the cool gear that is available to Kentucky Wild members out to them, which we don't necessarily have the staff time and capacity to do, but it's something we want to work through these growing pains and really blow this program up so that we have our agency's brand, the opportunities that are available for people that don't currently hunt and fish to get engaged if they want to do that. If they want to harvest their own fish or game meat for themselves, and we have a growing population of people that want to do that, or they just want to make sure that these resources are available for their kids and grandkids to enjoy. That's a vital part of what we do as an agency, and I believe what our stakeholders help to support as well. So I appreciate you all very much you all allowing us a few minutes to talk about some of our initiatives under Commissioner Storm's leadership in the last quarter. We're going to continue. Many of these things are works in progress. We're going to continue to do these and see them through to completion, and then continue to enhance those as we get suggestions or we have new technology or whatever to engage with our stakeholders. So thank you all very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer those.
Questions? Convergence team. It's really good information here you all need to hear. So, is it Kevin?
Yeah, so the communications, team or committee, Kevin is a
I-
vital
I-
part of that.
I named you.
You
named me.
Captain.
Captain. Yeah. That's right.
Absolutely. And it represents, again, multiple divisions, working together on all these things, to try to enhance getting our message out
You
and
gonna
also
show
getting
some of those
information in.
points?
We incorporated them into this presentation.
Okay, good enough.
For the sake of
Good. Good, fine.
If there's something though that you want us to feature and highlight for the big.
I'd like for you to talk about the Kentucky Field, especially in not only
Right.
KET, but YouTube. Is Nathan here?
Do we have that slide?
Yeah, the YouTube.
He can just say it.
Yeah, we
let
could
them
tee
know
up
that,
if we
Nathan,
don't have,
about.
great, Nathan's here, super.
Let
Yeah,
them-
so Nathan, if you would, give us a summary of like our views, for example, comparison of our views on KT, which are fabulous, and the potential reach we have with households regionally, where Kentucky Field has potential reach, but then also how we're growing on the social media side.
Yeah, Kentucky Field, its main platform for the last 20+ years has been KT. And based on the research and the ratings we've got back from them, which they don't give us very often due to financial issues, but it's normally around $250,000 or 250,000 viewers a month on KT. So you're looking at 3 million a year, something like that. Excuse me. Versus a situation like YouTube, we've seen tremendous growth. Between like 13 and 17, we averaged around 3 million views a year. And now we're up to, in the past 365 days, 11.5 million views on YouTube.
It's huge.
So we've had a tremendous growth in YouTube that time period.
And I will say that they've been fabulous too, as far as they're taking the show and they're making segments and even sub-segments, like pieces that we can use across platforms. And so capitalizing on the great, videography and production work they're doing, we're now using those pieces as they can build them and then as we need them, as well as creating a tremendous amount of B-roll for us to use for a lot of different pieces. It's just a great example of how we're trying to integrate better across all of our platforms to get our message out and increase our reach.
Look at Kevin Kelly being able to pivot like that, Jeff, and get that out.
And also, the YouTubes produce income for us. They pay you, so we were able to do around $25,000.
It's nice to see just a little bit of ROI on
Yeah.
that, some of the work we put into it, and some of the focus shift, and trying to diversify what we're doing on Kentucky Field and focus on the department as a whole, programs, initiatives that we have individually within the department, within the agency, and that's kind of what we're trying to make sure we showcase. And I think another slide I say on there, over the past 3 years, we've had 77 specific segments within the TV show that have highlighted agency programs and initiatives specifically. And we have developed other initiatives such as Woods and Water that specifically talks about how-to videos, Kentucky Wild, informational videos. Law enforcement has a heavy presence in that. It really ties in what the department's doing as a whole. And these are all short informational videos that can be utilized on Kentucky Field TV, Facebook, other social media avenues, really places that we're trying to produce content that keeps us efficient and uses multiple resources so that we can use it all over different platforms.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, and Paul Wilkes.
Yeah, so next is another piece I didn't include here, but a fantastic segue into another highly demanded piece that helps us get the word out, helps us provide opportunities and connect people with resources.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you all for letting me talk at you for just a minute. So I'm very excited to announce we are in the final stages of completing a fishing and boating access app. So before we get started playing, I just want to take a few minutes and thank a few folks who have worked really hard on this. I know a lot of people have asked about a department app. We are so close to making it happen. We're hoping for a release to the public date sometime mid to late summer. But it's taken a lot of people, a lot of effort to get here. One of the neat things about this is we used a little new process for us in that our IT section worked with a contracted party to really build the main portions of this app. So Chip Quarles, Catherine Estes, they're both out right now at NASP. They have done an amazing job working on this. Jared Napier, if you don't mind raising your hand in the back. Jared has been working on this. He's come on, he's been here
about 6 months now.
Moorhead grad too.
Moorhead grad. So he jumped right on board, jumped in on this. So it's awesome. They've learned a ton and just been working on the go. So what you're seeing is a preview. It's so close. We're going to be adding some more pictures. Right now, I'm literally getting daily updates from our IT guys on, hey, we added this. Here's a new section to it. So I'm super excited. Also, another person who's worked really hard on this is Don Bonnell in our fisheries division. As you'll see, it shows a lot of information very seamlessly. And Don's the guy who takes all that from our district biologists and he puts it in a database so that we can all look at it nice and easy.
And Paul, this has been developed in large measure through grant assistance, is that right?
Yes, this is a sport fish restoration and a boating access grant funding. So 75% of the costs are covered through that grant program.
This is something we've been really working on. When did you start that whole process?
It's been 2 or 3 years at this point, and so it's been a long time coming, but we've got it to go. And I don't know, for those of you who've tried to do something beyond your technological capabilities before, that's what I'm trying to do this morning. So bear with me, and hopefully this will work. All right, so you are seeing exactly what's on my phone right now. So what you're seeing right now is the app as it will function. So basic page here at the very top, this is mirroring very closely our website. So we've got a kind of a carousel at the top portion that's going to have different articles that we can run. So whatever we want, whatever media, whatever articles, if we have fishing frenzy articles, if we have links to YouTube videos, whatever we want to put there, it comes right front and center to the top, and we'll be able to put an article title right there in the photo so people can quickly see, hey, you know, Lake Cumberland's hot right now, the striper are biting. If you want to go, you can click on this, see how to fish, see where to go. Our goal in a lot of this development was to keep things very simple. We wanted as few buttons as possible and as few clicks as possible. So to do that, we had to limit some of the information that we put on there. But our goal was really to hit kind of these 4 areas. First, we wanted quick access to my profile. We wanted that to very quickly link in, easy to find, you can see and know how do I get to purchase my license, license history, and as we continue to develop my profile, the app will be able to work seamlessly with that. Our big pieces of information, we wanted to get people to fishing and access sites. That's a sign. See, it'll just time out if I talk too much. So, water bodies. If you say, hey, I want to go fish around me, and you hit water bodies tab, it brings you up the water bodies closest to you where you can go look for good fishing and boating opportunities. Taylorsville Lake's been a hot spot for a while, so if I click on the Taylorsville Lake icon down there, I can go straight into details, and I can see photos of the ramps that are potentially available. So there's Chowning, Possum Ridge, Settlers Trace, Van Buren. If you're out on the water at Taylorsville, you don't get signals. Some of the other lakes you can. You can also save this data before you go, but say, hey, I want to see where the habitat work is that's been done by our biologists on the lake. So you can pull straight up to habitat data on, oh, and my crappie spot. So you can zoom straight in, and if you haven't done that on Google, it's very easy to mark.
Now all over
your
YouTube.
Yeah.
Mark it out, guys.
No, the pictures, guys, you could have false mark.
There's no secret spots left. So look, you can see, hey, look, here's a brush pile our guys dropped on. You can go down and see exact GPS locations for that, if it's deep or shallow water brush pile. There's all sorts of different habitat put in that lake that you can go look at. As you scroll down, there's some fishing info. These ratings are taken off of our yearly fishing forecast that our biologists do in our districts. So these are the fisheries most recommended at that water body, and you'll be able to click on those and see what that report is based off of. In this case, you can also pull up and see the Taylorsville Lake largemouth bass assessment. So this is awesome. I mean, you can go straight and see the data that our biologists put in on the largemouth bass at that fishery.
That's great.
Bait shop with Minners.
While you're on the way.
No. So our access sites, again, these go straight to maps on, hey, if I want directions to Van Buren Ramp, there's how you get there. Examples of some of the amenities at that site. If you click specifically on one of the boat ramps, you can get even more detail. Is it paved? Are there bathrooms? Got that handy and easily accessible. So there's all sorts of options there. We're going to continue to add photos to this. You know, we've also put the Fishing in Neighborhoods app link up here, so you can very quickly see, here's the Fishing in Neighborhoods site. So this is good for kids and families, quickly find out the good place to go. One of the features that I really like is the app gives our biologists a lot of opportunity to put different data up here on the app for people in their district. So I really like Kingfisher Lake. Jeremy Shiflett's one of our assistant district biologists, and he has gone to a lot of the sites in his district and taken 360-degree photos at the ramp and parking area. So this is one at Kingfisher Lake where you can go in and see exactly what you're getting into. See the ramp?
Incredible. Great.
So you can even go, let's see, here's one at Kingfisher Lake. This is one of the fishing jetties that they put in.
Yeah, because sometimes we get feedback from customers who they don't necessarily know what a site looks like, and they may have physical or other challenges, and this the way they can see exactly, if they go to a site an hour away, they know what to expect when they get there.
Yeah, you can see exactly what's there, and I mean, it would take me an hour to go through every piece of data that we've got on this app that you can see. We'll be able to put any, again, new articles that come up, any new press releases that come out right there. There's the news tab, that'll come in. We do have the ability to do push notifications. People can turn that on and allow it. So if the app's on your phone, you can get a reminder every year to buy your fishing license. There's the More tab there in the bottom corner. It has, again, another link to my profile, great link straight to the fishing guide, buy a license, go to our website. If you go to the report of violation, that basically is the number to dispatch, so you'll be able to dial straight in there. Contact us, weekly fishing reports. There's just going to be a ton of information on it. I'm super excited for us to get it out. Like I said, at this point, we are out scouring and adding as many photos as we can, because really the quality of the content is key with this. Being able to see good photos of the access, 360-degree photos in some cases, so that we're hoping to have an app that's not just functional for the hardcore sportsman, but also for your average angler or your person who's brand new and says, where do I go? How do I find somewhere to go fishing or to go boating? So I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me share.
Hey, Paul, do you have any tailwater information on there? Are there any tailwaters information, or
Yes.
headwaters?
Yeah,
Like the
so-
river levels, Cumberland River generation schedule?
We don't
Any of
have that
stuff?
yet. Our goal is to release this kind of in the basic form right now, and there's opportunities to add that page that has water body information that I showed you. We can add different links there as we have the desire. So if we did the Cumberland River tailwaters, we could put a link at the bottom to sites to show water level data if we wanted to. Tailwaters are there. I didn't run through that example.
Oh,
but
really?
Yeah, they
Okay,
are.
great.
So there's over 1,000 fishing and boating access sites throughout the state. So you can click on any of those and get that information. We have it all. And again, part of the beauty of this is that app uses data that we already have people maintaining. So all the reg data, everything like that, updated instantaneously as we do that in-house. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? I'll even take a motion from the gallery to adjourn, let alone the board. Do I have a motion that we adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor say aye.
We're going to hear from Fisheries. They have about 2 items. Commissioner Knott has assured me he will try to expedite that committee meeting, after which we will break for about a half an hour for lunch. Food has been waiting for commission members here for a few minutes. And then when we reconvene in Wildlife, Bill Gorman will address us briefly because he has other assignment where he has to go, so he'll briefly address the commission when we reconvene after lunch. Well, about half an hour. When he's done, we'll break a half an hour. I need to be back to yeah, we'll get you right on. Everybody wants to use the
Oh, you're out of
Okay, I'd like to call at this time, if we could, move things along for everyone, we could call the Fisheries Committee meeting to order at this time. I don't believe that we have any old business at this time, as I can see, so the first, I move right on to item 3 is a modification of 301 KR 1.210, taking of fish by traditional fishing methods, attachment F1. Ron Brooks, would you want to address us on that?
Sure. The department received 38,000 cutthroat trout from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service hatchery program in Arkansas. They offered them to us for nothing, just let us have a try at that to see how they'll do in the tailwater. We will also have the option in future years to be able to get about that many fry a year. So we're hoping to, if this takes really well, we're hoping to continue this stocking of cutthroat. Cutthroats are highly prized trout in other areas of the country. We think it's a great addition for our, especially our avid trout anglers. And so we want to make this kind of a trophy opportunity. And since there's not going to be that many stock in relation to what we do with rainbow, so we're going to have regulations on that, or we're proposing regulations on cutthroat in the tailwater. That in order to take a trout, it must be 20 inches in length, and I think it's a one fish a day limit. And regarding the trophy fish program, any trout or cutthroat less than 20 inches will not be recognized in order to let those fish grow. So
okay.
That's really the first gist of the first thing, and we think this is a great opportunity. We're glad the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service offered it, and we hope to make the best of it.
Okay, any discussion?
I thought we moved this on to the committee, to the commission, full commission.
Yes, sir. Second. Okay. It's been motion and second that we move this on to full commission. Is there any other discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Moves on to commission.
All right.
Next one.
So the next one is a modification of our what is essentially our boating boat dock and lake access structures regulation 301 KAR 1016. Basically, back in 2010, we passed a regulation at the request of a lot of people living around Lake Malone that the department take back control of access structures being built on our buffer, as well as the boat docks that are being put out there. We actually had regulations for years that restricted all that kind of activity, but to be quite frankly, nobody was enforcing those regulations, including us. So at the request of the public, and with working with the public for 2 years on that regulation, it was passed in April of 2010. We now provide a notice every January that we send out cards to let people know that if they want a boat ramp, they have to follow certain regulations, and we provide the link for those regulations, as well as the link to a pamphlet that we created to make it easy for the public to understand what those regulations are. It's on our website, and for those who don't have internet, we will send out the hard copies when they upon request. So we did that for all our department-owned lakes except for Lake Bashir, and there were a couple of reasons for that at the time. This was a very contentious regulation in a lot of ways. Most people were on board, but a lot of people were on board with how those regulations should look. And the agreement, we have an agreement with Lake Bashir, or Dawson Springs, to help us take care of Lake Bashir. And that agreement really was a lot more liberal than our agreements that we have with municipalities or counties in terms of what the county will do or what we will do on those lakes. For instance, on Lake Bashir, we allow folks at the behest of Dawson Springs to build beaches. We don't do that on other lakes. We allow them to build small marinas, private marinas. That's not allowed in other lakes. Boat dock, or boat ramps. So I think back in 2010, Benji Kinman was director when this was first initiated. I think everybody thought that because of the complexity of that regulation as it was, we were going to leave Lake Bashir out and just allow Dawson Springs to continue to do the monitoring of that lake. Back around 2012, I was called about an incident where Dawson Springs couldn't control construction on our buffer. We've been trying since then to kind of get back with them and talk about what they can and can't do. The mayor back then informed me that they had no legal authority to patrol the lake. And so we've been trying to figure out how we can move forward. And just this year, finally, we finally was able to get a hold of the city, and we were going to meet with them next Friday. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to reword the contract in a way that will allow them to still get the free water, which is why we have a contract with them in the first place. Part of that contract is that Dawson Springs will do maintenance on the dam. The other part of the contract is basically has to do with those access structures and boat docks. And so we need to sit down with them to figure out exactly what they can and can't do in terms of oversight, understanding we want to fold this lake now into these regulations. There will be caveats, there will be other issues with this particular lake that other lakes aren't going to have because of the agreement we have with Dawson Springs, but we still need to fold that thing in there. So right now it's actually without regulation. It's not covered with anything since 2010 when this new regulation was formed. So we got to bring them into a set of regulations that they can at least try to provide oversight if that in fact is something they can and want to do. And that's what we're going to ascertain next Friday. The new mayor, I've been talking with him a few times in the last week or so, and it seems like he's more in the belief that in fact Dawson Springs can work with the county to do the oversight on the lakes. So we just really need to sit down and get all this straightened out as to what the new agreement needs to look like. They're getting free water, and I think the dam maintenance will certainly remain on that agreement, and then anything beyond that in terms of our buffer or boat docks will have to be worked out. So we're going to move forward on that. If it's okay with everybody here, we're also going to have a public meeting to let folks know around, it'll be in Dawson Springs on the 23rd, I think. And we're going to inform the public exactly what these regulations mean to them. There's a lot of false information already being circulated that folks that have these extravagant beaches and marinas are going to lose all that because of these new regulations. That's not true. What happened in 2010 was we simply grandfathered everything that was there, even though it was illegal, just to more or less draw a line in the sand. Okay, you got this piece of equipment on our buffer that shouldn't be there. It's been there for years. Nobody said anything. We're going to grandfather it in for the life of that piece, whether it's a gazebo or whatever it is. But going forward, those kind of constructions aren't going to be allowed. And that really the idea behind that regulation then and with Lake Bashir will be just so that we can better control what is and isn't being built on our buffer and on the lakes. At some point, you get so much construction that it really does impede fishing and access to the lakes.
I move we move this to the full commission.
Okay. Any other? Do I have a second?
Yes.
Made and second that we move it to the full commission. Is there any other discussion? Brian, is this in your district?
Bashir, it's right on the line.
Johnson Spring.
It's right. Lake Bashir's right on the line.
It wasn't Frank Williams.
Pardon? It's right on the line.
It's Frank Williams, so it'd be you then.
Whenever a discussion came up about anything, I used to call Frank, tell him it was his district. He used to call me and tell me it was his line.
My reason was asking was had you had anything coming back to whoever is the commission for that area?
I haven't had any complaints lately.
No, okay. All right. It's been motion and second that we move this to the full commission. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We move to full commission.
That's all I had.
Some boat ramp.
Commissioner, you wanna bring that up, or you wanna talk on the side, or?
Yeah, just if you could maybe, get us a report on boat ramps that have issues getting access at Winter Pool. See if we can address some of those concerns with, destruction of trailers, tires, and getting better access at Winter Pool.
Right. Commissioner Horn's been, informed about a boat ramp issue that we have on, one of our eastern Kentucky lakes, Dewey Lake. And I told Mike, or I'm asking Michael to come up. He's our engineer director, and they really do most of our maintenance and boat dock construction. And so he is much more well-informed in terms of what they're planning for that particular boat dock. I can say that there was also some pictures that I've been showing about debris that was on the lake, on the boat ramps, preventing people from using the boat ramps. We do have agreements with Parks on both the boat ramps, Campground and Terry, to take care of the maintenance issues on those ramps, understanding that Parks, like us, sometimes are at a point to where they can't just run out there every time there's an issue. Those lakes go up and down very quickly when there's a lot of rainfall, and every time they go down, they're going to deposit debris on the boat dock, our boat ramps. So we try to work with them. I just looked it up, and they are clear now. But I'm gonna let Michael talk about the issues with boat ramps.
Yeah, so I guess we have two boat ramps there at Dewey Lake. There's the Terry ramp, and then the other one has multiple names. The sign says Dewey Lake Boat Ramp. I think locals may call it Goble Ramp, and it's also maybe known as a campground ramp. And we actually had plans. We have the permits in hand and plans to extend the campground ramp, the Dewey Lake ramp. It's a 2-lane ramp, and we were going to do it last winter pool, but with the water levels, we never really had that stretch of winter pool where we could do the construction. But that ramp is a 2-lane ramp. There is a ledge rock that may prevent us from extending 2 lanes. We may just be able to extend 1 lane, but we'd still have 1 lane usable during the winter pool. The other issue with that ramp is there's not much parking, and so we are looking into possibly expanding. There's not a real good way to do this. If we were, it would probably entail filling in like a part of the valley, which could be considered the flood pool, so we'd have to get approvals through the Corps of Engineers and state parks to do that. The other ramp, Terry ramp, that we built also, it's kind of back in a cove, and winter pool is not usable. And so we have looked at potentially relocating that. There's not really a good spot to, like as you go out to where the deeper water is, that would be accessible. Winter pool, the banks are too high and too steep. And so we looked into it, and it's just not really feasible. And the other option is dredging, which is very expensive and not really feasible either. But we can continue to look into it, especially the Dewey Lake ramp, and expanding that parking, and maybe bring something back to show you all our plans for that. Thank you.
What kind of timeline are we looking at on that?
We have the permits in place to go ahead and extend it, so next winter pool, we need the winter pool to do that construction, to do the push-in. And so for the ramp extension, hopefully next winter, the parking lot expansion, it's just in a very conceptual preliminary design, so we have to sit down and talk with the Corps of Engineers. That would be a couple of years out before that construction would actually happen, if it's allowed.
So feasibly this winter, you'll extend the ramp, it'll be usable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
High water situation, extending the ramp is not an issue, but if you get normal conditions in a normal winter pool, then you can do your work to take care of it. Okay.
The Kendall ramp is out of commission for the season, correct?
I've heard it's been repaired. That's
It's open now?
Yeah, it's a Corps of Engineer.
Okay, that's
so we don't.
They had a riprap down there because it was kind of melting away. So they had riprap and fixed the road. I think they said it. So.
Awesome.
Well, if there's nothing further,
I got one question.
Okay.
Ron, I got a text last night, or whatever, where he talked to you about it. There was a rumor going around too, thinking about closing the access in Paragon on Cave Run. You know, there's a lot of traffic and bank fishing and all sorts of things at Paragon. Have you heard anything about that?
I have not heard anything on that. Is that us or is that,
It'd be
Forest Service?
Forest Service, because we have the Stony Cove ramp, it's the only one that we have that we recently built for Cave Run.
If I may, I talked to a gentleman from the Forestry Service yesterday evening, because I called him about the Blackwater access. The road is slipped there, and he said they have applied for some grant, and I don't know what it is because of the extended high water that they had this spring. But they're trying to get some kind of grants that will fix all those roads and all those boat ramps and stuff, hopefully in the near future.
So that's the forestry on Perry?
Forest Service.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Nothing further, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Fisher Committee's meeting adjourned.
Let's reconvene at 13:05 hours. We'll break for lunch, and we'll hear from Bill Gorman. I mean, Harm. 13:04 hours. Why did I jump all over that?
Hi, Kim.
Hi, Paul.
Paul at?
Who we waiting on? Harry and
Harry Paul.
Kenny?
Yes, sir.
Harry. Are you talking about the frog? About the what? The bullfrog? Yes, sir. Okay.
We gotta stop him.
I tried to get Ron to.
He wouldn't do it.
Trying to find it, find it, there's somebody just another one's right there.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I've got a pond on my farm when I first had walked around, they jump in. I see a little frog for 10 years.
Okay.
If you'll allow
Not a
Mr. Conklin to
single
speak to the
one.
commission
Yep.
quick briefly.
Okay, let's, we got everyone? I think Jeff's the last one. Karen? Karen, we wait. Let's go ahead and, we'll just get started, Chris. Is it Mr. Garland? Carlin?
Carmen.
Carmen.
Everybody gets it. Carmen. I think I'm gonna change my name that way.
It's all right.
Might get it right.
No.
Bill.
Bill
Just call him
Carmen.
the Marlboro Man.
I
Bill Carmen,
agree.
C-A-R-M-A-N. So, I'm here to represent the Kentucky Elk Guide Association. We're, I think you've already had some folks introduce themselves with that organization, but we're a nonprofit that has been recently incorporated. I guess, in a nutshell, to try and bring a little order to the Wild West that occurs during elk season down in eastern Kentucky. We're trying to create a group of guides that are represented by ethical, legal hunters, so, and guides. So, anyway, we had a meeting about a month ago, and Commissioner Horn asked us to give us our input as to regarding the number of tags for 2020. And so we deliberated for quite some time about this, and we believe that the Kentucky elk population is declining. It could be disease, it could be overhunting, it could be predation, it could be habitat loss, or a combination of all those things. We don't know what it is. We also believe that cow elk are the keys to the vitality of the herd. Consequently, we recommend that the cow firearms tags be reduced by 50% for the next 3 years. That would reduce the number by 122 to 122. As I understand it, it's gonna be 244, or that's the way it's set up right now. We didn't take this lightly. Frankly, many of our board members wanted to put a moratorium on cow elk hunting in Kentucky, but cooler heads prevailed. Remember that this recommendation will actually hurt us financially. So again, we didn't take it lightly. This is not science-based, but it is based on, just on our board alone, over 100 years' experience on the ground, in the woods, in the elk zone, dealing with elk. Reducing cow herds by 122, assuming that all, and this is big broad brush strokes done on the back of a bar napkin, basically, but assuming that all the cows are pregnant, that our calf recruitment is 100%, and I know these numbers are real rough, and that half of the elk that are born are cows, again, that's probably pretty conservative, and that the hunter success is around 50%. You know, in 3 years, I could increase our elk herd by over 500 elk, which, that's a significant number of elk. So, we feel pretty strongly about it, and you guys asked for our input, well, you got it. And, we
we do appreciate the fine work that you guys and your biologists do for the elk herd. It's regardless of who says what, it's still the envy of the United States in terms of the way it's run. But again, we do believe we're declining. So, any questions?
Thank you, Bill.
How, just personal observation of what y'all have seen in the woods, is there any?
Well, I'll tell you, we do know that the elk have scattered dramatically because of the change in habitat. Back years ago, you could go out on a surface mine just about anywhere in the elk zone and sit there right at dark elk and pour out of the timber, and you'd have a chance to kill an elk. That is no longer the case. You got to get in the timber and hunt them. Used to be we'd see larger herds. My first year dealing with the elk was, as a guide, was 2008, and I was in the woods or on a surface mine in eastern Kentucky, and I saw a herd of 40 bulls. Now, 40 bulls. This was a winter herd when they were in a big bunch, kind of a bachelor group. You just don't see that anymore. There are some herds in the winter that you do see, but these elk are scattered. You might, during hunting season, you'll see small little groups of a half a dozen, 6 or 8 cows, and maybe 1, maybe 2 bulls. Occasionally, now we're seeing 4x4s and 5x5s that are the herd bulls, which is, unusual. We would think it would be unusual. So we think the age class is going down too. But we do believe that the elk herd is declining. Yes,
So you're harvesting younger bulls?
yes, sir. And I haven't seen the data. That's just, our group, we're just looking at what we're harvesting.
Right.
Now, okay, now there are big bulls being harvested every year, but there aren't very many. Used to be, we wouldn't shoot a bull if it was under 300 class bull. Now, 300 is a gift. That's a good bull. So the age class is going down too. And we are getting in the woods. I mean,
Are there other factors, Billy, you think are contributing to this?
well, I don't know. We're hearing some rumors of disease. I'm no biologist, but I know that one of the hosts for brainworm is this little snail that likes cool, shady environment. And if the elk are more in the timber now, maybe brainworm.
Right.
We got the bear population is increased dramatically. Maybe they're killing calves. Maybe there's more poaching than we know about. Who knows?
Yeah.
The elk are getting smarter?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Harder to hunt?
If your common sense tells you if every elk that bugles gets killed, then pretty soon that genetic trait is going to be bred out of them. Maybe they're not. I don't know, but we believe that the elk herd is declining. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
All right. Well, thank you,
any
Bill.
questions? Thank you.
We're gonna move on to Chris. And what?
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry?
That's a good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chris. What, you're gonna talk about the bullfrog
Yep, we have
season?
several action items. If you guys are ready, we'll start right into it with the first action item is a modification of the frog season limits. Basically, this was brought to us by the League of Kentucky Sportsmen. They had a resolution requesting the Department of Research to proceed decline in bullfrog populations. We've talked to our non-game folks, and while we don't have any data to indicate there is a steep decline that is going on, shortening the season will do nothing but have a beneficial effect. We've talked to John McGregor, and he's looked at other states and around us, and of our 7 border states, only 2 states allow harvesting in May, and only 3 of those allow, including Kentucky, allow harvesting through the June. So basically what we proposed was to move the start of the bullfrog season from the 3rd Friday in May to the 1st Friday in July.
Okay.
One question on that right there. When you talk about the 7 bordering states, with Tennessee being one that does, then that means all the other states are north of us, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, they're gonna have a climate issue.
Not much at that range. I mean, it's not like you're up in Michigan, Illinois. I mean, it's somewhat, but
I
you've
mean,
got.
you think Illinois, Indiana,
From
all those set their season based on their more northern climate than us, is what I'm asking. In other words, or do they split frog season from the upper part of Illinois, middle, central, southern?
I don't know that. honestly.
Is this a perception thing, or is there any?
I think it's a perception thing. We don't, like I said, we're not seeing anything. John's not hearing anything on his surveys or from other folks to say that this is a real decline, you know, maybe anecdotally. But that's it.
There's not a bullfrog on any land that I own. I'll tell you that. And I'm bordered by the Ohio River, 2 navigable streams that have 4 ponds.
In my days back on the farm, the frogs were in the ponds where you ran cattle, things like that. The ponds that had just free range out in the middle of a cornfield or something like that, I've hardly ever got a frog out of any of those. But when you had the, I guess the insects or bugs or something more prevalent around the cows and stuff like that, I don't know. That's where I always used to get up and find all the frogs at. When I hunted them back.
That's what we. I mean, I got a hunter in the middle of the cornfield that's loaded with bullfrogs, but it's got brush around it.
Okay. But
And again, you know, nothing that we're seeing, but pushing it back just allows those frogs to get through the breeding season further.
Yeah.
Get more egg masses off.
Okay.
It wouldn't do anything but help.
Chet?
Chet, you got anything on that?
Thank you for asking, Commissioner. Chad Hayes, the League of Kentucky Sportsmen. That came up in one of our resolutions at a convention. There seems to be places in Kentucky where we got a fair number of frogs and places where we don't. I know in northern Kentucky, I moved to northern Kentucky in 1971. I was a lot younger then, and it was a big deal for me to go out at night and get frogs. I was born and raised in southwestern Ohio. And back then, where I was born and raised, the frog season didn't open up until about the 2nd week of June. And even then, we were getting frogs that had some eggs in them, females. But for the most part, we had plenty of frogs. We were only allowed 10 frogs in Ohio. When I moved to Kentucky, the season opened a month earlier. We were allowed 15 frogs with a multitude of weapons. And to me, back then, I thought, this can't be right. I don't know how long this can be sustained, you know. But up where I live, we have very few frogs. I did not drive this resolution. This came from West Kentucky 1st District. So, but I can just pass on the feedback from some of our folks and my own personal experience.
Okay.
But I think it would be good to give those frogs a little time to spawn.
Just for a discussion item, is it something we could research and see if we wanted to zone it between the east and the west, if the problem's in the west? Thought.
My frog hunting days are 30 years past, and I haven't, so I don't have any boots on the ground information to give here, but I certainly am not opposed to protecting them or moving or doing this, but like I said, at the same time, I don't want to make the wrong move here and do something to people that doesn't need to happen to. So
How long's that season been running, Chris, for that start date? I mean,
My whole,
as long as I can remember. I mean, it is gonna be something if we move it.
And some of the other issues you get when you get into the hotter temperatures and the hotter weather and the water levels being down, it can become a real challenge.
Are they susceptible to any diseases or predation, or do we know if there's anything that, you know?
Yeah.
Big bass on it.
Yeah, do they?
Raccoon.
I know they don't get brainworm, but is there anything that affects biologically a frog that can make a big difference? Who's the frog man here? Who's the Navy SEAL here?
Amphibious? Anybody amphibious?
Sonny, you want to talk about the raining issues?
Yeah, there are some disease issues that could potentially impact a lot of different amphibians, bullfrogs being one of those. Habitat, you mentioned what the ponds look like as far as some woody structure and different things. Even if they were out in the middle of a cornfield, you got a little bit of stuff in there for give them some cover, some shading, helps control water temperatures. So there's several different things that could potentially impact them. Like Chris mentioned, the surrounding states, most of those have pushed that window up a little bit because it gives them a longer time to get that egg mass off. and give them a better chance of getting those numbers up. It's like anything else, if you do have ponds, you can have a really localized effect. If this is predominantly in western Kentucky, you might get a little bit heavier hunting pressure. There could have been something else that has impacted those locally that could have made some differences for those folks out hunting frogs. But we don't, you know, that's not a species that we've had a long history of. We don't have telecheck for bullfrogs. So.
Insecticides, how about insecticides or chemical agents?
There is a possibility for that. There's a lot of research out there about how different chemical compounds can impact breeding. There's different things on the landscape for sure, and we have different things available that we use in different practices on the landscape that we didn't have 30 years ago. There is a potential, you know, due to runoff and things like that, that it could have some impact, but those are not things that we have researched. We've never been asked to do that. But those are all potential, yes.
So, Chris, do we need to get some more information on the things that might be impacting? I mean, we're not gonna change this for this year.
Right.
So let's get some more information on what could be causing this, or maybe splitting the zones like you said, east or western, or.
We can look at what the northern states do if they split.
Maybe do a survey to the sportsmen and women.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Chad Chad, can you spread that around to all of your districts and ask them if they can send us something, or, you know?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is not a no answer, it's that we don't have enough information.
Yeah, we just don't. I mean, so,
Yeah, I think the whole
wanna
thing
make a
is
motion to
raise
table it,
awareness.
anybody, or?
There's places that don't have frogs, and,
Okay.
yeah.
How long
We
will it
agree,
take
we
to
don't
get
have
the
any
information?
biological information, you know, we don't have telecheck for frogs, we don't have any survey data that shows there's a steep decline. But just looking at what other states do and noting the breeding cycle of frogs, pushing it back, would just help them get off more successful egg masses, so.
So this decision's gonna be affected for next year anyway, so if we can take a couple months and get a little more info.
August, September meeting, we'll do some surveys, try to get some ideas from numbers of people that maybe have actually hunted bullfrogs.
Yeah.
And try to get some information.
Karen, when would we need now to pass this in order to make it effective for next year?
So, yeah, so anything we file now, anything we file starting July 1, after, in the month of July, anything we file will be under the new regulation or new statute as far as the 60-day comment period. So if we bring this for August, September, I mean, you're not even gonna get this probably to make sure we get it through for next year, and in the hunting guide, you know, we'll be pushing it at that point. So if you're saying the majority, you know, 8 months, you wanna count that we definitely 8 months. It might not take that long, but we wanna give ourselves 8 months. So if we do it in September, it means we get filed in October, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. You're not gonna make it for that, the next guide. So, it would actually be in effect the year after.
Okay, so if we don't do it now.
Chris, how do you feel about it?
I feel like it can't do anything but help, you know, again, you know, I don't think there's a real strong contingent of people that are gonna be upset about pushing it back. You know, I don't think there are that many bullfrog hunters in the state, the ones that, again, it helps biologically. I don't see it as an issue.
If we move this forward to the commission, and we have this 30 days here for people that's gonna then bring opposition to it, we don't have to pass it in June.
Oh, no, absolutely
Right,
not.
right, yeah. And the other stuff we can look at between now and then too.
Yeah, we can get more information between now and then, so we need
I would
to come
rather
up with
get some
some kind of
information
motion
and
here.
data, not
Yes.
pass it until June. I mean,
Right.
have the August,
That's what I'm saying,
September
even if you
timeframe.
move it to the June meeting, we can get that information by then.
Then we can vote up or down in June if we
You wanna
move
make
it
a-
on and let the people, let the.
Are you
people see
worried
that
about
it's
this in
coming,
your
and if
district?
they have a large opposition to it, they'll let us know.
Nobody gigs frogs in my district because of cottonmouth.
Yeah.
You know, those
Right.
in the far
pleasure.
west.
But you're just not seeing the frogs,
So
so,
there's just frogs.
so this would,
People comment that there's frogs not there.
Would-
Just came for the first week. It's
So you-
okay with me, it's okay with me to move it forward to the, it's okay with me to pass it, but it's okay with me to move it forward to
Full
the
commission.
commission. But I, you know, I'm a scientist, I like data, so I'd like to acquire some data.
yeah, between now and then?
I'll make a motion to move this forward to the commission and start a program of acquiring data and a systematic
systematic fashion.
so that we'll have some reference points.
Second, anybody?
I'll say.
Okay. We're good. Thank you, everyone. Chris, are you still covering this one?
Yep.
Okay, so we're moving with, means by which migratory game birds may be taken.
Yeah, this is basically to remove the 3 shell limit on shotguns for the snow moose conservation order season. Basically, historically, by statute, we're only allowed to have that 3 shell limit. That statute now changed, so we can open that up to take advantage of that increased shell limit to help, harvest more snow geese during that conservation order season. We could always be more restrictive than the federal, but not less. And now that the statute had made us be more restrictive, and now that that's changed, we can go with the federal framework.
Are you hunting any other types of migratory birds at that point, which
No.
that shell capacity would affect you?
No.
No.
I move that we move it forward.
Are they allowed to use?
Okay, Harry's making a motion.
Yeah, you can do it, you can, basically, you kill them any way you want.
We would just basically adopt it with almost every other state.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we asked them to change the law for this specific reason.
Yeah.
I would second that.
Kenny's gonna second it. Okay, next.
All right, next one, we have a couple of different things under. This is modification of 301 KAR 2251, hunting and trapping seasons limits for fur bearers. The first one was brought to us by a commission member, Fisher, with the possibility of allowing, expanding the coyote hunting at night season. Currently, you're allowed to take coyotes during the after daylight hours with the use of artificial light. Visible night only, February 1st through May 31st. And it's only permitted with a shotgun, with a single, and with multiple projectile shells. Biologically, this is not an issue. You can kill coyotes however you can kill coyotes, but there are several potential issues with this, socially, from a safety standpoint and from an enforcement issue. I don't know if Colonel Gibson's in the room or law enforcement's in the room, but we've talked to those guys extensively about this. We've looked at what other states are doing. If you guys, want to pass this around, this is just what other states are doing. See that, and it's kind of all over the board. But in Colonel Gibson actually put his officers and asked the officers all what they thought about it, and they had concerns. But basically, the consensus that the law enforcement suggested to us was if we do move this forward. I was just talking about coyote. Okay. So you can jump in. I just told them you had polled your officers about this, and they had some concerns, but overall the consensus was, what I was getting ready to say was, if we do move this forward, they thought, and we kind of feel dip into this, kind of dip a toe into it instead of going headlong, and limit this to March only, rimfire only, and do it on private lands only with written permission. It's kind of the recommendation from law enforcement side of things.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Yeah, just extend the nighttime hunting for rimfires only, only this March, and only on private lands with written permission. So everything else would remain the same. February 1st through May 31st will be shotgun, with the exception of that March month where you could add rimfire into there.
So we're dipping our toe in the water.
Correct.
Yeah. My biggest concern is safety.
Right.
Not being able to see a backstop.
I agree.
That's-
Yeah, I agree. I grew up with, know your backstop was one of the golden rules of hunting, and if I was a landowner, unless I knew exactly how the coyote hunter was setting up and exactly where they're shooting, I wouldn't allow it. I've had several people that have grew up doing this in other states, and it's kind of commonplace to them. So, like I said, biologically, it's not an issue, but it's really a big law enforcement and safety issue.
Yeah. So to add to the conversation, Dr. Carlos had asked about it several months back. I think Mr. Fisher had asked about it, and we just tried to poll all of the law enforcement officers across the districts to get their opinions and ideas on how it might affect their jobs. I think in general, most people were not in favor of an expansion, but also there are people that think that there is plenty of room for an expansion in that. So there's two sides to the argument. So the common ground that we come across when you poll all the units were to try to be as safe as possible, limit it to a time of year where there's limited other activities going on, and the deer and elk have shed their horns generally by March, and then close it down before I have officers going in and doing turkey bait investigations early mornings of the first part of April. So that's why March was the key month. We're after the shed time, but we're before our early turkey hunters are going in the woods for our youth seasons and things like that. And then the second part was on private land, so we don't have any public land issues. The third part was written permission is much easier for an officer when he gets a complaint on a shooter at night. If I go to a private landowner, no one's gonna wanna be woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to confirm that this guy had a right to be shooting on your property. So written permission in hand is a very important part of it. And I think the fourth piece is keeping it to a smaller caliber rimfire. We're not using the longer range rifles where people can extend that range out to onto other people's property. Written permission in hand helps us with, we know that that person is allowed to be there, and that means that that landowner has rightfully given that person, and that person should have previously scouted or been on that property to understand what the safe backstops are on those properties when they set up their nighttime hunting, scenario calls and stuff. So that was the way that the officers responded, and I kind of compiled all those answers, and I wanted to be able to present because it had been asked, and we definitely don't want to keep people, if there's a sport out there that encourages people to come to hunting and to get involved in something different, and obviously a lot of people have the opinion that the coyote hunting could be expanded. So we wanted to give you some feedback, what the officers thought was important, and not to be opposed to it or to be in favor of it, but to provide, if you all do choose to move forward, hopefully a couple of guardrails that keep us in a safe and not increased poaching on antlered animals.
And I will agree with you that most of the deer have shed their antlers by that March time frame, but most of the elk have not.
Right, it's close.
The elk's they're not really shedding their antlers until the end of March, middle of March, the end of March. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Right,
So
that is true, but if we wait till then, we're close to, you got your spring youth season is the 1st April in Saturday, and we felt like as our investigations go, when we start working on turkey bait, and I've got officers in the woods at night, I really don't want to encourage people to be out there with rifles when I've got guys in the woods.
Could we exclude elk zone?
That's what I was gonna say. This doesn't seem to be an issue except in 1st and 2nd district. And,
Well, we got the flat earth ground, we got all this stuff.
people are, people are having problems with coyotes.
If we excluded the elk zone, wouldn't that take care of it?
Yeah.
I hate to take away opportunity if somebody wants to do it, but there's a whole lot of concerns.
We definitely don't want to encourage anyone, it just creates an opportunity for us to have to work to keep that poaching down, and we want to protect the resources best we possibly can.
Well, right now, if we're hearing from some of these other people on the elk issues, we don't really have any to spare. So we don't need to have them being shot with a 17 out there, at night, so.
It's okay with me just to do it in the 1st and 2nd district.
Let's do that, because I know in the 5th it's too populated. I mean, where I'm at,
Have an
I can
experimental
tell you
season
several
in the 1st and
instances,
2nd
people getting
district.
shot.
Well, if we expanded it even further, people in my district would like it too, probably, but, if we just keep it out of the elk zone.
Well, when we pass it to the full commission, that gives us time to get out and talk to the people in our districts between now and then, as far as 1st and 2nd or anything but the elk zone. That gives us time to at least have some conversations with the different clubs between now and then.
Okay.
Is that a motion? Pass it on, I'll second it.
Except for the elk zone, until we can get input from the clubs in those zones.
So,
Colonel, does LEO, do y'all have any problem with this single projectile that we presently have? In other words, double aught buck is fine with you all at night because right now it says, we have it in there that says single projectile.
No single projectile.
Not permitted.
That's what I say we have eliminated single projectile, but would you also want to consider completely eliminating double aught buck, number 1 and aught buck, and maybe even number 4 buck? Number 4 buck's as big as a 22, and there's 41 of them in a 3-inch Magnum. from a law enforcement aspect, at 40 yards, a man cannot stand a box of 22 shells coming at him at one time. So, do y'all have any objection to the size limit on a shot? In other words, the largest shot you can use is a number 4 buck, or the largest shot you can use is a number 2 for coyotes at night. And I'll tell you, a 2 will kill a coyote in a full choke at 40 yards, and he'll never whimper. But you all have any objection to people going out at night with double alt buck, because it's not a single projectile?
So, we don't experience a ton of interaction with people taking advantage of our current coyote season as it is. We do get a little bit of it, but not enough to really have a ton of officer input on that particular issue. I think moving to a single projectile, you're already kind of crossing a lot of those thresholds when you move to that more long-range ammunition. Anytime you go to 17 or 22, you're going to extend that range beyond what a shotgun would. So, like I said, I think the parameters that we discussed, and with the almost 4 that we kind of put together when Mr. Garland and I worked together to try to come up with a reasonable compromise on it, seem to be the right ones. The buckshot issue, if you all want to discuss that, we can obviously have some more information, and I can ask those questions before we return for the June meeting, sir.
But waterfowl wise, we can't, what's the largest shot we can shoot? We can't shoot buckshot. Waterfowl. Can't shoot number 4 buck. Let me say that again, Commissioner Carlos, you cannot shoot number 4 buck.
No, you can't.
Just want to make sure you.
Can, it's not legal.
So.
I said you can, it's not legal.
Okay, so you made a motion, Paul, to forward this?
He made the motion and I was modifying it to say to exclude the elk zone until we can get some more, input from the clubs and the sportsmen in that area.
So, are you seconding his motion?
I was modifying his motion.
My motion was we move this forward to the commission with the caveat that we do it as a test program in a limited geographical area and get more data and input on it.
Okay.
And Paul seconded.
All right.
We're gonna vote, yeah.
Moving on.
Gonna vote.
Aye.
All right, second action item under this item is United Trappers of Kentucky have requested to extend the trapping season on defined water sets through the end of March. This past year, we extended the trap check time frame and the season for nuisance beaver trapping efforts only. We kind of, as a division, we kind of have some concerns with this one. Is the bycatch of other species is a concern. We have some outstanding research on river otter that needs to be considered. Timing of trapping. Certain species, otters specifically, have young of the year already. I would suggest, I guess, from the division standpoint, that we would meet with the trappers and the houndsmen and get more information on this one before moving forward. But it was brought up and wanted to bring it to you guys.
Before June?
Well, I was thinking September, August, September. Yeah.
Is that the time that we need to get it in the next regulatory cycle?
That would put it for the next season anyway. Yeah, we couldn't get it this season anyway.
September. Yeah, if you did a final vote in September, you'd be fine for the following fall, yes.
Okay, I move that we move this forward to the commission and obtain, and present it at such time that we have appropriate data from parties concerned, but before the deadline to get it in for regulation for next year. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine, sir. My name's Steve Pickard. I'm with the United Trappers of Kentucky. I live in the 9th District, and March the 1st, I purchased my 44th consecutive annual trapping license in Kentucky. I would like to take just a minute, and I'll be brief, to explain how this action item came about. The beaver population in Kentucky, I wouldn't call it as exploding, but it's definitely expanding quickly. In 3 to 5 years, I believe we're going to be having more and more beaver complaints, and it will be approaching the exploding definition. And the reason that this came about is we met 2 years ago across the hall there with Karen and Commissioner Johnson and Frank Williams and Steve Bean, concerning beavers specifically in western Kentucky, Hawkins and Muhlenberg County. They were having terrible trouble with the road departments having problems, individual landowners were having problems, and we were able to help those individual landowners some. But we feel like at this time that we need to look at this as a statewide problem instead of helping an individual problem beaver, because a beaver that is a quarter mile upstream or downstream could be the problem beaver tomorrow. So we were asked as an organization by someone in the department to submit an idea of what we could come up with to help control the beaver population. We went back to our directors, our officers, directors. We said, what do you all think? And this is what we came up with. There's only two things that are going to increase the beaver harvest. One's nothing we can do anything about, is the price of beaver pelts. There's nothing anybody in this room can do about, nothing they can do about that. The other one is an opportunity to lengthen the season and provide more opportunity for those trappers that will trap beaver. So this is what we came up with. We realized there will be otters. There's no doubt there will be otters taken if we beaver trap. There will be a few muskrats taken. But beaver, otters, and muskrats, the fur quality is still good in March. I'm not an otter expert. I guess you have data that you're saying that the otter may have their litters in March. If the department feels like that the otters, and the otters have their own set of problems. Otters is not an innocent individual. They've caused you all a lot of problems in the past. But if the department feels like that the otter is going to hold up what we propose to do about the beaver, if it's more important, we'll certainly defer to your all's decision, because we feel like wildlife decisions need to be made in this room and not be changed when it leaves this room. It needs to be, you all are the experts. So we certainly will defer to what your information, if that is the case. That's all I have.
I have one question for you, sir, while you're there.
All right.
Instead of extending the season, and we've allowed the nuisance beaver trapping efforts, so it's pretty much any beaver is nuisance, correct?
Well, you know, that's one thing that I said from the get-go. A beaver that is a nuisance, you know, since stopping somebody's covered up or cutting their apple trees or cutting their corn or the many other things that they can do, they're that immediate nuisance. But when you remove that beaver, just a little ways up or down the creek, there's just another one to move in and create a nuisance. So the beaver that's not a nuisance today can very well likely be the nuisance beaver tomorrow. That's why we would like to look at it as a statewide instead of a specific landowner problem. Does that answer your question?
Well, somewhat, yeah, I'm just trying to say, if you operated under the nuisance beaver, you know, and we didn't have to change a reg or whatever else like that, that you operated under that purview, and it's a more limited action versus opening it up to everyone in the entire state, and then we got more otters exposed and da-da-da-da-da. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, we gotta take care of the problem. So what the wisdom is what I'm looking for.
And we looked at, you know, starting the season early, you know, but the fur quality is not there in October. There's nothing, no fur bearer in Kentucky they're valueless in October. So that's what we came up with to try to help the department. You all will be hearing more about beavers in the next 3 to 5 years. Yes. Trappers are not trapping them, and the few trappers that are trapping them, they're trapping for other things than beavers. You're going to be hearing more and more about beaver issues, and we don't feel like the otter is in any danger. He's pretty strong statewide. Y'all done an excellent job restoring the otter population.
Steve, do you think all the rain that we've had has caused an increase in the Otter Creek? I've got complaints from, it's kind of outside of my purview. Cumberland County's having a lot of trouble on the creek systems of Cumberland County.
Cumberland County is loaded with otters. Yeah. And what you have, going back to the beavers, is in March, their dispersion, the teenage beavers, the 2-year-old beavers, they're doing a lot of traveling. They're going everywhere. And it's a good time to catch them. The otters, you're talking about Lake Cumberland levels and the tailwater levels, pushing them up the small feeder streams.
Because these feeder creeks that go into the river that are below the spillway in Cumberland County, those creeks are lined around. They're falling over in farmers' fields before they're plowed. The trees are falling over in their cornfields, and they're having to clear the trees out before they can plant their corn. And then they're getting soil erosion on the banks with the beavers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're having, because of the beaver troubles that I've heard of.
Yeah, I actually trapped in Cumberland County a few days this year, and the cornfields all along the river, they have like big crop circles where the beavers went out and just cleared a giant circle of corn. So they're gonna be something you're gonna be hearing more and more about if this happens or not.
Thank you.
Chet Hayes, League of Kentucky Sportsmen and United Trappers. These trappers are one of our member clubs. I'm also a member of the United Trappers. What has really, I guess, inspired the trappers to try to get this season? We're asking very simply for an extension of the trapping season for water sets only. Knowing that we're gonna catch some, what you would call non-target animals, but they're fur bearers. Taking these otter, a few of these otter, during the month of March, we don't think is gonna hurt the population of the otter. When these otter can be legally taken at that time and telechecked, it provides data, more data for the department to manage these otter. The question is raised that some of these species may be having young. This is a control issue. It's not just a recreation issue or a food issue or anything like that. It's a control issue with these beaver, but it's also these other fur bearers. The otters, we get a lot of complaints on these otters. We always get complaints on muskrats. We just passed or approved a move to kill coyotes when they're having babies. What's the difference? In about a week or so, we're gonna have a squirrel season when they're having babies. So that shouldn't be, if the resource can stand that, and especially when the resource needs controlled and needs harvested, this shouldn't be an issue. It should not be an issue. And we're trying to interact with the department as partners to control a statewide problem. We've gone down in West Kentucky 2 years in a row now, what we call the Beaver Brigade. That was started by Commissioner Williams. And we've taken a large number of beaver. The first year we took 185 in 4 checks with about 7 or 8 trappers around the Peabody area and down into Hopkins and Muhlenberg County. With those 180 plus beavers, we took, I think, 3 otters were tagged. And I don't know if there was a female in that bunch, I can't say that. But there were 3 otters. That's a pretty good trade-off for taking out 186 beavers. And we feel like the incidental take of an animal that might be having young, it's no different than some of the other things we do. We shoot doves when they're still having young. We chase coons when they're still with their cubs. We chase bears when their cubs are just a few months out of the den. And it provides opportunity for sportsmen and at a sustainable use of the resource. And that's what this is. And these trappers have worked. I've got a pile of paper an inch thick going back to 2010, 2009. And we don't want to see this postponed again. We want you all to make a decision and tell us what you want to do. And if you all aren't interested in controlling these beaver and these fur bearers with a regulated season where trappers got to stay in the water and do only that, just tell us. Thank you.
We did get a motion from Harry.
Let me repeat it.
Yes, sir.
I move that we move this forward to the commission and that we make sure that we don't miss the deadline for regulations, gathering data about the otters and so forth. We need to gather the data. We just don't need to put it off, so we put this off another year. So if anybody can make sense out of senile rambling, that's the motion.
I'll second it.
So I just want
Paul.
to clarify before y'all vote on it, so that we'll see what we can bring by the June meeting. And if conversations with the different groups and also on the data is not available, then August, September would still allow us time to get for the next season. So either one of those 2 commission meetings will allow us the ability to make sure that they're in place by the next trapping season. Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Next item on the agenda is modification of 2049 small game per bear hunting traffic seasons on public hunting areas. We've been approached by grouse hunters. Years ago, we had this, the season was exactly what has been proposed, to end the grouse season on public lands December 31st of each year, and statewide close the season January 31st of each year. I can't remember how many years ago this changed. Karen, you remember when it changed back, but you know, we had a lot of basically grouse hunters are no, quail hunters are low for that matter. So we had this for all small games, quail, rabbit, and grouse. And John, you remember, Morgan, were you here when we had a lot of pushback from hunters wanting to hunt? 2013. Okay, thank you.
That was specifically for rabbit.
Okay, so biologically, hunting is not typically additive to mortality. However, the later you go into the season, pushing, especially on a public lands where you get more pressure and consistent pressure, the later you go, the more possibility of that mortality event additive you get, because you push those animals multiple times, the weather conditions are worse, and you get later and later into the year, and the farther you push them and the harder you push them, the less chance they have going into the breeding season in better condition and good condition to reproduce. So biologically, this is not an issue. We would support that recommendation. However, socially, I know from the last go around back in 2013 that this was a very hot topic issue with hunters, and anybody who's around then probably remembers that. So we would recommend, we survey current grouse hunters, small game hunters in general, and get their thoughts on this.
Yeah.
I think this was the same way. I don't think even if we pass this commission, even if we wait, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, if we did this in August, September, we would still only be in effect for the next hunting season. This will be a very, there'll be a lot of vocal.
Do we have anyone
concern
here
on
today
this.
that wants to come up
One
and
quick
speak
question.
about it?
What is the current bag limit for grouse in a day?
4.
Does that seem like quite a bit? Number one. You have a low population. What's your feeling?
With grouse and quail, those bag limits.
So if nobody gets it, why do we have a bag limit that high?
You can decrease bag limits, but some aren't achieving that anymore. There's gotta be a concept.
But why?
Four is high in the sky that you might get one.
Make a drastic change and then move on. Keep up with it. Sorry.
My name's Gary Green. Gentlemen, we have the same problem that all Appalachia has, and now the northern states have had. Grouse is in a steep decline. I've talked to several people since November in several states. I've been told that Indiana is debating right now where to place. They're wanting to list the rough grouse on endangered bird species. The state of Ohio closed their February season down in 2003. They are waiting to see what Indiana does, because they're wanting to shut their season down totally right now. And that's gonna be basically their argument to the sportsmen and the hunters if Indiana does list them as an endangered bird. I talked to the grouse biologists at Ohio last week. They went to the same areas that they did in the 90s and trapped 119 days last year to try to capture grouse and do studies on them and see the condition of the birds, and they never caught one bird in 119 days. If Wisconsin is one of the biggest states that has probably the biggest surge of their economy is grouse hunting. In 2017, they sold over 18,000 non-resident small game license. And I'm talking just strictly a small game license with no deer tag, no elk tag, no turkey tag, nothing. Just for a small game hunter to hunt a small game. And they shut down a month of their season last year, but right when season was starting, because they seen the seriousness of it. I talked to Lisa Williams last week for almost 2 hours. Lisa's probably led the fight on the decline of grouse in the West Nile. She shut their January season down 3 years ago in Pennsylvania. And I think if we do this, we should look at her model she's basically got a formula. That if the birds come back to a certain level, then that January season is reopened. As long as it's below that level, it stays closed. Well, unfortunately, in the last 3 years, that level is still climbing. I talked to Jason Isabella. He was the grouse biologist in Missouri. They had no grouse. They made an agreement with Wisconsin last year to trap 300 birds, 100 birds each year, to try to bring the grouse back in Missouri. Last year they trapped 100 birds, shipped them to Missouri, and 98 of those birds survived. And I was enthused. I thought we finally found somebody who's figured this game out. I talked to Jason last week. They went out to New Drummond Council and looked for sightings because, like every other department, nobody cares enough about the small game to put the money out to fund what needs to be funded. So they didn't have the funds to track, do any radio calling or track any of these birds. So when they went out and physically looked to see how many birds had survived the winter, they had 6, possibly 7 sightings, and that's it. And they're very discouraged. Every biologist I've talked to in every state I've talked to has said, protect what you got. You're a whole lot better trying to protect what you got, protecting the birds you got, and make sure they survive as trying to relocate. You know, one of the things we asked was to open season up in October, and I don't care if you bring it all the way to the 1st of September. Because we're not asking you to close the woods in February. We're just asking you to close the hunting season down where people can't kill those birds.
Yeah.
If a hunter takes a bird in October or November, the odds are better that that bird would be killed by a predator than that hunter. The people, if you kill a bird in February, you're killing the bird not only has survived the winter, you killed a bird that's probably got some immunity built up to West Nile virus. And you've also killed a bird that's getting ready to nest, and within a month it's going to start hatching out birds. And we need to protect those birds in February. I've talked to the people that's on the Virginia border. They killed 6 birds the last week of season. The last 3 weeks of February, they boys told me they found more birds in the last 3 weeks of February than they did the whole season. Now, I argue that the science is not with us, that the biology is not with us, because I think the science is supported. We shouldn't be killing anything after December. But not only does the science support it, I think the common sense supports it. You know, we've been talking for what, 5 years now about a young forest and a grouse initiative, and that's all we've done is talk. We printed a real impressive brochure, but people, we ain't done nothing to help the small game. And it's time for the talking to start and actually start doing something.
Thank you, Gary. Chris, do we have drumming reports?
We do. We discontinued our historic drumming surveys on the Daniel Boone and many of our WMAs back in 16. The numbers were down. We weren't hearing anything on at that point anyway. Zach just gave me this morning. We redesigned surveys in the tornado zone and did those in 2019. I don't have enough of these. I can send them to you guys or pass this around. These are the drumming survey numbers from the tornado zone and the controlled private lands things, and that tells the tale. Where the habitat is, the grouse were there and they were drumming. Now, don't get me wrong. I said I don't oppose what these guys are recommending, the shortening the season, but that is a.
Not you guys.
Oh, okay, my bad. You move positions on me. You know, back in 15, when we had some grouse meetings across the state, and we specifically asked people that question, only 26% of the people supported shortening seasons as a way to increase numbers.
If you would elaborate on, when you break that out, tornado zone, for the people that do not know.
Mm-hmm.
We had a long track tornado somewhere in eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, Zach, was that in West Liberty?
Yes, sir. Morgan, McGoffin, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Martin.
These study sites were in Morgan and one in Lawrence.
Right.
Okay, so during this track, we've got complete devastation of the forest, I'm supposing. Now we've got regenerative growth. Is that what we have?
Correct.
That's right.
And then within that, 7 years.
Yeah.
So now then, within that track, you have
grouse. Correct.
That's the theory, yeah, and that's what we've sought to restructure our Drummond surveys so that we can kind of test that theory. So far, after 1 year of a pilot study, we did pick up, that's where we picked up birds.
So we're basically not in a limit issue of this or that issue, we're in a habitat issue.
Exactly. And one other thing we've got on the horizon is some LiDAR survey stuff through UK that is hopefully, Zach, correct me if I'm
Yep.
wrong, will
Yep.
help us
Yeah, right.
target, you know, where these pockets are and where we need to focus management moving forward and expand on to mimic what we're seeing in this tornado area.
Okay, so in other words, we need some pretty serious deforestation breaking maybe off from this long track tornado that would make the birds disperse, therefore. If grouse is your.
Correct, if your grouse is your.
Forestry generation.
Yeah.
We don't have a timber plan on hardly any land that we own. So we need to accelerate the cut and timber plan and forestry management on areas that grow grass.
Right.
We don't have any grass in my district.
Right.
We don't have any hills.
We don't. And
We have, but we have ducks.
Right.
And the reason the federal duck season stops is because a duck that's alive on January 31st is more valuable than a duck that's alive on September because he survived all the stuff.
Exactly.
It makes perfect sense that ducks and grouse have something in common.
Yeah. Right.
You have woodcock out there too.
Right. And quail. I mean,
They're federally jurisdiction.
My name's Ronnie Wells. I'm the chairman of the Kentucky Grouse Hunters Association. This is our 26th year. And I've been down here 24 of trying to get forest cut. Pretty much no prevail. Just cut enough to pacify. Now, in 15, we hired this young man. If I'm right, is that 15? 16. And was all over Eastern Kentucky doing these surveys he's talking about. We were told that we're going to go in, locate an area, inventory, start cutting. Ain't been the first chainsaw fired. It's not his fault at all. We want some trees put on the ground, folks. It's not shutting the grouse season down totally ain't going to help those birds. That's proven. We proved that in a study that this department done from 96 to 2003, 7-state area, most extensive grouse study that's ever been done. It showed two things, lack of habitat and avian predators. And this department has not addressed either one of those issues. Avian predators took 83% of our birds killed. And it was in areas where no habitat was. Now, you know, we talked with Zach when he first come on. And we've drawn up on areas that you go into and do major habitat work. We're in full support of shutting that WMA down for 3 years and then reevaluate. And then if those birds are doing real well, we'll keep it shut down for another 3 years and cut on another WMA close to it because those birds will disperse. This department cut a small area on Paintsville Lake 3 years ago. I've hunted that area every year that I've been grouse hunting pretty much. The last 3 years, prior to this year, we've seen no birds. This year I went in and we got a point on 3, small covey of 3, went about a 1/4 mile, got another single up. It's in areas that this department had cut, basically with one man. Out there hatching trees and spraying. Went on up the lake, got another about a 1/4 mile more, got another point on 3 more birds. If you're going to cut, the birds are going to come back. But you can't just wish that those trees fell down, folks. You're going to have to give this boy some money and some help. And you've done an inventory, if I'm correct, on Dewey Lake of around 2,500 acres to go in and do exactly that. It's an area close to where Commissioner Horn works and, on a daily basis, he's more aware of that area than I am. And I only live about 3 miles. When you live 3 miles away in the mountains, you live a long way. You know what I'm saying? Up and down them ridges. To get to that 3 mile section from where, and that's about what it is from where I live to the head of the lake, where the bird flies. It's 34 miles to go around. So, and it's right in the head of the lake. Used to be full of birds. And if you just go in and do the work that this department is supposed to do, it'll help everything more. It'll help everything. Everything. Thank you much.
Yes, sir.
That kind of project is what I brought up last time about WMAs. I mean, timber stand improvement with a little bit of chainsaw safety course. Get 5 or 6 guys out there to wherever Zach tells us that he needs, you know, things laid down, especially species of trees non-mass producing, whatever you tell us forestry wise. I mean, he might not be able to get you 15 guys, but I might be able to get you four or five guys. We'll stay overnight, come back the next morning and start helping you with that. I mean, that's the kind of projects that I was asking for our conservation organizations and these younger guys that want to contribute. I mean, it ain't hard to do hack and squirt, and most of us can run a chainsaw pretty safely. So that stuff we'd be willing to help with. Once we get a list.
So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make the same motion. We move this forward to the commission when we've had adequate time to discuss this with the 2 groups, but before the deadline to get a regulation in for this year. I've got a second motion after that.
Who did the second motion?
No, I said I got another motion when we get through with that one.
We got one back to the mic.
Yes, sir, Ronnie.
Okay, Horace, I started to give you an example of how passionate these grass hunters are in East Kentucky. Back in 94, I believe, 94 or 95, Jeff Soul was wildlife director here at that time. There isn't anybody in the room who's even here at that time other than myself, I think. Maybe Gary and, yeah, me and Gary about the only two that's around at that time. Karen was with the department, I think, but she wasn't within the rest she is now. Jeff goes to Phelps to tell those people that he's gonna shut grass season down December 31st. State police had to escort him out of Pike County. That's not an exaggeration. Now that's what you're gonna be looking at, because they're still up there, and those old boys will, when you mess with it, they don't hunt no more, 99% of them. But they know what grouse needs, and they know what they don't need. And that's what you're gonna face. Thank you.
Chris, what was the year of that survey?
2015, when we had the meetings.
How many meetings did you have?
6.
Where were they at?
Chris, do you have this paper?
Yeah.
Those I gave you?
Yeah.
You have a copy of it? You can have my wonderful copy if you'd like.
It's like you watered it up and hit Gabe with it. What'd you do, hit Gabe in the back of the head with it?
I had it, Zach.
You're gonna give me somebody, you got to get Zach's glasses for me
We'll get you
too.
a fresh one, Paul.
I would like for us to table this more information.
That's what Harry had said.
And
I've said we send it forward, we get more information, we don't bring it back to the committee until we got the information.
Yeah, but we gotta have a priority to
But
get the
there's a deadline.
information.
And that's what I said. And my second motion is gonna be that we instruct people to come up with a plan where we can cut timber, create habitat, and sell the product. And bring the plan to the commission. That's gonna be my second motion.
Just some questions. How long
Harry, we have that on several of the WMAs out there, that we just hired a forester for our first forester for the division, and we can bring everything we've got to you, and you're all right. Well, we're doing stuff, but it's not enough. I mean, we need significant acreages on the ground, to reverse what's going on with grass.
How long habitat doesn't do any good to put grass there.
Right.
How long does it take us to develop a forestry plan, and what's the cost of each plan?
Well, that's gonna vary, obviously, depending on the scale, but just as an update to what Ryan was talking about doing, so we paid for the forest inventory, we talked about it at the last meeting a while ago, but that plan is done, and so now we have a forester on staff that is taking that plan and running with it. So we cannot cut now because of restrictions due to Indiana bats on landscape. But he is in the process of developing bid packages so that we can do a timber sale beginning in September, October, the earliest we can do it. In the meantime, we're doing timber stand improvement work to reduce the chance of getting invasive species in those places.
But in generality, like the
Several months.
study on Dewey, how long did it take to implement or to get that study done?
Once we got through the paperwork hurdles, that was particularly complicated because it was just a product of a long time trying to get off the ground. When Forrester got out and did the work, it took him about 2 weeks to collect the data and another 2 weeks to get the report to us, so pretty quick.
And cost?
Well, again, that was different because it was for a big area, and it was to get an overall inventory. Now that we've got that, see, now we're at the stage where we're picking out discrete 100-acre chunks, and we're within that 100 acres, we're going to do maybe say 80 acres of cutting, 20 acres of this, and 20 acres of that. And over here, we're going to move and do another 100 acres or something. Now that we have that big plan in place, that did cost a lot of money. That would cost $39,000. It didn't cost us that money though. That was partner contribution, 100%.
So that,
Once we have that,
you
though,
know,
that's, I'm sorry.
how many acres of forest land in Dewey?
9,000 acres, doesn't matter.
Okay, but like doesn't this forestry plan only cover 485?
2,500.
2,500.
It's 2,500, so how much, I know you said that it got funded, but how much did it cost in all, to get that plan for the $2,500 or 2,500 acres?
It cost 39,000 and change.
39,000 change, so if we wanted to replicate 2,500 acres in
It's
multiple
gonna
places.
cost a lot of money, right. Otherwise, we would have to hire it in-house. If we had more foresters in-house to do it, costs could be reduced, but we don't have those employees. We just got our first ever wildlife forester hired.
I saw
a few weeks ago.
Didn't
Have
cover
we got
the
a
2,500
bid back
acres.
as far as what the value of the timber on that?
No, that's the next step. That's what we're trying to get lined out.
I think if we go 100 acres at a time.
I didn't see that many.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
I didn't see that many acres.
This might be a stupid question, but why do we hire somebody to study what to cut? Why don't we just hire somebody to cut the marketable timber and sell it? And then we don't have to pay $39,000, we don't have to wait 2 years, and we don't have to, is there some state law that says we have to have this?
Because, it just, we manage for a plethora of wildlife species. So we kind of need to know what we have, and those commercially valuable trees are also wildlife beneficial trees. So we don't want to go cutting every merchantable white oak we have, because some of them are still need to be in the woods. That's just an example.
Can we use our,
I need to tell you, that's ridiculous.
can we use our sister agency, DNR, or Division of Forestry, to help with some of this?
We're
My
trying.
family's cut timber in this country since the 1700s, and we never did a study, ever.
If you cut on federal land, unless they've changed in the last little bit, you have to do an inventory.
On state land, we have to do
Not
it.
state land.
Dewey is not ours.
We don't own
Oh,
it.
we don't own it.
No, it's federal.
It's a 100-year
Well,
lease.
that's the problem too, yeah. Majority of the land in East Kentucky, we don't own. I mean, same problem we
cross
got with elk, we got
64.
with grouse.
So we're dealing with other people's rules.
That's right.
So, I'm kinda like this gentleman here, I get really frustrated, we study everything to death, we never do it then.
I tried real hard to not say nothing else, but I'm about to explode, so I'm going to talk. Part of our biggest problem right now is, there's probably more timber being cut now than they have been in 100 years, but it's not being cut right. There is a great sawlog market right now, and a very poor pulpwood market. I've tried for 3 years in the legislature to get what I call a paper bill. The biggest problem we got right now, and if it continues, in 50 years, we ain't gonna have to worry about it, because there ain't gonna be no wildlife, because you ain't gonna have a forest out there to sustain nothing. People's going in there cutting down all the hardwoods where the value is, and they're leaving all the bad trees that does not benefit nothing. We need to be clear cutting and cutting the trees down right and making a forest where we've got habitat for all the wildlife to survive. This just going here is select cutting, and I believe in select cutting, but I believe in select cutting the bad timber and leaving some of the good timber there with the oaks and the hickories and stuff that's reducing the mass for the wildlife. You know, to me, especially on our own property, we ought to be biting the bullet. And if we have to take a loss and let the logger have it in the contract to do the work, the trails and stuff that we want done, and it shouldn't be an issue of how much money we make off the timber sale. It should be an issue of how much habitat we're making and how much we're getting done. And I'll try to shut up again.
Thank you, Gary.
Eastern Kentucky is different from Western Kentucky. There's a paper mill 40 miles from my house, and they'll buy all the scrap trees you want. So I'm trying to understand the issue of why we don't ever get anything done.
One reason is the pulp market in eastern Kentucky is refuge. They use that stuff to fire up their boilers. They don't make paper with it. It's so poor quality, buckeye and sassafras and that stuff, you just can't make paper with it. And where you're talking about, they can, and that's the difference. It ain't even worth for them to cut it down and haul it out. So it's better if they just cut it off and drop it. But you gotta pay somebody to cut it off and drop it, so there you go.
Yeah.
And compounded by the issue that most of the land in eastern Kentucky that we're trying to do some of this work on is Corps of Engineers, you know, federal land, Daniel Boone, anything
Land in
other than
Georgia.
ours. So it's really private landowners that we've gotta get on board.
But the Corps is willing to work with us.
Yeah, they're willing to work with us, it's just there's things that have to be done, hoops that have to get jumped through.
And here's the thing, Karen's exactly right, it is core property. But this department has got a lease with those people to manage, aggressively manage that property, and we have never done that. And you have got a guy in Paintsville that he don't even want grass cut, that's over the core property. But these other people, they're willing to work with you. Now, the guy that used to be at Paintsville begged you to it, and you wouldn't do it. Now, I'm not saying you because you wasn't here, but the people that sit in those chairs prior to you, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't push their employees to do it. So they didn't. They wouldn't even mow grass in a lot of places. But you can do it because you've got a lease and it says you're supposed to do it. You just got to go about it the right way. You got to do your inventory and your paperwork, and everything's good to go. Am I telling right, Karen?
No, you're right. For the most part, yes. We have to do the paperwork. We have done that, and we have worked with a lot of these, and it's building the relationships with the individual land managers. They're the ones that typically have the decision-making ability. So it's getting somebody that is forward-thinking and will let you do that, and what kind of equipment you can use, as long as you follow their rules.
If the initial answer to me had been it's a federal government, I would understand.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Ronnie, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to understand the simplicity. People who support grouse want the habitat and are willing to forego some seasons to get it there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Once the work's done, yes.
Okay,
But
you
not
have
until
habitat
work's done.
first,
Huh?
and habitat first.
Yes.
And then you who support grouse are willing to forego a few years of no hunting to build the population back.
We want to.
Okay,
Not that we agree to, we want to.
okay.
And then look at it. We want grouse. I mean, grouse hunters want grouse more than anybody. Okay? So yes, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
All right. We still have a motion from Harry for more information needed by the June meeting.
Or by the regulation time.
Regulation.
Move it forward, but don't give it to the commission until we have the date of the agreements between the two groups or whatever we've got. But we want to report before regulation time to give us the time to act. That's it.
Yeah.
How about we stated that we want the department to work with the two groups to collect the data, to give us information on habitat cuts and areas that we can improve and what timeline that we can get that done in, and then report to the commission.
Sounds much better. I withdraw
You're
my
making a
motion in
motion,
favor
and
of
you're
Paul.
seconding his?
I withdraw my motion in favor of Paul's motion, and I second Paul's motion.
Okay.
Much more eloquent.
Hope somebody's writing
Paul.
this down.
That's why we got to
Well, it's recorded, I hope. No comment.
Yeah. You know, Kevin, this meeting's supposed to be run according to Robert's Rules of Order. And
Oh,
the chairman
we need
is
to vote on
supposed to
that.
repeat the motion. before it's voted on. But I
Did
won't
you
bring-
write that
I
down
won't
so I
bring
can
it
read
up.
it? There's no way I can remember
I
what he
won't,
said.
I won't bring it up.
Okay. Do you want to vote on it?
Yeah.
All right, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Now, can we ask you from sitting back here, exactly what did you vote on?
Paul, can you repeat yourself?
She may have to repeat the motion.
We're gonna get you all to talk, and we're gonna gather information, and we're gonna get, areas to be cut and a deadline for cutting them, and they're gonna bring all that back to us before the time for us to make a regulation expire.
And that's next
To
month.
be
So we didn't do
effective by
anything
next
but
year.
ask for
August,
more days.
September.
No, it's September. They have to act before
Thank
September.
you.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Ronnie, for all your input.
Thank you.
Chris?
Next item is elk tag allocation for 2020-21. And I'll let Gabe hand out everything.
Well, since we talked about trees, I cut a lot of
He
trees.
cut a lot of trees.
Designed to hand out
Hand
pennies,
out.
so somebody mind to help me? For all the commissioners, go ahead. Yeah, if you want to. I know the queen is here, but, you know, I'm working on that.
Just upon clarification.
Are you saying that? There's two different ones there.
Yes. We're gonna need to cut more trees. I got it. There you are. Yes, sir. I love it.
All of the same, ain't they, Chris?
Where was that? Where'd that go to?
That's way too close to the same word. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, we have to read about next one, I guess.
11 days now.
Gabe, are you, running this one?
I don't know about running, sir, but I'm here to talk.
Are we taking a break or?
No.
All right. Who's talking on this? Me. Where'd you go?
Working on it. The big one that I'm passing out is probably the most relevant for this discussion. So some of this stuff you've already seen from Brian Blank and his discussion on elk applicants. I just wanted y'all to have that as far as what the odds look like, the number of permits, the breakdown of applications and permits. You also received a copy of some maps of what that distribution from our applicants looked like by county. If you want to look at the total number of applications by the counties you represent or the number of applicants. Trying to think. We also passed out the 2018-19 elk report, so last season's kind of wrap up overview of the elk season. What else did we give you? And then the big one, the 11x17 is probably the most important. This was a request at the last commission cycle on a review of the harvest over the last 5 years. I went ahead and threw in the 6th year just because we were in a very similar structure of season and permit allocations. So you have at your disposal there, by tag type, by year, the number of permits sold, available, the harvest, and the percent success. We also included the special permits like commission, the landowner tags. You have that there through time. We also put a graph together visually for the success rates for y'all to see that.
A lot of effort from our staff, especially the elk program guys putting this all together. I want to thank them all for that. But this is the best review I've got for y'all at this time on elk. We're awaiting a little bit of information on our 18 report as far as the age at harvest from last year. We have to take those teeth and then submit them to the lab, and they give us that report. We're awaiting that still. We anticipate we'll have that within the next month or two, but because we were having the discussion on elk permits, we went ahead and provided this report to you. I guess you would call it preliminary, but we will get that final info.
Can you give us the age of harvest for 13, 14, 15, 16, 17?
We cannot. We can do age at harvest in 17 and I believe 16. And then when you back into 15, 14, and 13, it's very questionable because our numbers are so low. We started pushing that hard in 16. We've got some information, but it's 10% of the harvest at best. But we will provide what we
If you could share that with us.
Yep. To y'all. Also, as you're aware, we went through a large season overhaul as far as permits that we offer, season lengths, tag allocations, all of that. That's in place for this season. So any discussions that we have about the 2020 season, we're basically in the dark. We don't know what this new structure is going to look like. We don't know what our successes are. Everything that we have available to us is not going to represent the new changes. So we can take a stab at what we anticipate, what 19 is going to look like, but trying to think forward into 2020 would be pretty difficult for us at this point when you want to talk permit numbers for 2020 season. There's a lot of information. That's why I wanted to make sure every commissioner got that. Please take that, review it. If you have questions, let me know. We'll dig and try to explain if you are unsure. Get you the best information we can. I can send it to you electronically if you would like. But this was everything we had at this point to share with y'all.
Thanks, Gabe.
As far as go ahead. As far as permit allocations go, we're at 594 this year. If you want a recommendation from us, it would be to remain the same for 2020. I think it probably wouldn't hurt us to bump up 6 to get to 600 just for a round even number. But anything other than that, we'd be kind of on unshaky terms, not knowing what this new structure is going to look like. But that's what our recommendation will be as a program at this time.
From any information that you have, do you see any real decline this year in harvest? Or?
We had an increase in harvest from last year to this year, from 17 to 18. Yeah, all things remaining equal. The permit numbers were the same.
Right.
Yep, we had an increase.
Gabe, in light of what Trapper Bill had to say, that Trapper's recommended in reduction, feel there's any merit to any of that?
We have nothing to support that claim at all.
Say that again.
We have nothing to support. We have nothing to support the claim that. Yeah, sorry, we have nothing to support the claim that the population is declining, that we need to reduce the cow harvest at all. So that's one thing that we need desperately. And when I spoke to the elk guides, it's consistency. As much as we change things, I can never work off of a trend. And that makes our job very difficult when we adjust the season length, we adjust the number of permits, how long they can hunt, when they can hunt, the timing of that. It's very, very difficult for us. We have a wealth of information, but consistency is one thing we do not have, and we really need that in this program.
Well, we didn't have much collar data at all, so
Right.
hopefully we will get the collars on the ground.
And that's
what did we have? 8
for our next discussion.
So, I guess the question, are we managing, I mean, we've talked about what we are managing for, as far as the elk herd itself, a little bit. So are we managing for maintaining a 50% success rate? Is that what we want, or is there something in particular that we're trying to shoot for?
I think that's a discussion we need to have, to be honest, because that's not really been spelled out on what are we managing for. Are we managing for quality? Are we managing for opportunity? And then it goes back to our survey of our applicants, the survey of our hunters. We have a lot of different vested interest on what elk management looks like in Kentucky. So, you know, that's been the challenge of what does that look like for us? And having a clear goal and objective as an agency on what we want to do would be priority.
I mean, if we're managing to increase the number of tags, that's a different thing. If we're managing for trophy bull elk, that's or opportunity, or the opportunity for somebody to hunt an elk on a DIY in their home state.
Yep.
The guy that would never go out west, or the hunter that would never do that.
And you're missing also a key component is access. We talked a little bit about this previously. We don't own anything in Eastern Kentucky, so we have to be creative in our access programs. The worst thing we can do is give somebody an elk tag and then say, I'm sorry, you don't have a place to go.
Right.
And so that's got to be a big decision in what we talk about and issue those permits. It'd be great to have it, but if I don't have anywhere to go except pay an outfitter $5,000 to go, that's not probably a wise decision as well.
Okay, we decided, the last time we went through this, we decided that we wanted to increase the herd. And so we made some changes. And those changes, this is the first year that we have data from those changes.
Not yet.
Not
We're
yet.
getting ready to
We're
go
getting
into
ready
that.
to get-
Yes, sir.
So we made changes and we don't know the result of them. So it would seem logical to me, in order to get better data, that we hold the same pattern for enough time to get adequate numbers that are statistically significant, and then change the season based on what we've already done.
Absolutely.
I think I'd throw out one of the things that you have to keep balanced too is the public land access. So that's
How many thousands of acres?
Right, so
to get validated, because if you open up 100,000 more acres or close 100,000 acres and there's less access, your hunter success rate's going to vary one way or another. So, I mean, when we're saying that, you've got to think of that.
I don't think anything's been added for the 19 season. It was added for 18.
Correct,
So
yeah.
17 and 18 had a little bit of a difference because of 3 people added acreage. Probably about 20, 30,000, 35,000 acres difference. But we're talking how many acres total?
Public land access, if you don't include the boon, 300,000.
Yeah, so 3%.
That's good. 10%. I mean, you're up to 3% harvest. So I'm just saying that if we're going to look at it and do apples to apples, you got to keep all variables consistent.
But on the flip side, I'm not going to turn away any access that comes along.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we have to take that in consideration.
I agree, and that's why we.
Back in at 55% next year. We can't just automatically assume that our harvest rate's going up because we kept the status quo.
Correct.
We open up better opportunities, less pressured animals that haven't had experience hunting in the past. So.
And you know, we will be here every year giving you guys updates on stuff, but my request is to leave things alone for a little bit, just so we can have some time to look at the trends. If there's an issue, we will be sure to bring it to you, absolutely, one way or the other. But what we need is consistency.
Commissioner Fisher, you're absolutely right. One of the variables that we really have to consider, and almost, separately from the numbers and everything else, is the amount of access that we have every year. That is one of the limiting factors, really one of the main factors as far as for our hunters and success is having that access, that good public land access with actual elk and opportunity on it. So that's one of the things we need to actually look at separately and use in whatever modeling we use going forward. So.
I could have made this big table
And I think if
miles
we-
long, but this was the key stuff that was requested of us. I mean, we're not taking into account public land, we're not taking into account effort, weather, mast, all those things that drive a number that, you know, are independent of this, so.
I think if we can get the age of harvest and maturity, that's another piece that we need to rely on. So if we can get that piece of information, it's just another tool. If you're going from killing 5-year-old bulls to killing 2-year-old bulls,
Big problem.
big problem.
Yep.
So, the third district, the most asked question is, how come we only have 594 tags now, which is the exact number when we had 1,000, and our deer herd is estimated to be 10 to 13,000 or whatever the number is? Why are we doing that? What happens in your district, Paul? What are they telling you?
You said deer, so you mean elk.
Did I say deer?
Yeah, I was trying to
Oh, I jumped, didn't I? Sorry.
Just making sure y'all are paying attention.
Right. So that's the most asked question in the third district.
The short answer to that is, in order to get more deer tag or more elk tag, you got me doing this, that we have to have more elk, and the only way we can get more elk is to kill less of them, and so we decrease the number of tags. If you don't kill them, you get more for the next year, not more tags, more elk. If we have more elk, then we can open up more tags. If we don't have more elk, we can't open up more tags.
But it's also access to elk.
And
That's
access.
part of the shortening of the
Yeah.
season.
Well, all right, so Paul, what do you hear?
We did a couple things since 2017. We reduced the tags from 900 to 700 for 17 and 18 to try to let the herd, no matter what the number is, we can sit here and argue all day over what the number is.
Right.
We felt like no matter what the number was, the population needed to grow for the amount of acres that we was allowed to hunt. So we wanted the population to grow. All right, we were also hunting these animals from the middle of September for the entire month of October, November, December, and halfway through January. So you're hunting these animals for 5 months non-stop. Hunting pressure was tremendous. You pushed them off the landscape. You pushed them into areas that were no longer accessible. So we tried to shorten the season to allow us to target the animals, harvest the animals, and not apply so much pressure. So we were trying to do 2 or 3 things to grow the herd. And that's what we've done.
So I think,
Okay, so-
I was gonna just comment, I think if we wrap it all back up to one, it goes back to what Gabe said a while ago, is what is the goal? And so we need to establish what the goal is. Do we wanna have it where we can have 1,000 permits a year, or ultimately, what does that population look like ultimately? I think we have to figure that out.
And you gotta have a place for those 1,000
That's right.
permits to hunt.
That's right.
So part of it is a big part of it is that. We have 1,000 tags, no place to hunt, and a bunch of frustrated people that have tags that they can't utilize.
And you had another piece to that. When this program first started, you had zones to spread out the hunting pressure. Then as the number of tags grew, correct me if I'm wrong, the number of zones were decreased. So then at one time we just had a north and a south zone. Then the zones went completely away. So all the hunters went to wherever the congregations of elk were, and you pretty much wiped out area after area after area, because everyone was going to the areas where they were. So now we went back this year, 19, and we've got 6 zones to try to keep the pressure consistent across the 16 counties, was one of the goals of the commission last year.
Great.
I will say also, in my tenure here, and many of y'all went and looked at this, the percent success. We want everybody to go and have success, but that's not necessarily the case with elk hunting. You know, when I go travel out west, I go to an area that has 13% success rate. And what is acceptable for us as an agency, as a commission, to our constituents? You know, they want to go in and they want to hunt 1 or 2 days. That's what our survey data shows. After the second day, they're going home. I mean, out west, I'm just getting my feet underneath of me. So it's a different expectation in Kentucky on elk hunting.
Right.
For sure.
Okay. Colonel Mike Abel, keep hitting told I got it. Heather, we've been talking all day.
It's on.
It's just for
Oh,
the,
it's just for the. Just gotta go closer.
green light ain't on. It is now. We're used to being able to see a number
that is based on harvest objective in a certain formula. And what we found out at the 3rd District meeting, because y'all had representatives there, and we talked to them, is that a lot of these decisions have been made on a social construct, meaning in this room, we decided we needed to, have a larger herd, so we reduced the tags and we tried to go back to zones. And I think it makes perfect sense, and I think I can explain this to all my friends and all the people I'm working with, to try to get answers, to do what they said, to leave it alone for a long enough period of time so that we can get a true harvest objective number based on the size of the herd and hunter success rate. Because obviously, if we need to harvest 500 animals and hunter success rate's 50%, we need to be giving out 1,000 tags. That's the generally accepted, very, very fundamentally reduced biological way to get to the number of tags. They determine how many the herd can sustain, both socially and ecologically, in reproductive carrying capacity of land, social, all that stuff. They get a number, multiply times success rate, and that's the number of tags we should have. Because that's not what we're doing, there's a lot of angst and confusion, and it was expressed at the 3rd District meeting by almost everybody, and I almost got on a whiteboard and started doing math. And that's when one of your staff members stopped and said, these are social constructs. We haven't got a handle on it good enough yet to give you an accurate harvest objective. We know we want to grow the herd, so we reduce the tags, and we're trying to reduce the pressure. So if you keep it stable for a little bit longer period, I think y'all also gain yourself the time to explain that better to the sportsmen.
Just to make,
in addition to helping you get accurate data, because the parameters and the variables are no longer changing from year to year.
and just to make one more comment, that's where we were trying to get collars on the ground. I think we had 8.
You mean like GPS collars? Right.
Yeah, we had 8 and 17.
8 and 17.
Or 18,
and,
sorry.
and 8 collars over 16 counties is not a very good representation.
So I guess I'll say our recommendation would be roll on as is, and if the commission so pleases, let's leave it alone for 3 to 5 years too. Take it a step further.
Well, I think if we do that, we make it known the reasons behind that. Right now, I think we gotta be very open with.
And it's important to note that this is all.
I don't think.
Oh, sorry, Paul.
I don't say, the 19 season's already set.
Right.
So when we get the harvest data for the 19 season in January, February, March of 2020, that is before we'll set the 2020 season. So, I mean, I don't want to leave something alone for 3 to 5 years if we see a tremendous decline.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to look at the data every year to make the best decision at that point.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, come out and say, this is what the plan is and the reason why. You don't always have to stick to a plan. There's so many variables that can come up, but at least we're being open, like, this is our objective, and this is why we're doing what we're doing, and then if something changes or goes adverse, or turkey population, could be for anything that we do, has a disease or something, we gotta change course as quickly as possible. But I think as long as we're open to the reason behind it, then we're communicating to the public
Brian, I think as you mentioned, it's a perfect time to say, you mentioned plan, that this is all, some of these things lined out that you see, they're all in the 2030 elk plan that took we used a lot of public input. We started those big elk working groups in, 5, 6, 7 years ago, I don't remember. We had this huge elk summit where I think probably some of the people in this room might have been there, where we brought in different partnerships, public, private, and individuals to come in. And the 2030 elk plan that Gabe and his crew lined out, a lot of this information, this idea going forward is in there. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, it'd be good to.
Does anybody need more information as far as guys right here? Gabe recommended we move it to 600. Does anybody want to do that? Make it an even number.
Say from a marketing standpoint, it's a little better sell. I don't know if Brian's still in here, so the 600 as a round number and a slightly higher number, it offers a little bit more marketability.
I prefer to have 5,000. No, that helps a lot.
Next year.
It does.
Tennessee selling
3
ones.
years.
Hey, you're not as good a salesman as they are.
Give me a chance.
Can I make a comment on one of the tags? If we're gonna move it to 600, can we do something like not necessarily a Make-A-Wish, but a dream hunt or something along those lines and legally, you guys,
we don't have a mechanism in place to do that right now. So we would have to come with a recommendation on what authority and look at
We're
that.
at 594 now, we're moving it back, jumping it up 6 tags. I was just thinking if we could do something with one of them.
Why not use all of them for habitat?
I get it.
Sell those 6 tags and the money you generate.
We're not allowed.
Well,
we're
that's
not
what
allowed
we're
to
trying
go.
to do
We're
with
not
the
allowed to go
commissioner's
above 10.
tags. And
We're not allowed to go above 10.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, then if we're gonna do that, then let's bump the commissioner tags back to 10.
No.
There you go. There you go.
I mean,
as far as this, like the permits that you're talking about, that would take regulation change. And if that's your desires, we would need to put a group together to look at that and see what that would look like.
Okay.
And bring a recommendation to you.
legally and
Yep,
all
yep.
that.
But
I mean,
right now, there's
wouldn't
not a
be any of us
mechanism in
making the
place.
decision, obviously, but
No, sir.
something,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so where are we at? We need a motion, we need a number. Are we moving it to 6? I don't.
We're status quo.
It's hard to explain consistency when you say we want to have
Then let's
consistency
leave it
and we're
where it's
not
at.
changing the number, but we ought to change the number to make it look round. So, you know, that immediately turns me off. I mean, as logic goes. So if this is Paul's elk zone.
I agree.
I'll make all the motions for ducks. Paul makes all the motions for elk.
Paul, it's up to you then.
No putting no pressure on me. I would like to get the age of harvest before our June meeting, so we can see that and understand that, even if it is a small percentage. And I would recommend we stay consistent for the 2020 season, consistent with the 19 season, so we have flatline data, and we can see what happens.
Second.
Okay.
So the age at harvest, if we've got it for 18, I'll report on it, but I'll at least get you 13 through 17 for your June meeting.
Paul made the motion. We're staying consistent for next year and getting the age of the harvest before our decision in June, correct?
Yes.
And Harry, you're gonna second that?
That's correct.
Okay. All in favor? Who's up? Chris?
Next item are research proposals. We've got 3 research proposals. One is the Elk Research Project. Second is the Eastern Hellbender Research Project. Third is the Pope Shooting Range Survey. We pass this information out all at once or take them one at a time, whatever you choose. Guys. All at once.
All right, so while he's passing out the elk one. This segues very nicely into our last discussion on consistency. So if we're able to leave things alone, that will help our research. You're looking at a research proposal for the next 2.5 years on GPS collars, movements. Commissioner Horn also referred to this already. Getting these numbers up across the elk zone to 100 GPS elk spread across the elk zone is our goal. You'll see a objectives page and a half there, and then a timeline from beginning to completion on our elk project. He won't be on this. So the question was, is Dr. Millspaw working on this project? Kind of the short answer is no. The data we collect from this will go into the model that he built us, but this is a recommendation from him that we were to do this project. So he recommended we increase our GPS collared animals. It also worked very well with the desires of the program and the commission at the time. So we sat down with the University of Kentucky and basically pitched the concept to them. They have come on board greatly with us on this. Dr. Springer was here. He unfortunately had to leave and make a doctor's appointment, but he will be one of the lead researchers on the project if this is something we are to do. Regardless, they have made a very heavy investment already. They had the opportunity to apply for a grant, some research monies for a free master's student. They were awarded that position. So right now we have a free master's student that's going to be working on elk. So that's, you know, a part of the thing they're going to bring to the table. Is one free master's student. We would like to bring on the second to look at a variety of things, but the focus for our elk research project is cow reproduction, survival of those calves, our yearling reproduction rate, survival of the yearlings, and then also getting a number of marked individuals across the landscape, all across the elk zone, to get a better feel for harvest rate, things like that.
Basically 25 new ones per year for 3 year period.
Once we get started, year one will be our heavy investment. So January of 20, we'll probably deploy about 75 to 100 collars, and then we're going to maintain at that 100 level for the next 2 years. We anticipate 20 new ones, and then anything that you know is harvested or the collar falls off, we'll redeploy that as well. But year one's going to be the big push to get a bunch out, and then we'll kind of maintain it in years 2 and 3.
I would like for us to have someone okay, or someone confirm that 100 is enough.
So this was, Millspall's recommendation was 100 in his report to us.
I understand, but he had a very big variable too.
Right, but that was, in his recommendation, we asked him, how do we shrink that variable? And his recommendation was 40 was a minimum, maximum for the best benefit is 100, maintain 100. And so that was our recommendation to you guys, to shrink that
And
variance.
I think the motion we made was 100 each year. I think that was the motion that we made.
And we can do that you can pretty much quadruple the cost of that if we're going to deploy 100 new collars every year.
I thought some of those collars were supposed to be paid by Appalachian Viewing and some other.
Some of the collars we have on hand are from him, and some we deployed this year.
So how many do we have active right now today?
As of this morning, we had 38 active collars on the landscape. If that's a desire of the committee to deploy 100 every year, I can go back and update that and bring you that estimate.
Well, I think what we were talking about at that time, wasn't some of the collars failing at a 2-year time frame or a 1-year time frame?
They fail in that
And
2 to
you-
3.
And you all were having problems getting warranty? They would not warranty the collars?
We had some issues with one vendor. It was actually nationwide with that model. We weren't alone, unfortunately. And there's a new model. We're using those right now. They're working.
Are they still nationwide?
What's that?
Are they still the same vendor?
It's still the same vendor, it's just a different model.
If they won't warranty one model, what makes you think they're going to warranty the other?
Well, they would warranty it if we would go get it. That was the issue. So it was like, well, it's on an animal. It's kind of hard for us to go get it. But well, there's a similar project that I heard about in Minnesota where they deployed like 200 collars. They had an 80% failure rate of the collars. So
I think that was the concern at that point when you all told us that you were having collars fail in less than 2 years. You know.
And some of that's going to happen. I mean, we're going to lose some that just technology. These are fairly cheap when you think about GPS collar expense, even though they're a couple grand. And that's just going to be the nature of it.
But evidently that issue was
But that model was a model issue that's been corrected. We're using the new model version, and it works great. Anything else on elk? Or I'll turn it over to the other project. So is this determining the cost of this project?
Yeah. They're just being put on cows.
They'll be on bulls too? Some of them will go on cows. The majority will be on cows for the first year. So we want to try to maintain 50 bulls and 50 cows is the split.
person, why are we paying for this guy?
We have 2 students.
2 students.
So they have 1 student, we're gonna bring on a 2nd student. So their student is free. We're paying for a second, because it's a 2-part project.
With the age class on the bulls that they put on, is random.
Mature, so they're at least an adult.
I think we need to get some type of information on the collars to make sure what the longevity of the collars is going to be, because that's going to be a huge variable. If you don't have collars that are going to last for the term of the project, so just ask, we try to do as much work on that as we can.
We will, and that's part of our issue is by going with the University of Kentucky, they can purchase the best collar, where we have to go with a bid. And, you know, with a bid, when we put it out, we can get any vendor that's out there. University of Kentucky can select and solicit that for the best price and the best model. So there's one positive by working with the university.
And when we evaluate the collar number at the end of year 1, we can make a modification and grant before year 2, and 3 if we need to add more than our.
Correct. And what we'll normally do, Doc, is we'll order collars for year 1, and then before we start year 2, we'll go ahead and make another order. So if we need to adjust our company or the type, we can do so mid project.
Okay. You guys want to talk about the other 2 and vote on them all together?
Yeah.
Yep. Sonny, you want to come up and talk on the next one is the University of Kentucky Eastern Hellbender Project. This is using U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Section 6 funds for federal funds, and match will be provided by UK. And
So we're at $0.
right, 3-year study. The $150,000 is spread out over 3 years.
That's correct. The Hellbenders are really easy after hearing all the
Yeah.
old stuff. Yeah. This is a project, we did receive what's called Section 6 funding, and this is under the Endangered Species Act. And so that's federal money that's coming at 75%, and University of Kentucky is going to provide the remainder in match. So we're not out, again, any agency dollars. Just a little bit of background, the Eastern Hellbender was proposed for listing, and that, when we requested the original money, that listing decision had not been made. They did make a decision in March, and they decided at this point in time, they were not gonna list these here within their range, but there is a distinct population segment in the west, not Kentucky, but over Missouri, the Ozark type area. Those are considered endangered now. But here is why we want to continue with this. These are a very long-lived species. They can live 25 plus years. They're really neat. They can get up to 2 feet long, big salamander. People often confuse them with mud puppies, but these are different. They're a little bit secretive and they're hard to find. And if you like to jug fish or trot line, sometimes we'll get a lot of fishermen reports. We put this in our guide, kind of a "Have you seen me?" And we get a lot of really good records. Kentucky, if you look at the big map and you look at the distribution of these animals, we are in a really interesting place. A lot of people associate hellbenders with clear, cobbly mountain streams and this really high water quality, faster moving waters. We have a little bit of that in Kentucky, but our habitat use is very, very different, but these are really hard to track. So a couple of things we need to figure out is, we know from records and fisherman captures and some other things that we find these in a lot of different types of streams and rivers in Kentucky. But because they're so long-lived, we don't know how they're really doing. Just because you catch one doesn't mean they're reproducing, and it doesn't mean that they're recruiting. When the service made their listing decision, they defined the probable or foreseeable future as 25 years. We might show that we have hellbenders now, but if we can't go out there and take a closer look to see if they are actually recruiting young into the population within 25 years, we may really be in a pickle. So we need to get a much better handle on what's really going on. They are listed in our State Wildlife Action Plan as a species of greatest conservation need, and they are an excellent indicator of water quality. So we are super excited to continue this. Technology has really come to play from when we tried to work on these about 10 years ago. The eDNA product, we can sample much more efficiently in water bodies, cuts down on staff time, we get much more accurate results. So we can really start to pinpoint where are these, because there's nothing like spending a day in a stream when it's hot in a wetsuit and a snorkel in your face and who knows what for hours on end flipping rocks around. So this is going to allow us to really hone in on where we want to sample. Once we can find the animals, we're going to put pit tags in them so that we can mark them and track them. And it is going to allow us to follow them through breeding seasons. Can we get some egg masses? Once those eggs hatch out, then we're going to follow those young. Because just like within fisheries, when you get silt in all those interstitial spaces in streams, that in-stream habitat is extremely important. So we're trying to figure out where are some of the pinch points in reproduction and recruitment. We have a lot of interested parties. Things can get a little bit of a life of their own. People think, oh, you need to raise these and release them. Well, we do that with freshwater mussels, but it's a very different reason. I don't want to go down that road because it's very expensive. People get emotionally attached to projects, and that is probably not our best answer. I need to figure out what is really going on before we make any kind of decision. And I don't want to go down the propagation route because I think we have a lot more opportunity to continue working with farm bill programs and in-house habitat programs to continue improving stream quality, riparian habitat, all of those things that make that habitat better and increase opportunities for these guys to be successful. So what we're looking at doing, we have been working with the University of Kentucky with Dr. Price. He has a PhD student interested in this project, and we want them to go out and figure out where are we picking up those signatures in the water bodies, find those animals, capture them, sex them, follow them through the reproductive cycles, and figure out, are they recruiting? And if so, at what level? And then also looking at in-stream habitat, watersheds. We know the amount of forested area within a watershed is very important to water quality. And then bringing all that back home to what are our management decisions? What do we need to look at and where do we need to go? So we don't come back in a few years and find out that we had a lot of old animals, but they weren't recruiting, and then they're gone, and then we're back to square one with Endangered Species Act stuff. So it's really fun. If you guys want to go snorkeling, let me know. That's what we're looking at.
Great.
Any questions?
Who couldn't love that face?
I know, it's a face only a mother could love, right?
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's true. This is one of our
Wild
Kentucky
poster.
wild
Excellent.
critters, so that's benefiting from this project. They get to build hellbender huts, and if you're not familiar with that, you're welcome to come out and I'll teach you how to build a little hotel for hellbenders for the water so you can find them easier. They come complete with the lids. You can just grab them out of there when you need them. But that's what we're doing.
Thanks, Sonny. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Last little piece on research is a Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Shooting Range. Ben Robinson, I think, is working with Brian Clark on this one. You guys have heard a lot of talk about shooting ranges and the need. I think it was even potentially on the capital budget for a multi-million-dollar shooting range. Basically, we'd like to do a survey, and we've talked to UK about this already, and with their research center. Survey users and find out not only what is most needed out there, but where. What people want, where they need it. UK's agreed to do this with us, depending on what methods you use. There's several different methods, from phone surveys to internet surveys, direct mailings, et cetera, et cetera. That cost could range anywhere from $60,000 to $150,000. That's 75%, 25% funding, 75% federal, 25% fish and game funds. And that's it on the research.
Okay, so.
I move we accept these three research projects.
Okay.
And pass them on.
Passing them on to commission. Harry made the first motion.
Second.
Kenny's gonna second it. That we move them on to full commission.
I think the next items are just some information items.
I'm sorry?
That's some information items now, I think.
On CWD?
Yeah. These will be quick, hopefully.
Okay.
Next was just a quick update on our chronic wasting disease public forums. We had our first forum last month out in First District. It was pretty lightly attended, unfortunately, but we have 3 more. The next one's coming up in Hazard, the 23rd of this month. It'll be a week after next. And we have one at Curtis Gates Lloyd WMA in June, and then the last one will be here in Frankfurt in July.
Yeah. If you all are subscribers to our YouTube channel, you would have gotten a video yesterday that gives you all the dates and locations on where the CWD meetings are being held. So if you go on and open our YouTube channel, there's a little button up there you can push subscribe. That information would have found you. So make sure you subscribe to our
I
YouTube
think,
channel. Thank you.
Gabe Crittner, I think Chip just got the information for an e-blast on that for all the surrounding counties.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and target
Of all these next meetings, so they're gonna do an e-blast to all those surrounding counties for each of these next locations. So, put those on the calendar and make sure you make people aware of them. I have got a couple, as of this morning, I got a couple emails asking about the forum, so the word is getting out there.
What's the date on the one at Curtis Gates Lloyd's Wildlife? I will, Brian. Jeez Louise.
It's June.
June,
18th.
18th, okay, I wanna check something. Thank you.
And just an interesting tidbit on the CWD note that Gabe sent me the other day was, Missouri had a $2.8 million budget. That was their CWD budget, correct, Gabe?
For last year.
For last year. They spent $3 million. They overspent their budget. Just for reference, if you took Gabe's budget and the Eastern Wildlife Districts, their entire budgets combined is like $4 million. So that's just the economic impact CWD can bring to an agency, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so while we're on it, I've got some stuff on that I'd like to kind of, I thought I was gonna be on the committee and propose it, but I'm not. But I think I would recommend to you all to propose this couple action items as one, is on the public forums, is just throw out some of the things that are out there on the table in the APRA report to kind of stir up interest and push people to go. Is the feeding ban, that's a recommendation, urine ban, that's a recommendation. Those things are out there. We need to get hunter awareness. So we get participation, people come, the one in Western Kentucky, I think we had 5 people come to the meeting, and all 5 of them were biology majors from Murray State University. So Gabe did a good job, gave the presentation, we just didn't have the people there to hear it, that need to hear it. And then while we're at it, I've looked up all the KRS regulations, and I think what I recommend you all to do is, on permitting for captive cervids, I think it gives us authority. I'd have to defer to legal, but I think given how close it is on all our borders and the risk that captive cervids that could potentially be infected with CWD, that it would be considered an emergency condition that could detrimentally affect wildlife. And we should make a proposal to do double fencing on new facilities, or expansions of existing facilities, and should also look into, back to the monetary thing, one of the things I thought of the other day is some sort of insurance policy. We have that in our control on the captive cervids, where they make us a loss payee for X amount of dollars in the event that they import a deer that has CWD and that escapes. Because it's going to cost us millions and millions of dollars, so y'all can discuss.
I think the insurance thing is a novel idea. Doctors in this state are forced to carry malpractice insurance, so why shouldn't cervid people be forced to carry insurance? When we had the discussions last year with Department of Agriculture, and we asked them what would happen if they got a positive test in a captive cervid facility, they said that they would negotiate about the price and see if they had the money to pay for killing them. And that was an honest answer, because you have to compensate those people if you kill those animals. And we have set somewhat of a preference when we killed all those rabbits with tularemia. But an insurance policy would overcome one hurdle if we can do that. I think that that's an excellent idea from Brian. I don't want to be anti-economic development, but we used to have 72 captive cervid facilities in Kentucky, and because we've got such a great environment for raising deer and no regulations, we've got 90 some now. Over 100 now. So we've essentially increased our numbers by a third So maybe we should have some less favorable regulations, like putting up a double impenetrable fence. I would certainly support that. And the third thing, the scents, and baiting, there is information to show that artificial scents are just as effective as pooled urine scents. And so I don't think that we need to take the risk of bringing pooled urine from captive cervid facilities in other states when they've been shown to have such a dangerous infectivity rate and close proximity of animals. And the third thing is the baiting. Baiting increases nose-to-nose contact if you just dump feed out on the ground. If you plant food plots, it makes a distance between the noses further. To oversimplify the situation, the chronic wasting disease is kind of like AIDS. It's passed along in bodily fluids. So things like semen, urine, feces, sweat, tongue, you know. So if you have deer licking off the same pile of corn dumped down on the ground, you're more likely to spread it that way. Now, states that have chronic wasting disease have enacted the baiting ban, but why not do it before we have it to lessen the chance of spreading? You can still put out a food plot. I'm a fair chase guy anyway, so you know I'll vote against baiting every time. And so I think that all these things brought up by Brian are reasonable, and I think we should pass them all on to the committee for discussion, to the full commission for discussion.
Those need to be put on the next committee agenda to be
Or handle it as a new business item.
Or handle as new business. Okay.
Because this part's an information.
There's an informational item on it.
Yeah.
But
We put that on the new business.
under new business.
Okay. Which,
Maybe you could just give you an opportunity to talk about it.
all right, next item was, we had a request, last meeting about the volunteer program on WMAs. We kind of started that process by compiling a list of some, potential projects on WMAs put together by all the regions, across the state. And this, again, just a very, very rough draft. We kind of broke it down into categories to show some things that are needed on every WMA across the state, and then WMA specific. And you forgive me, I had some contact information on there took off as I moved things around. And the back page is just another format that we could potentially put on our website. I know, you gotta take on me. Just another format that we could put on our website potentially. Again, this is not an all-inclusive list by any stretch of imagination, but kind of heard something earlier today. I think one of Brian's presentations, and I wrote a note about it, about the stuff they got on the website about the community forum. I don't know if that's a potential location for some of this stuff. Just click a link and people can search by district, by WMA or something, and see what's out there and what's available, what's needed on a WMA. Some of it will be very generic. I mean, let's face it, the thing that we need the most help with is probably stuff nobody wants to do, which is simple as trash pickup and cleaning roadways and trails. But it could be anything from help actually plant a dove field. It's just going to depend on the area and the time of year.
Currently, well, again, I requested this, and as soon as I started reading it, you had me at hello.
Okay.
One of the national meeting I was at last week, there was a chapter in Wisconsin that got nationwide recognition for doing nothing but going to multiple, I don't know, Wisconsin, excuse me. They went to multiple WMAs up there and just cleaned up the trash. And their Department of Natural Resources, or whatever they got up there, allowed them to put a sticker of their organization on the trash cans. And basically, that was my conservation organization owns this trash can. So, I mean, it was something that simple, and they let them get up and talk about how simple it was to get involved on public lands. And so, yeah, some of this stuff I can't do much with my group, but I can maybe get you 3 or 4 of these in a year. And if everybody pitches in, you have 40 to 50 of these in a year.
Valley County WMA has been underwater for 6 months.
I got a hand pump, and I'm willing to bring you, I'll bring you Gatorade, Doc, and I'll pat you on the back, like, keep pumping, man, you got it.
There'll be a million tires there.
I will, I'll take it. It's just grunt work, but it gives us a
Yep.
recognition with our national.
And there are a few, details on the volunteer forms and insurance and pesticide applicators license stuff that we'll work out as we work through stuff, but nothing that hasn't been done in the past that can't be overcome. It's just-
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a great opportunity to involve youth, putting up wood duck boxes and all that kind of stuff, and those organizations. I think it's a great thing.
And I can't, like I said, I can't speak for everyone, but the two organizations that I'm representing that I want to bring you volunteers require me to do a waiver too. Like so if somebody takes a toe off, it's their fault, not yours or mine.
Yeah, excellent. All right.
Thank you for that.
Bliss, any questions on that, or?
No.
Yep. Now we're down to the end, I think, new business.
Last page, huh?
Yeah. First item of business is Paul Van Boeven, WMA. The department received a request from the Kentucky County Chapter of Safari Club International to actively pursue the return of the Paul Van Boeven WMA to use as both an elk viewing and elk hunting area. Karen, you got some information on that you want to share?
I do, and we can.
Or you got some handout?
No, actually, I don't have a handout. If y'all want one, I can go make some copies of some things for you. Actually, so there's a lot of different ways we can take this, and really I'd like to, I don't know if you want to tee up any of this from meeting or from any of your folks, if you want me to roll.
Yeah, this came from me, and I passed it on to you, to the department up here. But the Safari Club has sent us a request to look into this, saying that the removal of Paul Van Boeven was outside of the scope of the memorandum of understanding that we have between ourselves and the University of Kentucky. And in that, we took away land from hunters for elk viewing, and that was a violation of that agreement, and that we return it to the hunters, return that land to the hunters as soon as possible.
Correct.
And that is that's the condensed version, and they cited the memorandum of understanding and everything, and made a request that we look into it.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and I don't know what kind of information we have on the total number of acres that we've added, I guess in the last several years for public hunting in the elk restoration zone. That kind of depends on where you look and at what day you start, but really since, if you go back to 2010 in the elk zone, looks like we added, what was it total? Had it pulled up. I don't know what I do with that number. I'm going to let you look for it. Oh, here we go. In 2010, we had 98,000 acres, 98,700 acres. And then since 2010, we now have 675,000 acres open for elk hunting in eastern Kentucky. So we have grown that number, from essentially 100 to almost 700 since 2010. So we're not losing areas for elk hunting. Paul Van Boeven, honestly, was it was the first place of the first elk that was harvested in Kentucky during the first elk hunt, and by Tracy Cerise. And so, in fact, all the elk that year were harvested pretty much on Paul Van Boeven. So this is something that we've had an agreement with them for several years. And for those of you that didn't know Paul Van Boeven, I don't know if you knew him, Paul, or not, but he was with the University of Kentucky, and elk viewing and the elk restoration project was very meaningful and very important to him. And so then when we started this original agreement with the University of Kentucky, it was named after Paul, and unfortunately he passed away not long thereafter. However, it used to be known as the Laurel Fork Tract of Robinson Forest. It's about 2,300 acres in size, so 2,293 to be exact. And I have the agreement here in front of me, and I won't go through all of it, but there are things that talk about elk viewing. In here, it also talks about hunting, hunting for lots of species, not just elk, but hunting in general. Specifically, the obligations of Fish and Wildlife are to provide recommendations concerning appropriate hunting seasons, hunting opportunities, and seasons. Section 2.4 says to conduct, assist with habitat-related research management, elk tours, erecting, maintaining elk viewing area, hunts that allow vehicle access, wildlife research projects, periodically collecting hunt data, and maintenance of area. There's nothing in here specifically that says we have to have elk hunting. There's nothing in here that says we can't have elk hunting. There are things in here that they want us to help with habitat-related research and management. In the early years of Paul Van Boeven, there was a manager that I worked actually closely with. Unfortunately, Will passed away several years ago, and with that, the management of Robinson Forest and of Paul Van Boeven within University of Kentucky has gone through many iterations where they were trying to grow it back up. They're a forestry school, so a lot of what they were wanting to do is Paul Van Boeven to grow back up into a forest, back up into trees. However, there's been lots of issues with invasives and other things, and in the last couple of years, we've worked more closely with them. And I don't know if any of you have been up there recently, but I would suggest definitely getting up there and taking a look at it. Some of the habitat work that we're doing recently has made some great impacts already. Some of the chaining work that was done, when was that, last March? I thought it was last March, right? No? March, somewhere around, yeah, so March a year ago. And what's happening there is really good results. All that being said, there's nothing the reason that we took this out of elk hunting and made it elk viewing for the time being was because we're not really having, first of all, the opportunity there wasn't really a great opportunity for elk hunting. The last 4 years, I think there were 5 elk harvested there. Last year, none were harvested. And it's because it's so grown up. And now that we're working with University of Kentucky more and being able to do some of this management, reducing invasives, and knocking back succession in some of the areas on Paul Van Boeven, we have hopes to start encouraging some of the elk that have been pushed off onto Robinson Forest, because where they had been bothered for quite some time, they're going into Robinson Forest. We're hoping to encourage them to come back out of the main block and onto Paul Van Boeven and have some opportunities. Again, the original reason for this area was an elk viewing site. That's what Paul Van Boeven wanted, and that's what the University of Kentucky set forth as far as part of this agreement. Hunting, of course, is part of it. They know that's what we're about as well. So this was a decision that we set forth for right now. I do finally have a statement from the chair. Jeff Stringer, the chair of the Department of Forestry and Natural Resources, and I'll read this quickly and then I'll be happy to take any questions. As chair of both the Department of Forestry and Natural Resources and the Robinson Forest Technical Committee that manages issues associated with Paul Van Boeven WMA, I have reviewed the UK and KDFWR MOU for Paul Van Boeven and believe engagement of KDFWR with the WMA to be consistent with our understanding of the MOU. Further, UK's foremost concerns are our ability to conduct research, education, and demonstration on the WMA, and land management including invasive species control, hardwood forest development where appropriate, and habitat management. Recent work on invasive species control is much appreciated. Wildlife viewing as it relates to education opportunities wildlife viewing as it relates to education opportunities is prioritized over hunting. Further, hunting at times can be problematic for conducting research, as work scheduling needs to be altered to deal with hunting and safety issues associated with hunting. There's also evidence that hunting pressure on Paul Van Boeven and other mine lands around the main block has contributed to extending the residence time of elk on the main block that can be problematic for ongoing research projects as well. So I just wanted to share that, and I know that there are concerns, and I'd be happy to talk to that group for you, also, Commissioner, and I definitely understand it, but we are opening up tons of hunting opportunity, and we'll continue to do so, and where appropriate, we want to have that as a good hunting opportunity, just like any land that we manage, so, and we'll work towards all that.
So Paul Van Boeven was 2,300 acres?
2,293, yes, sir.
All right, and we have opened up several thousand, pardon?
500,000 more.
More than we take away. A common theme I hear is that we took away through tourism 20, and I've got an email right here just yesterday, 22,000 acres. Says, I do not approve that tourism took a 22,000 acre WMA and made it for elk viewing. This is a common thing I hear in the 3rd district.
That
And
could
this-
have been, thinking it was 2,293, you add a 0, that could be what that happened there.
No, but there were 3 areas initially in
Fish
there.
trap.
Fish.
The fish trap, we never had elk hunt, it wasn't open.
Okay, I wanna make sure that we're real clear on this, because this is a constant drone. We did not take 22,000 acres away from elk hunters, is that what we're saying?
That is correct.
Is that, everybody in agreement? Is there any conflict with that?
Question me.
I'm just saying, does anybody have a rebuttal? Did we do that? I want to clear this up.
Well, I mean, obviously, okay, Ivan couldn't be here. Ivan Shuttles is the author of the letter, all right? And, you know, he didn't ask me to speak on his behalf. We're dear friends, and I'm gonna shed a little light on this. The angst is probably partially the messaging, which again, I implore this commission to slow down the decisions and moving things forward for final votes until people get an opportunity to hear and talk. And I don't want to tell you how to do your business, it ain't my place, doctor, you're the chair. But this got put out at the June 18 meeting and was messaged as shutting down hunting for elk viewing, for the prioritization of elk viewing. In the context of what Mr. Paul Van Boeven wanted and UK wanted was never put out there. So the perception is that hunters lost 2,300 acres. And they're smart enough to do the research to figure out that the first elk in the state were killed there and that it is a viable hunting area. Then the message got put out by this department and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation that one of the reasons we shut it down was habitat. It had been so overgrown that you couldn't hunt very easily the elk there, and they'd been pushed off somewhere else, et cetera, et cetera. And the narrative came out, well, if you can't hunt them, you damn sure can't see them. So why we shut hunting down in favor of viewing, which is a tourism issue. So there's the rub and there's the angst. And like I will bang this gong every chance I get. The more time we take to more accurately and smartly message, the less angst we're gonna have.
I couldn't agree more, and we need to do a better job on that, and I guarantee you, so this was part of our 2030 elk plan as well, is creating some elk viewing, and so that was done, that was put in place, I think even before this administration was in place, yeah, it was like 2015 or something like
Right.
that, so we had long-term plans to try to find some areas, we get calls all the time, hey, where can I go see elk, where can I go? We can't tell anyone where to go, and it's terrible, I used to have places all the time, but things have changed, as you pointed out earlier.
$1.94 billion impact
Right.
annually in the state.
And this is a perfect place because it is something that, the namesake of this area was, and we had the first elk viewing area, it was where the first elk was harvested, and I'm sure there are, I think with limited hunting in time, once we get the habitat where we think it'll sustain, just like anything else, I think we'll have potential opportunities to do that. And it wasn't against taking from hunters, it was more, it fit perfectly with the management of this area. That's why it was chosen.
And Karen, I think you will very accurately end this line of discussion,
I just need to go talk to
especially
those
from
guys.
Ivan, if you were to forward that man's message from UK Forestry. If UK is in agreement with, and that is something everybody's trying to research and figure out, and there is a pervasive narrative that we are continually favoring tourism over hunting and fishing.
Yeah. And I'll be happy to even go sit down and talk to him and any of those other folks too and bring this.
I mean,
bring
he's a
this message.
partner in a law firm downtown Louisville, and I'm sure you could get in some time on his calendar. He's probably gonna charge you.
Yeah, I know where his office is. I've been down there before.
I
So.
just send him that
Yeah.
response. You probably end the inquiry from
Okay.
him particularly because
I was
UK
gonna
is now
say it's
in
more than
agreement
just
with
him.
you guys.
Sure.
So the second point to this.
Yes.
Go ahead. The second point, the other two areas, fish trap, and, I'm sorry?
Never
It was never open for
It was never open to elk hunting, and what was the other area?
It's private land, but it
Private
was,
land.
right.
Okay, so, we're clear and everybody's in agreement. We're within the parameters of our memorandum of understanding with UK.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
How many elk were killed there in the last 3 years?
Last 3 years, we have 5 in the last 4.
Okay, so it's not, we're not really taking away a big, oh
No,
my
and that
gosh,
was-
area. Now, in the first 16, 18 years ago, they killed elk in there, but only 4 or 5 been killed there in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it was too
Okay.
small to sustain that kind of
But
pressure.
we also have that area for every other type of hunting, right?
Yes,
They
sir.
can hunt
I did
anything
mention
else other than elk, and they're only killing 4 or 5 in the last 4 or 5 years there. So we're not robbing hunting opportunities in that area.
That's right.
And Dr. Conant, if that had been the original message in the June 2018 press release, my contention is this discussion would have never got to this inflection point.
And that
It
was.
said these 3 areas were closed in favor of elk viewing according to the commission. It was 3 sentences in a 700-word press release, and it lit a fire.
Okay,
And
so
that was for us not understanding.
we're going to forward a letter in order to help him with explanation-wise what.
And I think he's right. I
what's
think
really
Ivan,
happened.
I
And
think
you can
Dawn's
include
right.
the statistics there. Everything else is open and hunting there, and there's only been 4 killed in the last 4 years
Yes, sir.
in that area.
Chad?
Colonel, all
Yes,
these
sir.
meetings are gonna be on YouTube from now on. So
Yeah.
anybody who wants to watch, see exactly what goes on, will be able to do that.
I've been in war enough, Doc. I'm gonna be a peacemaker in the future, and I'm just trying to get us to that point. By God, I am.
All right, good deal.
Go ahead, Chad.
Real quick, Chet Hayes, League of Kentucky Sportsmen. I get this question asked and it's difficult. And Ralph, I think you clarified it pretty well with your questions, but just to ask one more. Does the department intend to open Van Boeven up at some point in the future for hunting if the population and everything allows? Then if so, do you expect pushback from the memorandum of understanding with, that's
Sure,
the question
I
I
can
need
answer
to
it.
answer, be able to answer.
So the first one, I'm gonna answer the second question first.
Okay.
So, no, we won't have any problems. I've had discussions with them, and I think is, you know, they support it. They would like to see us trying to do some things because they are having some issues on the main block as far as trying to get them out of where they're trying to do some cutting and the elk are just kind of coming in and all the regeneration they're eating. So they would love to see us doing some work around the forest to kind of pull them out of there. So they're very supportive. I think they would want us to hunt them heavily because then that pressure would just throw them right back in. So I think maybe some limited hunting, yes, they would be definitely supportive of. They're supportive of all the other hunting. And elk, yes. Now, for the first one, I'm not gonna get ahead of our elk program or make any promises for the agency that could be years to come, and I can't tell you what's gonna happen in 5 years. However, personally, I think it would be a great place and a good testament, since that was the first place we hunted elk, to be able to have that as kind of a special limited area maybe, or something like that. Not to say how I think that the Deer and Elk program is managed. I'm just saying, I think that would be a really neat, to be able to have that kind of a small public area where, like, special archery hunts and things like that.
It was historically youth.
It was historically youth and archery, and then we just put so much pressure on it, and it grew up so much that it just, but now we're able to get in there and manage again, and we're working closely with them, so hope that to be better. So, short answer, I hope would be that we'd have some, we'd be able to make that a special hunt kind of an area. I think that'd be great.
That helps me answer these questions, thank you.
And part of that area growing up too, keep in mind, because I think that was when I first came up here, that we met with UK about management, and they were pretty reluctant because their view then was for that area to go back straight.
But now, they realize there's too
some
many
things,
invases.
People and things have changed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we moving on to the
Yeah, last thing.
cutting?
Then, cutting back limits on quail and or posing some WMAs to quail hunting. I'm not sure. Says some commission members have received requests to cut this. I'm not sure where this came from. I guess
Me.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I know in the 5th district, there aren't too many WMAs that have quail, very few anyway. I mean, Adair has, a covey that I've heard of, Lloyd's, maybe a covey. So I don't know if we have the research done, but on some of these WMAs, can we just do away with quail hunting until we get a better population. You know, like you have the Clay that, I mean, it's open a couple days a week. We don't have that.
Yeah,
So-
and I don't know, John, I think John's here to, John, back me up or correct me if I'm mistaking anything.
Oh,
but-
You're great so far.
Thanks. I kind of looked through some stuff and went to this particular article at Habitat Before Regulations. I mean, I just don't see, same thing with grouse. I don't see, and from the research and the rationale behind closing areas to quail hunting or grouse hunting or reducing bag limit doesn't have that kind of impact, you know, like it would with deer or turkey or the longer lived species. You know, it's habitat driven, and that's the message. And a little bit worried too, this was a neat article that said, you know, if you message out there and you close an area for quail hunting, you almost send the message that hunting is causing, you know, what's caused the decline, rather than habitat. We'll be glad to talk with John, look at areas specific, and obviously we need to increase habitat on every area we got, but we own so little. A lot of those areas, especially in your district, are so small.
Yeah.
They're influenced by the private land around them as much or more than what we can do on some of, especially the very small areas.
Right.
So we're glad to have that discussion, but if we were to do anything with quail bag limits and seasons at this point, I'd be more inclined to throw it in with grouse and cut it off earlier on the tail end than I would, you know, reducing bag limits or anything, changing anything else, or closing an area entirely.
How many people in this room have killed a wild quail in the last 5 years?
Not me.
You kill it in Kentucky? How many
In Kentucky. In Kentucky.
Kentucky? How many in Kentucky, not in Georgia?
I was in.
You just killed that whale. It was wild, are you sure it was wild?
You're under arrest.
They're few and far between.
I don't think there's
Commissioner
enough
Bond, are you
quail in
getting
Kentucky to
complaints
train
from
a dog.
some of the sportsmen about it, or where's it coming from? Just curious.
Yeah, sportsmen.
People actually hunting them, I think most of that's very self-regulating, particularly on some of our marginal areas that tend to be in this part of the state where you'd spend hours to find that one cubby if you even found them if you tried to hunt them, so it's generally very self-regulating.
I get it, and that's part of the problem, if you ask me, is that they find one cubby
Kill it.
and then they wipe it out. And then, you know, they're walking out of the WMA and guys are walking in with dogs and they're going, hey, did you do any good? And yeah, we got, you know, it's like, oh, okay, well, they're gone. So you get one chance or whatever, but I know there's never gonna be the perfect scenario, but.
Right. Yeah,
you
it's
know.
there's not an easy answer, or we'd have quail everywhere right now. If it was easy.
This is coming from sportsmen, not me.
Yeah.
And
So we'd be glad.
Commissioner, for example, you mentioned clay, so the areas that we're really putting the investment in and making sure we're growing those birds, so
Peabody
people
and-
have a reasonable chance at finding wild quail in Kentucky that don't have to feel like they've done something wrong, for example. We are putting special regulations on those sites because it is localizing hunting pressure and it is attractive to hunters. So when we have those scenarios, we're very much sensitive to potential overharvest and making sure that sportsmen that spend the travel time to get there, to be perfectly honest, have very positive hunting experiences, and that's what we're really trying to do now with our better areas. So we don't want to take away from the areas for those people that have the good fortune to spend a little bit of time close to home. Yeah, maybe they get a bird once every 3 years on that site. I think we'd rather prefer that than to see them not go at all.
Okay.
And I think that's what we're potentially talking about exchanging there.
Good.
And in situations where we know we're growing birds that are sustainable for hunters at a reasonable rate, we're gonna be very cautious about harvest there.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, from the guys that I know that do hunt clay or Peabody, they always have good things to say about it, so thank you.
I appreciate that, thanks.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Here, what action did we take with the double fence, the synthetic?
It's supposed to go to new business.
Yeah.
Good, it's gonna go to commission, new business.
Is it in June? Okay.
Does that go in June or does that need to go in August? I don't know, because it's new business. So, yeah. Be next committee, right? Next committee, August.
It would be August.
Right.
Yeah.
Why does it have to go to the next committee? That
That's
wasn't,
why I'm clarifying. I thought there may have been a misunderstanding. That's why I brought that up.
yeah,
Do we
I
wanna
think it's
discuss
going to,
now?
I think it's going to the next meeting, the next commission.
I'll defer to legal.
I mean, that was the motion, that it go to the next commission
really-
meeting for action.
I mean, how the commission operates is up to the commission.
Okay.
You can change your rules.
I wrote down, we were gonna talk about it under new business, so if we wanted to talk about it under new business, we can talk about it now, if we wanted to do that.
Okay. Well, I think Dr. Carlos has made it clear his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
You know, he'd like to see it discussed and move forward.
I was just bringing this for
August?
clarity as to where
Right.
it was going in the future before we left here today.
We're meeting in June, right?
I got you. I think there may have been some people thinking about,
We don't have to do any research to do this. I mean, we're just gonna vote yes or no, let's do it. Or not do it, and at the commission meeting in June.
So what you're saying, Harry, is that you wanna make a motion to,
Move it forward to the commission in June.
so we need, so go ahead and state all of the new business that you want to vote on in June, though. I mean,
Sense and
the
bait.
double fencing, the
Double
fencing,
fencing.
the fee, the
Insurance.
Sense
And bait.
Yeah,
And insurance payable.
Well, insurance is something we have to investigate.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't include that,
Okay.
but if it, if we can do that, we need to find out if we can do that, if we can. It sounds like a good idea.
And we've been working with Department of Agriculture on some of these items, and then also items that they regulate as well. And we were having discussions, and one of the things we talked about also was to get with Kayla on some of the fencing, baiting, obviously that's different, but on fencing and some of the other issues that they want, meaning Department of Agriculture to consider. Kayla, I'm sorry, is Kentucky Alternative Livestock Association. They are the captive cervid industry. So some of those things we are, have been talking with Department of Agriculture on. Of course, baiting and scents, that falls outside of.
How much is that KRS?
The only trouble to
Fencing
me
is already-
that I would
That's
foresee,
KAR, that's right.
the only trouble I would foresee with the baiting and scent thing is 30 days from now is not giving the public enough time to make a comment if we come to the vote.
Thank you. I'm gonna speak up for the public at large on this one. I am 100% behind Brian's idea of that double fencing and us being a lost payee if someone visits CWD upon our wild herd. It's wonderful. I think you're gonna light a fire if you only give people 29 days from close of business today until the June voting meeting, where this is where the discussion happens. As I understand it, the June's a voting meeting, and you start talking about baiting, I may have to get one of my old battalions out here to defend this building, and if you move it that fast.
Well, and
I'm
I
just
think-
saying, I would highly recommend, if we bring baiting in, Doc, we slow that one way down. And I'm just speaking.
It's
from the
okay
chief
with me
seat.
as long as we do it before deer season.
Have the discussion.
Yeah, we have to get it in time for the regulation.
For this
We wouldn't
deer
be-
season.
it
wouldn't
Right,
stay-
it wouldn't
deer
be-
season.
we got time.
We'll make
My
this
whole
year.
idea of throwing it out there is not to come to the next meeting and vote on it, but it is to kind of get people.
The discussion.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was really taken back that we only had 5 people. And I think if you throw out something about baiting, then everybody's gonna be interested, they're gonna listen to what Gabe has to say and get educated. That's the problem.
I believe that's a brilliant tactic to engage people over a period of time and say it's for the 2020-2021 season, and get that discussion going and give yourself a head start on it. If we're gonna put something up for a vote, you're gonna light a fire, just bring baiting in.
It was discussed that we had a deer committee a year ago,
Yep.
and all these things, fencing wasn't, but urine and baiting was discussed at the deer committee. And I'm okay with, passing the word around, but usually when you were in charge and you gave an order, you didn't ask the troops what they wanted to do about it.
Yeah, but you guys work for the 600,000 sportsmen. It's not a direct causal relationship. The chain of command where I was in charge, lives were in danger, and I was prosecuting the defense of the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
This is hunting and fishing, and sportsmen pay 92% of the budget here. I think we would slow that one down, Doc.
I have no
Totally
problem.
agree that we need to have the discussion, and I hate to be the guy that's speaking up for a couple 100,000 people. There's a lot of feelings around bait and deer that I think he's got a very good catalyst to have a CWD discussion and get people into the meetings by roping that in. I would wait on voting on that until you tell the pitchforks and torches are out.
I'm okay to wait until the last day, till we can put a regulation in for the 2019 year season about these things.
You mean we're too late for 19.
20, I'm sorry.
20. Oh, yeah, right on.
So we can do it, put it on the August agenda, but at least.
We can
The
talk about it.
commission has all agreed and voted on our acceptance of the AFWA conditions of, in the event that we do get reported CWD, then we can take temporary or emergency action to stop baiting in those areas or whatever. But statewide ban on baiting is a big debate that really shouldn't be taking place in a 30-day period.
No, let's go. We're gonna table it, right, Doc?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the double fence.
We're not,
Debating.
we're not sending it to the next issue. Not, no, let's separate them then. We don't have to separate the double fence.
Y'all
Okay.
can go ahead with fencing. The fencing goes out.
Gentlemen.
How are we, Karen, how are we doing with, the?
So if we could make these different action items, one that deals with, captive service and fencing and everything, and then one with the hunters, let's
Do we have
separate
them spelled
that.
out? This is the CWD. Do you have it spelled out somewhere, each and every one of them? So we can go through them right now?
Which one, I'm sorry?
I don't know, all of them. I mean, you want fencing, you want no dopey, you want baiting, I mean, do we have
And
those
here's what I
spelled out?
recommend, maybe this committee, what they could do, because we're not really prepared for all of these discussions, I don't think. But let us, between now and June,
Then we'll just talk about it in June.
I'd like to
Let's
bring it
table
back
and-
in June with a little bit, because you don't have to vote in June and say, hey, let's pass this.
Right.
We can discuss it more. Let us do
Each and every one of
a
them.
survey, which he was gonna mention, and I'll let him, and let us bring some more details on each of these items.
The motion was to move it forward to the full commission for
In June.
discussion in June.
Discussion in June.
Oh, okay.
It was never an action item on the agenda.
It was never an action item, it was moved forward.
Okay, then we're moving it forward.
Yeah, we'll put that on.
And I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear.
Go
ahead.
Brian battery has died, so I'll try to say this last so it makes it to the mics. Brian Clark, Chief of Staff for the department. So I would just to encourage or to support your efforts as you consider this to obtain public input. We can absolutely do some survey as well as open public input, comment on this, reach out to the affected stakeholders, provide some educational component there where if we have enough time to do it and people understand the necessity or the justification for it, they're much more apt to give an educated response. And so we can work with you on that and develop the kind of input you need and have that back to you in the time frame that you'd be able to act on it for next year.
Thank you.
So,
Okay. Yes, sir.
Oh, preacher. Oh, preacher.
I'll preacher's always got one more thing. You guys gotta know that.
Oh, the Amazing Grace.
I just brought that up for clarity because I thought we were two different places. But this is Zach Danks. Thanks for the turkey season. I know you're hearing, I know you're hearing, we're not hearing about it. I am absolutely heard more, saw more than I have ever in 29 years of hunting turkey in our state.
Well, we know
It sounded like the Brooklyn Tabernacle Choir where I was hunting.
And actually,
Thank you for that.
I won't take everybody's time with talking about it. Zach put together a really nice kind of preliminary update on the turkey season that I'll give everybody before we leave. I asked him to give me where we up or down, where did we rank, and he gave me like 3 pages. So I'll give everybody a copy of that.
So thanks, Zach. Thanks.
I'm over with adjourned.
I second.
Okay.
Did the double fencing stuff push?
Yes.
All of them.
Oh, well, sorry, never mind, go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Go.
No.
Aye.
We're done?
Dismiss, dismiss. All in favor?
All in favor, yeah, all,
All in favor?
everybody.
Adjourning.
The
I'm
whole
out of
room.
this. You're the chairman.
The whole room's in favor, trust me.
My suggestion to everybody for the June meeting is bring a backpack full of water and food and a sleeping bag
For the June meeting. Please.
Good God.
Yeah, we're just gonna get supper now. We'll be back.
I'll come back up there when you tell me. I know you want to. I've got 2 calls.
Man, I can't set that
We just leave these here for
Unless you want it. You can take it, you can have one.
If she keeps these here for next week,
Well, that is a special thing that's put together for you.
oh, why is it not good?
Now they put some together sometimes